month ago, the Planet Crafter came out with a major update to content called the Moons Update, which they added a new place called Selenea right here. And so when you're looking at it, you've got the base game, which is Prime, you've got the paid DLC, which is Humble, and then you've got Selenea, which is one of, I believe, 2 moons. And the idea is, when you're playing this game, you start out on this, like, hellish landscape of a planet. It looks like the surface of Mars. There's no atmosphere. There's no water. Like, everything. Yeah, no, I am on YouTube and on Twitch. I do that primarily so I have the VOD permanently. Because for those who don't know, even as a partnered content creator, your VODs last, I believe it's 60 days. After which point they get deleted. So by posting it on YouTube as well, when someone asks me, you know, 2 years from now and goes, hey, I'd love to see you play the Planet Crafter, I can be like, right there. It's right over there. Because there's definitely some games that are worth playing multiple times, and there's some games that you play it once, you get the story, and that's kind of it. So the idea behind this game is it is a survival crafter game. Don't mind me, I don't even remember what it's doing in my inventory. It is a survival crafting game. It reminds you a lot of Subnautica. The difference being you're not going into the depths and having horrifying creatures eat you and all that kind of stuff. But instead... I don't even remember what I was doing with that stuff. Instead, what you've got going on is you get landed on this planet that... I won't spoil the story. I'll just give you the intro. Basically, you were convicted of a crime. They never do tell you what your crime was, whether or not you actually did it. That's actually not relevant to the story, but the point is, you were convicted of a crime. And for your sentence, you're dumped on this hellish planet that is entirely unsurvivable, and your job is to terraform it. Upon completion of terraforming the planet, you are then, you know, the charges are lifted. And so with all that stuff, yeah, that's kind of the thing, is you could choose, like, were you, like, in your head, you could be like, alright, was, like, I accused of being some serial killer, or loitering, or, like, what was it? Did I actually do it? Did I not actually do it? You can make those determinations for yourself. But when you start this, like, everything is just red and dusty. There's no atmosphere. It's awful. Like, me going from this pod here to there is kind of a big stretch. Actually, I can just show you that. Let's just do that real fast. What I'll do is, I believe I have one here. Yeah, so what I'll do is just, did I fail to create it? Yeah, so if we go and we mark Selenea. Oh, I see what happened. Yeah, so we go in there really fast. I'll skip the cinematic and then save. That pod we're at... I mean, actually, this one doesn't know... Like, this one's not as observably different. That's a little disappointing. That's fine. The other planet's way more noticeable how different it was. But if you looked at what we had there, and I go back in here, this is the same pod. So it's not as noticeable with this one because we're on a moon, but like the actual normal planet, when you look at it, it's like very, very distinguished. We'll get to the point it'll be far more noticeable, but like the initial planet... Oh, we're still dealing with this, aren't we? Like, it's very, very noticeable. It's one of the things that's, like, one of the big allures to the game. Oh, inventory's full. One of the big allures to the game is just really, really seeing how much the world changes as you terraform it. Because eventually this whole place will start becoming these, like, big jungles and all that. Like, one of the things you may not have noticed is there's a little bit of green on all these rocks now. When we were on, where I just loaded it from the beginning, all of that would be barren. We're still early on in the terraforming process. We're still getting water on the ground. I've got a little bit of grass growing around here and flowers, but not much. But over a while, like, the planet will literally get covered with stuff. Alright, so we made her... Right. I remember what we were doing now. We have our level 2 biodome going. I don't know what we had all these in my... Oh, I think that's where I had the level 1 biodome, and we replaced it with the level 2. And that also means I need to move my lab. Alright, let's grab 2 of those. So my cobalt's getting full, so that's a way of getting rid of some cobalt. We've got consumables here. Apparently have a seed. I've got a fabric. Alright. Oh, we should also probably go and grab stuff. So there's a lot of crafting and all that you got going on, so I could take the cobalt, make some oxygen canisters so that while I'm out and about I can top off. This is, when you start to worry about oxygen, as you terraform, the oxygen situation gets better. Oh yeah, that is absolutely a thing in the game, that over time, you terraform the planet, and where it's very inhospitable and hard to survive at all at the beginning, over time it becomes way, way easier to run around. Alright, meanwhile, at the end of yesterday's stream, I had moved my biolab. Sorry, my biodome. So I need to figure out where I'm putting this now. Because that was the biolab. Because that was connected through the biodome. There we go. That'll do. Yeah, so we got our biodome. So I'm waiting for this to give me a piece of tree bark. Because I can use that to put a rocket into the air to make plants grow faster. So we're waiting on that real fast. We are right about to be completely into the water cycle. We've had some rain and all that. But when you look at this, kind of the way things work is you unlock stuff by advancing your terraforming. So you've got like an overarching score of what your terraforming's at. So like a 150, I'll get a recycling machine. You got like how much oxygen's in your atmosphere. So it's 6 parts per million. I unlock a tree spreader. I'm at 66 parts per billion. When you get enough heat, you unlock the next thing. You get the idea. You unlock stuff as you advance. And then there's also a separate tab for plants and animals. Is it all flora and no fauna? No, you get animals later. We're just not at that stage yet. Like, we're still in the earlier stages for plants and everything. Alright, so we did get the heater level 2. So it's 2 iridium rods and explosive powder. So we take down, I need to take down 2 of these. And then what would I be missing? The explosive powder and super alloy. So we'll work on that in the meantime, upgrading all these things. So for the explosive powder, it's that. And then the super alloy, 1, 2, 3. Then go over here. Make our explosive... Oh, I forgot to grab the iridium. Grab our explosive powder. Because the way a lot of this game works is you kind of up-tech things. So if we look at one of these, this is producing 28.5 PKS. And if I look at this thing, it's going to make 538. So you get the idea. You go where it just keeps up-teching, up-teching, and up-teching. And that the lower level ones get completely and utterly kind of replaced by the higher level ones. I'm trying to decide where I'm putting this because I'm running out of easy to get at space. Now, there's no, like, range or anything for, like, your power grid. You just have to have, on your world, I have, you know, 1,000 units of power, and I'm not using 1,000. Yeah, so we got this. So, yeah, so this thing's making 538. So we do a comparison between them. That's 28.5, that's 538. So literally, like, 20 times the power, not quite. So 20 of those smaller ones, one of those is better. So there's a thing where when you, like, advance a tech level, you end up kind of gutting a bunch of random stuff. Because you just don't need anymore. Alright, so I will need to go up here. It also usually cleans up your space a little bit. That's for the explosive powder. And then the super alloy. And we can put down a second one. Cool, so we unlocked the level 2 recycling machine. The plant crafter's going good, we just started. So I got more of that going there. And plus it frees up a lot of lower level materials. So we can go over here. So I have titanium, we can drop that off. Silicon, we can drop that off. And aluminum, we can drop that off. Cool. I'll take a sip of water. So I wonder if 50, was that enough that we're officially in the water stage? Yeah, so we're now in the vegetation stage, is what we're advancing to. Yeah, recycling machine too. You use a lot of power. And you make heat. Yeah, so you take more power than I can afford right now. Alright, so with that, we'll probably want another nuclear reactor. So let's see if I've got enough uranium. I don't think I do, but we'll see how far we get. Nope. Alright, so that means I'm gonna need to make a rocket, which I believe is 2 of those. An iridium rod. There was more to it. A super alloy, which is gonna be my next pain point. I can't make a rocket, I don't have enough stuff. I need more super alloy. Now, super alloy is pretty straightforward how you get it. I just need to figure out which of these I've got the least of. Surprisingly, it looks like iron. Let's start with 5. Because super alloy is basically all of your kind of base materials. I also realized I don't have enough space for all this. Let's drop the consumables in here. And grab 5 aluminum. Okay. So I can make that. And later on you automate a lot of this. We're just not far enough that I could do that yet. Okay, and what did I need the fabric for? Yeah, okay, so I don't have a rocket engine there. Okay. So with that I should be able to make a rocket. So iridium rod. 2 uranium ore. I believe that's enough for the rocket. I need to actually grab the super alloy. So I'll end up needing 3 of them. Okay, and I need uranium, and I believe uranium was cobalt? Because then we can put up a rocket into space to do that. Hey, Sumus, how's it going? So we want to make sure it's a uranium rocket we're summoning in, not a iridium. Okay, so that's uranium. So we launch that off, and that'll cause a uranium meteor shower. In the meantime, I want to get the stuff going for the plant rocket, so we'll get that started while we wait. So that is going to be... Oh, I can't. That's fine. Let's go out and see what uranium we can get. Just want to see where they're hitting, roughly. Okay, so we've kind of had the same place where these rockets keep hitting again and again. Or not rockets, the meteors. They all come at a very steep angle for whatever reason, and they're hitting the other side of this. Which isn't a bad thing. But is a little annoying. When you first start the game, you do struggle to go, like, anywhere before you run out of air. Yeah, so you can see where the meteors are striking. Yes, I've got some over there as well. Should be more than 2 in there. There they are. You've got one over there. Yeah, so the whole point of that is to try and get as much of the uranium as we can. Because I need it as a material, so every once in a while I gotta call one of those rockets. The stone will disappear after a while, so like this one I'm gonna not probably be able to get anything out of it, really. Looks like there's 2 or 3 hits all in one spot. So I won't be able to get that yet. That's fine, though. Make sure there wasn't another one up here. There is. Alright, let's get back real fast, drop these off, top off our air. Because, yeah, after a little while, the chunks of stone from the asteroid hits will go away, and then we can pick up the uranium left on the ground. But by grabbing... Oh, we actually have some out here, too. I'll have to pay attention to that. But, after a little while, we can grab all that uranium. The thing is, a rocket takes 2 uranium as part of the resources needed to make the rocket engine. So it's just easier if I go out of my way to keep those rockets coming. Alright, so while we wait for that to disappear, we can go over here to the uranium, chuck that all in there, grab 2 of those, grab an iridium rod, stop blinding ourselves, grab a super alloy, that'll let me make the engine. I don't remember what all I need. I think it's 2 super alloy. And was it the tree branch thing? We need one of these. I don't know what else I need. Because I haven't put up the plant rockets. The rockets give you a multiplier on whatever is associated with the rocket, whether it's heat or pressure or plants or insects or whatever. Hey, Bentley, how's it going? Alright, so we need a fertilizer and a Lirma seed. Okay, so let's get the fertilizer. How away from moons? We're on the moons. We started on the moon, which is not the recommended start. The game even's like, this is playing hard. Be careful. And I'm like, yep, doing it. Sold. Alright, let's go see if we can't get... Yeah, so you're almost ready. Right, it was a Lirma seed was another thing I needed. And then I needed fertilizer. The fertilizer was a sulfur and 2 eggplant. We'll need to do a sulfur run soon. So we gotta wait for the eggplant for a minute. So let's go ahead and race back up here. See if any of that rock's disappeared. What do you do in Moon? It's basically like a, it's like another planet. So it's kind of like when we got the Humble one where you just start a brand new save on a new planet. And, you know, you have to, like, start terraforming a new one. Because, like Subnautica, a big part of this game is finding your way around the map. It's one of the things that hurts the replayability of, like, games like this in Subnautica is kind of once you know the map, you know the map. You can't go back to not knowing the map, really. So it doesn't have the same hit as the first time. Because you're like, oh, I need thing X. Oh, well, I find that over there. And you just go to where it goes, you know, where you need the thing, and you're just good. Alright, can I get the uranium here? Yes, I can. There's another strike over here. Not seeing the uranium. There it is. Unfortunately, I don't think I get down to it yet. We'll have to wait till the rock despawns. I don't see any more strikes over this way. That's fine. Later on, it gets pretty easy to notice those things. Like when the rock disappears, because they glow bright green, you'll be able to see them at a distance. Just a new map then? Yeah, it seems so. That's probably the reason why the Moons update was an update, not a DLC, versus Humble actually did change the progression a bit. So you had to kind of figure different ways around certain things. So I think that's honestly why they went with making this just an update as opposed to a DLC. But yeah, honestly, the map changing is kind of one of the big draws, because exploration is just a big part of this series. Alright, so I can pop in here. Humble introduced the car too. It did. I've made the comments that, to me, the car's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. It works. It's got its utility value and all that. But generally, I find a lot of times I just skip using the car and just walk instead. Like, it's good for moving lots of inventory and all that, but between stuff like teleporters and all the other stuff you get, it can kind of be a little bit limiting in that regard. Okay, so this will let me get a thing of fertilizer. And now with that, we should be able to put up our first plant rocket, which should give us 1,000% multiplier onto our plant production, which would be a huge bonus. So this is definitely how you get more plants in your plant. You just put plants in a rocket and launch into space, and by the magic of that, you have more plants. All right. Like, the idea is it dumps pollen all over the world or something like that. But whatever. Yep, so that should help that. We're getting pretty close to getting the biomass screen. The tree spreader we won't have till anytime soon. Wait, do we already have the tree spreader tier 1? The gas extractor is a big one, so these don't matter. No, the tree spreader's here. Yeah, so we are still speeding that. Oh yeah, we got the tier 2 flower spreader. What's that need to work? Fertilizer. Alright, well... do we ever move that drill to someplace? Yes, this drill is still just pulling iron. We want it to find something other material-wise. Okay, so we did get everything. Now, I'm curious. There was sulfur down below there. I'm curious if we try and put it near that route somewhere, if we can get it to get me sulfur. So far, I've had no luck getting that drill get me any other resources on this planet. Whereas, like, the main game, I had pretty good odds. There you are. Yeah, because down here is where I saw sulfur, but it's all underwater now. I'm trying to move around a little bit, see if we can't find something worthwhile. Like, literally anything that's not iron. Now, granted, where we're at now, a lot of areas have probably opened up that I need to figure out. Is that a cave up there? I don't think it is. Hello, container. Alright, well, I don't have any inventory space because... what are you? Oh, it's a recycling machine. I'm gonna put it back down here. It's fine. Basically, I need to find a place that I can get more useful materials than just iron. Iron's fine. It's good to have some place I'm getting iron. But it'd be much nicer if I get something good out of it. That said, we only have a tier 1 drill, so it's very limited in what it can pick up in the first place. Okay, so we want to go back up for that container because it had a blueprint and a bunch of other stuff for me, but my inventory was full. Let's do a quick drop off real fast here. There's the iron, there's the titanium, there's the silicon, there's the magnesium, and there's the cobalt. So let's go get that container, and then I might dive into the water below and see what sulfur I can pick up. Because, yeah, honestly, now I think about it, other than we found a place that I could find some iron and sulfur on the ground, and a place that I could find obsidian on the ground, we've not found, like, in the other two maps, you'll end up finding, like, a cave, and the cave will be full of osmium, or we'll find a cave and it'll be full of uranium, or we'll find a cave and it'll be full of whatever. And then you learn that's like, okay, here's where you should put a drill to get whatever that material is. By and large, we haven't seen much of that in this map, which is very curious. So this container was under ice before. We're just gonna grab everything out of it. And then delete it from existence so I don't look for it again and again. You wish I had some ladder animations as well? Yeah. To me, it doesn't really matter. Like, that, it's fine that it doesn't. It doesn't bother me one way or the other. I get why people want it, though. It could be a little... Jarring's not the word I'm looking for. Immersion breaking, maybe? To just have it, like, snap from one place to the other, but... eh. Like, it's fine. It doesn't bother me. I do get why it bothers some people, though. We have a container for the zeolite. We've got our osmium over here. We got our products. I'm definitely gonna want that later. We have the seeds over here. There's the iridium and the uranium. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. For right now, I will put the fertilizer in there. Put you in here. We can craft an iridium rod. And there was some... oh, right, we're gonna do the... unlock for the chip. Screen mapping. Alright. Grab a couple of these. And a couple of those real quick. So I got 2 screens we unlocked, and then I also need to do a nuclear reactor. So I've reached that point that there's enough here. They're gonna go and put down a second desk. And so we have the biomass screen, so I need silicon and aluminum. So let's go grab that. Alright. So with that, we can go ahead and we've got the biomass screen. Cool, so that'll make that progression easier to see. And then we had the mapping chip, so I need silicon and a compass. And the compass we make here. So compass is silicon, 2 aluminum, magnesium. I don't remember what it even was. That's fine. So we make the compass here. There's the mapping screen. Let's clean this up. So that's the blueprint screen. So we're going to go ahead and shift you over here. That's our communications screen. Alright. No satellite in orbit. Send a mapping rocket into space. Do I have the ability to make a... okay, so I can't make the rocket I need to use the map. So I have a map, I just don't have the thing to populate it. Because you can put like GPS satellite into space and all that. But that's still fine. So we can drop off the titanium now. I needed the nuclear reactor, so let's grab the uranium rods I need. Right, I needed... alright, 1 second. I gotta go grab some sulfur real fast to make the explosive powder. That's one of the things I need for a nuclear reactor. Okay. So sulfur we find down here. Granted, it's really hard to make it out underneath the water. There's a little bit there. There's some more over here. Yeah, we got to get better drills and figure out where I could find some of these materials in a renewable manner. Because I know sulfur especially, we're going to need a lot of sulfur. Because it's used for fertilizer, it's used for explosive powder, it's used for just a lot of different things. There's also where we find aluminum, so I'll grab that if I happen to see it. Because aluminum's another one we want to find, because most of the base materials you can plop a drill anywhere. You may not get them in remotely the ratios you need, but that's something that you can manage pretty easy. If you get too much of something, you either just use it wastefully, or there's literally a thing you can just dump materials in to destroy them. Pretty soon I need to head back. I should have a place I could top off my air right here. That should be a pretty good amount of sulfur for right now. I am pretty excited for the new Subnautica game when it pops out. Really looking forward to that one. I wonder how long it's till I get the second level of the ore extractor. Because I imagine there's a good chance I get the second level of the ore extractor. That'll probably open up my ability to get a lot of more stuff with the drills. Because there's a lot of stuff that's restricted based on the level of the ore extractor. Okay, so I can go over here. Drop off the sulfur, grab 2. Go to lumen, drop that off. Alright, so for the nuclear reactor that I need an explosive powder and a super alloy. So let's grab an iridium. Grab you. I am out of super alloy. 1 second. Let's, that's fine. Let's go back up to that hill where we've got all the uranium. We'll grab that. Then I need to get some super alloys made. I also can't wait till you get the auto crafter. The auto crafter is just like a little building that it will take resources within a certain range of it and automatically craft something you assign it. So you can be like, hey, just keep making the explosive powder for me, and you'll just have a place that always has explosive powder as long as you have the prerequisite materials for it. And it gets to be very strong just because you constantly have those materials coming in and you don't have to babysit it. So you have to like just run and go, oh, I need that. Drones have been, oh yeah, drones are amazing. I'm hoping I didn't wait too long and that the stuff despawned. I know there was some uranium I couldn't reach over here. Yeah, so as you can see, once you've, as long as you get back up here in time, you can get all this ore. Yeah, I was gonna say, there's one that hit over here, too. And then there's a couple up on the hill. Now, good news, this is number starting to, like, the terraform index, which is your game progression, is starting to really hustle now. As they're adding more and more stuff terraforming the planet, it just keeps picking up speed more and more. Now, granted, every 1,000, it goes, like, the next larger unit. So, while it is always going faster, the rate you see it changing slows down just because you're talking at a larger scale. Like, if you've ever played incremental games, it's that same type of thing where, you know, you start and you're, like, clicking on the button that's giving you, like, 1 point at a time, and then you get to the point where then it's giving you, like, 20, 30 points at a time, and then you start clicking the button, it's giving you, like, more. And it seems like you're going super fast, and it goes into the thousands, and you're like, ah, oh, now it feels slow again. it does that same thing. Yeah, so we're up into like the Mega TI or whatever it is. But until I find a place that I can reliably get osmium, there's a lot of cool stuff I want that I can't do reliably. What I should do is to grab our car and start exploring a little bit more. Oh, right, we got that fabric? I need that for the car's inventory. That's right, I haven't built the car's expanded inventory yet. So I need a super alloy, we'll deal with that. There's the uranium. So let's go back over here and go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't have enough space, so we'll do 3 of these, and I'll grab 2 more aluminum. Because, yeah, super alloys will be one of the ones I'll probably want to wire that up first. Okay. Oh, supposed to make 1 more. Okay, so we've got our 5 super aluminum, so I only needed 1. So let's grab that. Grab the uranium. Grab the 2 sulfur. Grab the iridium. And what else am I missing? I just need to actually make the explosive powder. Because I don't really have enough power to set up a lot of the other stuff I want. Just pop right on over here. Plug down our nuclear reactor, and we got more power. Cool. Yeah, now I got 466 watts. There was something I was going to build, which is the whole reason we did that. Oh, actually, I must have... Oh, no, I used all the water. That's fine. Alright, so I gotta run downstairs. I should have 8 water waiting for me. Okay, so we can run back in here. Drop off some of this water for later. Okay, so what else do we have here? We needed to make... Right, the higher level flower spreader. Actually, the flower spreader's not that... I mean, it's good. Yeah, so probably need the higher level flower spreader. At some point, I should make the recycling machine and the shredding machine. So you need 2 super alloy and 2 fertilizer. Right, it's gonna make more of the tier 4 heaters. And the reason I stopped was I didn't have the power. Because I was decommissioning the smaller heaters. Alright, so I need 2 explosive powder and more super alloy. Okay. Because it's doing the thing where I've got lower tech buildings that aren't as good as the ones we were using before. So just upgrading to the newer tech. Clearing up space, spreading things out more. So there's more heat. That also gets me a bunch of my materials back. So there's titanium, silicon, and aluminum. Alright, for another one, I need 3 super alloys, which I don't have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 again. Because this is one of those things later on. You either get a drill that you just drill the super alloys straight up as super alloys. You don't even have to think about this. Or, if you don't do that, you set up a thing that makes the super alloys for you. Using the materials you've got in stock. You don't have to constantly juggle super alloys. Okay, so there's super alloys there. So if we grab that, you would need 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Make the 2 explosive powder. Yep, looks like you got everything you need for maybe 2 more of these. No. I would need 2 more iridium bars. That's fine. I can go tear apart more generators. Because it also frees up a lot of space inside my base. And all this is helping us terraform the planet faster. Okay, still have plenty of power. Alright, so I can't make more until I get more iron. That's not what I wanted to do. So I'll need to go and get iron. Otherwise, we're doing good. I'm going to go ahead and just take those 2 apart, though, and shove them in a box. Because compared to what I'm producing there, they're basically a rounding error level of power. That just means I've got materials for other stuff. So you do a lot of that, like, rotating stuff out, replacing, upgrading, all that. Okay, so also on the list, we need to still make the big drill. Right, and the big drill, I don't have osmium, so I can't do that. I just don't have the supplies. The machine optimizers are really, really good. Is there any of these? So I've got the oxygen ones, and then production ones. Neither of those, like, I've already got an oxygen one set up on my main oxygen stuff, so I'm not worried about that. We can get the tier 2 flower spreaders, but that also is going to require me to get more iron. So it's looking like right now we are having a shortage of iron, and then probably just exploring in general. Let's go ahead and rotate all this out. Probably best if we go over here and grab the tree bark as well. We'll need a bunch of that. We got consumables. Drop all these off. I'll put the tree bark under shrugs for right now. Okay, so with that, I think we should be exploring because osmium's holding me up. I don't have a reliable place for super alloys and all that sort of stuff. So it's time I explore. I need to make a better way for me to get around here. So my hope is there was a area up top on the other side. I need to move this all around. Okay. Like over this direction, there was an area that was blocked by ice previously that honestly I might be able to get through now. So I'd like to check that first. The other thing to check is all those pockets of ice we saw everywhere. There is a good chance they were blocking cave entrances and that. We would want to see if we can find any of that, because those are the kinds of places they'll most likely hide goodies in. So far as I say goodies in this context, we're talking a bunch of our stuff, resources-wise. Alright. I'm also figuring while I'm here, I'm going to go ahead and deplete all of these. Because we left a bunch of boxes here previously. Because a lot of these are materials I can get just about anywhere. And I generally found it kind of a good idea just periodically deal with all that. So we're gonna drop all of that in there for right now. And the reason I'm leaving it there is so I can come back for it. Oh, right. 1 second. We had something we need to do. Okay, hang on. Let's grab this. Right, I have the fabric now. I can make the increased storage on my vehicle. Let's do that before we get out here, just in case there's something of value. Because that's kind of the main benefit of driving around the vehicle. It can actually be a little bit annoying to deal with a bunch of the terrain, but because it has its own inventory and you can just teleport the vehicle even with its full inventory, you can use as a way of moving a lot of resources from one place to another. That's kind of its main utility benefit. So let's make the expanded inventory really quickly for it. And then we can go out there. And that'll be good stuff. Alright, so what do I need for the expanded inventory? That would be a super alloy and a fabric. We can do that. I also really like the drones, because with the drones that they let you, basically you can say put material X in box Y kind of thing. The drones really let you kind of abuse things where you just get like your dump box or whatever. And so you just start hucking everything in the dump box. And it makes it so much easier to deal with a lot of things. So I need 3 of you. 4 of you. 4 of you. Grab the aluminum. Make a bunch of super alloy again. Drop off all but 1. I will need the fabric. And I don't remember what the last material was. I think it was something trivial, but it's fine. Maybe aluminum. Could you mess with the microfreezes? That does happen in the game itself. Alright, so I need a silicon. Okay. That does actually happen in the game when you're moving around. Especially with the vehicle. The vehicle has lots and lots of like little hitches and performance implications. It's one of the many reasons, like I said, for me I don't end up using the vehicle that much. It is all those like little things where like it like graphically, like it works fine, but like it kind of has weird texture issues and all that. Alright, with that we can go to you. And we have our vehicle is fully upgraded now. Oh yeah, so now if I look at the inventory on this, it is considered... Wait, I still had stuff in here? Probably leave the fusion cell in there. And the reason I'm saying leave the fusion cell in there is the fusion cell, if I go to a base and I explore it, might be used for powering a generator, which usually gets me access to a bunch of goodies. Alright, so consumable, we have another... That's an energy multiplier. That's probably worth us taking the time to set that up. Produces. Drop you in there. We can drop you in there for right now, because we can extract stuff from that later. We can go here to iron and to cobalt. The shrugs is just all the materials I don't have a home for. Uranium rods. Super alloy rod. Alright, so what would it take for me to make a beacon? So, it's 2 iron, 2 explosive powder, and a uranium. There's the uranium. There's that. 2 iron. Stuff for explosive powder. Because with that, I can put it by our power generators. And that should massively increase our power output. Yes, I've got these. You've got this thing called a machine optimizer. It takes all the machines within its radius, and it gives you whatever upgrade. So I put this in there, which means the power output is 150% for everything in range. It can handle up to 5 buildings, and I have 5 buildings in range. You can tell because they're highlighted green. And so with that, whereas only a couple hundred power over, I'm now 1,230 power over. So I got power for days. Right. So let's take another sip of water. We upgrade our inventory and all that. Do we have any major unlocks coming soon? Not there. Not there. Not there. Not there. You're getting there. Yes, or at least into the tons. I probably need to get these tier 2 flower spreaders going, which require fertilizer, which require algae. What was the fertilizer for? Eggplant. So we need algae and eggplant. So we'll go here. Grab you. Make some fertilizer and get some of those going. Oh, I need the sulfur. It's kind of one of those things that you keep running back and forth and doing what you can. Alright, so we got the 2 fertilizer. We'll get 2 super alloy. Right. We've got you. That's going to replace whatever existing ones of these. We've got oxygen. An oxygen booster on the map here somewhere. Where's that oxygen booster? Yeah, somewhere over here I have another one of those boosters. But it's for oxygen. There you are. Let's go here to the oxygen booster. Plunk you down right next to it, because that'll apply to that. We can go to one of our crappy flower spreaders. Grab the flower out of it and take it down. And plunk you in. Yeah, so that's now producing 2,900 or 2,925 parts per quintillion per second, and 43.5 plants. If we go to one of the things that I replaced it with, they were producing 664 and 9 plants. So you get the idea. A massive upgrade. So for another one of those, I need another fertilizer. I'm gonna probably need more algae, so let's go grab more algae. So we want to replace some of those flower spreaders with the better ones to continue to get that terraforming index going up faster and faster, because we're getting relatively close to introducing insects to our world, which is what everyone's always wanted. We have this wonderful habitable world. Oh yeah, that's fair. I'll still probably grab the algae while we're here, because that ends up being one of those things you just always need more of. Yeah, no, I gotcha. I can tear apart the smaller plant ones. Each one gives me 1 fertilizer, so every 2 gives me that. And since it's more than double the production, that's just easy peasy. That's one of the mistakes I made when I first played the game. Is I didn't really go through and clean up a lot of the lower level stuff. Not often, at least. Not till like was in the way. And so everything just got really crowded. Alright, so we'll deal with that in a second. Okay. Hi, weather. How are you doing out there? The crap, that's loud. Okay, 1 more. Flowers. Here, gonna do a little shuffling. Clearing up some inventory and all that. Alright. And we can drop off the magnesium. We got these. Put those in there. Cool. Hey, Alistair. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that good stuff. How was the stream? And all that. Give me a moment to figure out which way is up and what I'm doing and all that. But welcome in, raiders. Drop more flowers in there. Let's see, guess who forgot to copy his raid message? I know that feeling. Very, very individually, I know that feeling. But welcome in, raiders. I am Rual Storge. First of all, check out Alistair. was playing some blueprints from what Twitch is saying. You know, granted, that thing that Twitch saying is quite often wrong. But I do hope you had yourself a good stream and all that good stuff. I'm doing well myself. But definitely go check them out if you're looking for some blueprints, which is a roguelite puzzle game. Roguelite, not roguelike puzzle game. Definitely good time, definitely worth checking out, all that good stuff. Alright, so need one more super alloy and one more flower and we can get that going. Today was a coding day. Gotcha. Yeah, no, it's just the way that thing pulls for Twitch, it's kind of delayed. So sometimes they'll show what you did, like, the stream before kind of thing. I need another one of those. I'm just gonna grab one this time. But yeah, so definitely check them out and all that good stuff. But yeah, fun times. For everyone popping in, I am Rual Storge, do play a variety of games here on Twitch. Most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record. But that said, I am a variety content creator, so I do play a variety of games and all that. And I am gradually overwhelming myself with everything I'm doing right now because there's a I just have a fertilizer just sitting there. There's a bajillion things I'm trying to work on and splitting my attention between it. I need another flower. There we go. But we're playing some Planet Crafter today, where the entire idea is it looks a lot like Subnautica and it plays somewhat similarly. It just, instead of the goal being to get off the planet by just figuring out how to like deal with the disease and all that, this one you're trying to get off the planet by terraforming the planet to fulfill your obligations and yada yada yada. Really, really good game. It is one of those games that you look at and you think, oh my god, I just don't have the time to put into it. It's not as long as its first seems to come across. Alright, that's the orbital information screen. You've got a while there to go. Yeah, so those aren't going to do anything soon. Yeah, so we're getting all that going, that's fine. Okay, so back to what we were going to do, is I was going to take some time to do a little bit of exploration since all the ice is melting. But yeah, no, I definitely recommend Planet Crafter. It's a really good game. There's no combat in the game or anything like that. It's a survival crafter game where you arrive on a completely inhospitable, barren planet that's got no atmosphere, it's cold as hell, and just walking more than a couple of feet away from where you start is kind of difficult to do because there's just... your air capacity is negligible, and you slowly upgrade things that makes it easier and easier to get farther and farther along the map, and you start terraforming the planet. So where this planet used to be nothing but rock, we now have water and everything on it. It's still not particularly hospitable, but it is far, far better than it was. So what I'm trying to do is up by that dome over there. Oh, right. We tried to go in the dome earlier, and it's like, you don't have enough air pressure or some nonsense. That's right. I'm still going to go up there because I don't remember how much it wanted. Did we ever go up here? I don't remember if we did. But we're doing a little bit of exploration, trying to see if we can't find materials. I was wondering about vehicles. Seem weird to arrive by spacecraft and have no conveyance. I mean, I don't want to spoil the lore, but it actually does make sense, considering you are not exactly treated well, resourced, or supported in a meaningful capacity. Stop, 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 stop. This looks like edge of map situation. That feels very edge of map situation. But yeah, like, no, very, very genuinely. The problem is I can't say too much without spoiling, so I'm gonna avoid it. But, yeah, the fact that you don't have most of what you need to manage this is not entirely an accident. Okay, and that just opens up to that area again. The uncaring company excuse? basically, you're very expendable. I can give you like just the backstory without doing the spoilers. That the only thing you need to know is you were convicted of a crime, and your sentence, or whatever you want to go with, is that you'll have your charges dropped when you complete the terraformation of the planet you're put on. And that is like the whole thing. They never get into did you actually commit the crime or anything like that. You know, what your crime was. None of that is ever covered in the game. It is just, you know, you were convicted with a crime. You can kind of decide, did you do it? What did you do? Like, in your head if you want. But all of that is purely your own speculation. But, in the game, you're dropped on the planet. You have to terraform it. And needless to say, as a convicted criminal, they may not care about you very much. Well, right. It's not just planetary isolation. It's like literally if you terraform the planet, your charges are dropped. Is the promise. Because like the idea is it's like kind of the event, like an extreme community service kind of thing. Yeah, so what we're doing is we're watching for anything like cave entrances, stuff that sparkles, like in a way that we haven't seen. New locations we can reach, because this all used to be covered with ice until we warmed things up enough. I do find it a little annoying that I have to kind of fight the camera around, like, because it wants to really point the camera forward when you're driving, which is fine. So I still don't think we can get into this base. What I'm curious is what the, I don't remember what the cutoff was. Yeah, so 1 PA for air pressure. Then when we hit 1 PA, I'm supposed to be able to go in. That's got like some quarantine lock that until the air is viable out here, no dice. Let's take a peek up along the side of it. There's multiple large domes here. No new or exotic materials up here. Really good vantage point of seeing things. Yeah, and that one down there was the other base we had seen. That also has a requirement. Got a bunch of ice down this way as well. Let's start working our way down that way to see if we can't find anything worthwhile. Because that ice is melting as well, it's retreating slowly. They're going to repeat so much, game painful. Yeah, this is like an update map. It's not the main planets or whatever, so it's kind of like just additional content. A lot of that stuff does improve a lot as you play, because what'll end up happening is areas like this, you get all sorts of like grass and insects and trees and all that. This one's a little more egregious in how much texture repetition there is. Because this one doesn't feel like it has like the many different biomes as much as the other one. Now granted, we haven't fully explored the map. So you got more ice retreating over here. I should probably check that big pool of water there as well. Yeah, let's go up here. I think I made a little room up here I could top off my air at. And then maybe we go into this water here and dive down in the water and see if there's anything good inside the water, because that could be what's happening here. And this is another area I couldn't get into that I had to wait till a certain point before I was allowed in. Okay, so the one required 1 PA. That requires 1 part per million oxygen before I'm allowed in. So let's go check down by this bridge real fast. I'm just curious if, we've had it before in this game where you'll have an area that was covered in ice will melt, making it available. But, you know, there'll be a lake or whatever, and when you go down into the water, you find stuff. Well, that's looking like a big old bust here. There's no cave or anything there. And all these materials are pretty standard stuff. Yeah, because for this to still have a bunch of ice on it, tells me it's an area to be unlocked. Yeah, this looks all like just the standard stuff still. It's a big body of water, but more than likely under that ice somewhere will be some type of cave system or something we can explore. But yeah, literally not even like sulfur or aluminum, just really our normal stuff. Okay. Let's top off our air real fast. Back up there. Then we're gonna check around the other area a little bit more. Almost makes it look like there might be an area up there too. Yeah, you can check up there. Because at least in the earlier maps, the places they hid stuff were sometimes really subtle. And then once you found them, you'd, like, know to look for them again. But places where you could find, like, one of the types of ore just, like, tucked into a wall or something. See if there's anything back here. Nah, it's looking like it might be. Guess I can't go down there. Yeah, it's been the thing that's been surprising with this map. Okay, we don't have any real ore that direction at all. Because usually the boundaries of the map, it literally is stuff like this, where you see like a rock face or like a really jutting up ledge or whatever. And they just kind of expect you to be like, okay, clearly I'm not supposed to go past there. But yeah, they'll have places like you'll go back here and they'll just be like a cave entrance. But in this particular map, I've yet to find anything like that on the entire planet. Which it could be I'm just looking in the wrong places, slash there's ice in the way. It could be that they, instead of doing that, have just gone with these bases being more of the important thing. Which would be a pro and a con in the sense that if it is going through just the bases, those are a finite resource until you get to late game. Whereas the other ones you had to depend on the drills and exploration. So I'm curious about this. I will say night is super dark on this planet. Okay, so we're not seeing resources out here anymore. Okay, so that's obsidian. I don't need obsidian yet, but obsidian is a resource that's later game. I know where we are. Okay, we just drive this way and eventually we'll branch off the left and that takes us home. That's fine. I already explored the other side of that. Wait a second. Is that just a shadow or is that a cave? Yeah, it's a little undercropping, but there's nothing there. It may have been that way earlier when this wasn't underwater. It may have been someplace they hit a box that I already grabbed. Alright, let's keep getting out of here before we run out of air. Alright, and we should be right at our base. If I can turn around. Okay, so nothing there. This is a really weird map. I'm imagining once we get the GPS stuff up, it'll get a lot easier to figure a way around the map. But, you know, I don't have that yet. Okay, we can run these inside, drop them off. Getting pretty close to 500 of the MTI, so that helps a lot with our iron that we were running low on for making super alloy. Let's go empty our truck. Cool. So we have aluminum, uranium, cobalt, then more flowers. Grab some food and all that and drop that back off. Okay. I still think I focus on exploring just a little bit, because there's got to be some place I could find more materials. Because I really need the osmium. I can't get into those other places. And we have yet to figure out a place where I can get the osmium. So let's go back over here. Let's try breaking out to right. Are you into the Anno games? I have heard lots of good things about Anno. I haven't played them myself, but that's not been like deliberately avoiding or not being into them. Just kind of one of those things that I just haven't set aside the time to play it. But I have heard good things. Like, I owned one of them that I had purchased with the intent of playing. It just never happened. Too many games keep coming out and not having the time to stop to check them out. Weird, like, little gorge here. Ah, okay, I know where we're at. And top off our air. Hey, Ince, how's it going? This game makes you wish there was a modern Sim Earth type game. There probably is, but if people aren't actively looking for it, probably fell between the cracks. But yeah, no, I definitely remember Sim Earth. It wouldn't surprise me if there's stuff in that ballpark, though. It just goes unnoticed, forgotten, whatever word you want to choose. Alright. Oh, we got a box over here. Not a particularly exciting box, but whatever. Okay, so take the right, we go right back the way we were just a moment ago. Let's take it to the left this time. Alright, that's nothing, that's just placement. Next November, just a half year away? Gotcha. Let's see if there's anything underneath these rocks. These are some interesting formations. Nothing there or there. Okay. It's set in ancient Rome. Cool. So realistically, I'm probably going to need to be making myself a place to breathe down here. Which I believe is 2 titanium, a silicon, and 3 iron. Let me just check that. Because that's from where we're just driving around out here. If I keep where I have to keep running back home for air every time, they'll just get obnoxious. Like, entirely doable, but I'm just like in exploration mode. Because the alternative would be just letting the planet slowly terraform until such point that I can just breathe or whatever anyways. Alright, got another one of these places that we can get underground here. I'm pretty sure it's the same one I visited like a dozen times. Did I actually explore this? I don't think we did. I think this is one of the ones I couldn't get into before. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure this is one I couldn't get into before. I think this might have been the one that the door was covered with ice. Like, I was able to open the door, but like 2 inches in, it was just all ice. So this might be very encouraging stuff when we look around here. So the front room has nothing of value. Goodies in there. Let's go drop stuff in our car. Cool. Interesting that it's flagging like I could take it apart, but that doesn't actually let me do it. Okay. It's weird that this one was locked behind a bunch of stuff. Because I haven't seen anything I can interact with of substance in there beyond just grabbing some random materials. Which I'm not unhappy about. They're decent materials. Yeah, so you need tier 2 deconstruction. I'm trying to watch to see if I overlooked a staircase or something like that. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird that those are interactable, but you can't actually deconstruct them. They just highlight for a second. Yeah, no, it looks like no key cards, no anything like that. Regardless, we did empty the place out and there was a bunch of goodies in it, so you know it's not nothing. Gonna zip around a little bit more. But yeah, other than finding an area with obsidian, we didn't really find any new material locations. I'm still fully expecting to find an underground area that's gonna have like a lot of the goodies. Yeah, and that's that crevice over there is where I dropped into before, so you can try just turning a different direction. And then this will be the other base we checked out a bunch of times. Okay. That's an interesting issue we're having here. There's an unstuck button because the vehicle is really dodgy. But it's really not behaving how I'd expect. I figure I'm here. Let's just pop in and take the stuff out of all of these that we can. Alright, we have looted what we can. Yeah, still no luck in finding any hidden areas on the whole map. That's the thing that's got me curious, because that's like one of the fun things to find is all those like little hidden pockets or whatever. And it could be they just hid them way better. Maybe I check this path out on the left that's right down there, but we'll see. You have water? Yes, we do. Got lots of it. Alright. Yeah, the rover is really janky. It's honestly not that fast at going around because you can kind of go over a lot of the terrain if you're not using the rover, whereas the rover has to follow like wherever there's flat areas. So definitely a pro and a con with using the rover. The big advantage it has is the inventory space. That there's just tons of inventory space to deal with there. So we're like running around picking up all the stuff I've been leaving behind that's just regular materials because of inventory space. I don't have to do that. So there's the iron, there's the iridium, and that's that inventory full. You get some sick arrow once it's upgraded. Yeah, once it's upgraded, it's got a bunch more use. But it's kind of also around the time you get it all upgraded, you're like, okay, but now I have teleporters. And that kind of really undermines its value. I know part of the reason they got pressured is this game definitely gives you the feeling of like Subnautica. And Subnautica, the vehicles are kind of a big thing for it. And then this one just didn't have vehicles when it first came out of any kind. So I think they felt pressured to add vehicles to be more in parity feature-wise with Subnautica, since that's the game it gets compared to the most. And get that in there. Oh, I already have an obsidian box, don't I? Yep. And a titanium. And flowers and seeds. Okay, so what we're going to go ahead and do now is we're not going to run around out there anymore. Because I'm delaying working on a bunch of stuff. So I still have 1,000-something power floating around. So let's see. We are getting pretty close to getting the orbital information thing, as well as the tree spreader. We're nowhere near that. We're nowhere near that. We're slowly making our way to being able to doing the better food production. So it's honestly stuff like plants that we really need to pick up more on. I would also like to get this, but again, without the osmium, that's kind of the problem I'm running into. Well, okay, hang on. So you give me 450... Yeah, so you're literally like 30 of those. Can I make that osmium happen? Where I just usually don't worry about the recyclers. I don't really need this drill over here that badly. With that, I could get one of the really, really big drills. And like I said, it's worth like 20 of these littler ones. Where did I put that? It's over here somewhere. There you are. Yeah, it's fine. It's just a titanium. Alright. Drop of the titanium. So iron's maxed. Grab some iron. I can compress some of this using super alloy. Right. Almost the point of having it all compressed down. It's not like I don't find myself constantly needing to make super alloys, so that's fine. Okay, so if I want to make the super thing there, I'm going to drop one of these osmium off. And we, from there, will need 6 super alloy. We can make the really, really big thing. Yeah, labeled storage. Oh, yeah. So let's go over here somewhere to try and not bunch up all my machines at one place, because I get myself in trouble with that a lot. God, how ridiculously large you are. Okay, so that's a massive improvement over the ones they've got over here. Yeah, because these are 17 NPA. And then you are 459 NPA. So these ones are basically utterly irrelevant right about now. And you're made with the what? I'm going to leave them in place because I don't really need the materials. We're definitely going to want to get rid of those. Okay, if it's making the recycler, that requires explosives. I don't have explosives right now, but that would be a way of dealing with that. And we got Senji Cookie on their 480 stream streak, 480. Man, you're getting close to 500, and that's terrifying. But thank you for catching all those streams. I really do appreciate it. It means a heck of a lot. Yeah, so we've now got the air pressure going up a bit faster. Because when you hit 1 PA, that other base opens up. So that's going to be a while. Like, yeah, 1 PA basically means I get the tier 2 extractor before that happens. you're trucking along to gain the nuclear fusion generator, which I'm nowhere near. Nowhere near that. We're right about to get the orbital screen thing. And the rest of this, there's nowhere near time. Alright, let's start looking at trying to make a bunch of the plant rockets to get that accelerated. So, for the plant rockets, I believe it was 2 fertilizer, a sulfur, a lima seed, and a bark. Well, and the rocket engine. Well, let's make the rocket engine, regardless, I know. Because we can get the rockets going, and that'll still be important for all the multipliers. Cool, there's the orbital screen. Let's plunk down there. That'll probably be like silicon and aluminum and all that. I don't need to be down here to do that. So the orbital screen is a compass, an osmium, and a silicon. Okay, so the compass is 2 aluminum, magnesium, and a silicon. So boom, 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 boom. There's the compass. Alright, and then I need the osmium that I got 1 spare of. And a silicon. Okay, is Pascal. Yeah, so this will tell us what our multipliers they've got going on. So I got 2,000% multiplier on pressure, a 3,000 on heat, and a 1,225. Yeah, so the rockets end up being a big deal. Okay, so let's eat a bean. I need, I believe, a super alloy for making the rocket engine. Cool. And then let's go check what I need for the planet rocket. Can you break down the rods to get more ore? Yes, if I build the recycling thing. But I'm missing ingredients for the recycling thing, the big one. 2 super alloy, a lima seed, a fertilizer, and a tree bark. Yeah, so I have the level 2 recycler I could build, but that requires explosives to make. The level 1 recycling machine requires 2 deconstructor and 3 alloys. We could try that. I probably need to just accept that. I usually don't like using the recycling machines, but that's fine. So 2 deconstructors. So that's 2 silicon, 2 magnesium. And then 3 super alloys, so 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. I actually have no idea if I should have this indoors or outdoors. Right now I've got the room indoors if it'll take it. Okay, so let's see what happens with that. Grab 1 rod. Alright. Yeah, so I kept putting that off. I honestly shouldn't have. That'll work fine. Okay. Yeah, and that'll basically let me automate it. So we can do that process manually. So it does open up more things. So we could get more of these going, which is probably not bad. I'm going to go here. Not that many. Start getting a bunch of these super alloys. Because I can always reverse this. It didn't look like it loses any materials. Maybe it does. 1, 2, 3, 4. It did lose materials on one of them. So instead of getting the 9 back, I got 8 and an aluminum. That one gave me 9 and aluminum. No, but yeah, they both gave me 8 and an aluminum. So it technically does have a loss to it. A very small loss. One that's not a problem. But it does have a loss to it. Alright. So let's go over here. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Then go to our super alloy, and I'm just gonna grab all of it. And we're gonna shove down 2 more of the big pressure drills. Oh, okay. I'm just misremembering the recipe. Okay. That's good. I was about to be like, it'd be weird if I took a loss. Okay, so apparently I'm not taking a loss. I just am misremembering the recipe. Which is fine. We haven't had the ability to make the osmium rods yet, because finding loose osmium isn't a thing that we've gotten on this map yet. Alright, so we've massively increased the air pressure production. And meanwhile, we're going to chuck this all in storage because those other drills I put down make these look utterly useless. Okay. So inventory's getting full again. Cool, we can drop the rest of the aluminum off. Alright, so with that, we needed fertilizer, which is 2 eggplant, a sulfur, and that. So let's go 1, 2, 3, 4. 2 sulfur. Grab all the algae. I'm gonna drop off the spares. I need 2 of the tree bark things, which I don't remember where I put those. I need 2 Lirma. I think that was everything I needed for it. Because I'll put up 2 more plant rockets. Oh, I didn't make a second rocket engine. No meme deliberately spawning the rockets on top of each other so they crash into each other and all that. Okay. So I can go here and grab an iridium rod. 2 uranium. I already have the super alloy.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Okay. The rockets end up being extremely good because with the rockets, since they're just like a multiplier, when you upgrade your buildings and all that, this carries with whatever buildings you have. So these are huge. It's one of the things I tended to not do as much as I should with is the rockets. Okay, so we're getting pretty close to a seed spreader, which will get a lot more stuff going on. And then honestly, I'm surprised we're already getting that close to the DNA manipulator. I guess it makes sense, because it was by the time we get to the bugs, that's the whole thing. Yeah, so biomass is continuing to go up. Alright. Let's keep going with the rockets. As long as we can make them happen. What am I forgetting? I'm forgetting something. I'm not. Okay, so we still have a super alloy left. I need another Lirma seed. 1, 2, 3. I need 2 eggplants. Let's go stock up. We can make a fertilizer. Oh, I'm missing the sulfur. That's pretty funny that just literally the eggplant itself, just eggplant in isolation got flagged by automod. Just alone. Nothing else to it. And automod was like, nope. Not even gonna let that one slide. That's honestly pretty funny. Like, and don't get me wrong, I do understand it is used in that means. It's still pretty funny that that flagged. Because it is, like, very genuinely eggplant, like, there's certain things like eggplant and, like, sweaty face or whatever. People do use that to imply, like, you know, sex stuff. It's still a stretch, but it's pretty funny that that flags to me. But here, no context. Yeah, no, it's one of those ones like, alright, a little bit of a stretch. Honestly, if someone was just like randomly, I'm willing to bet there are channels that they do have the problem of, they do have the problem of people, you know, popping in, and then, you know, they see someone who's attractive, they just eggplant sweaty face or whatever, and you're like, alright, come on, man. Don't be that way. I'm willing to bet that actually is a problem that happens. Which is probably why, on its own, it flags. I could see that being a trolling issue. It still amuses me. And I still am like, yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and not auto-mod that. I think, honestly, the eggplant emote by itself in something else, like, as far as sentence, probably wouldn't flag. But it's pretty funny. There's some of that stuff that you're like, alright, I see how you got there. It's a bit of a stretch. I do see how you got there. Hey, Jay Walker, how's it going? Not watch Planet Crafter, the best game. There's a lot of games that have like eggplant. Okay, so we're gonna have the seed spreader unlocking in just a minute. We'll go ahead and make the rocket engine because well, actually, I don't know that for a fact. There could be that'll probably be a tier 1 rocket engine. We'll go ahead and make the rocket engine for it. So with that, I'm gonna need to grab a stack of iridium. Make a bar. Okay, I was making sure I had enough to make 2 bars. And the reason that's important is so I have a bar's worth of iridium later to make another rocket if I need it. I'm gonna go ahead and smash in our really super alloy rods. Should have built the recycler a while ago. I know people hinted that I should do that. I just didn't run to nearly the constraints of this stuff in the other map, so it just didn't seem necessary. Okay, so 1 for you. That'll make the rocket engine. Okay, so you need 2 superalloy, a mutagen, and a bacteria sample. We can go ahead and make a run to get more algae because we're gonna need that. Very soon I should start seeing the beginnings of insects on the ground. It won't be very long. Okay, it looks like the ones that are way below water finally disappeared. Okay, so all those previous ones I did, they will do a lot. Yeah, level 1s are fine if you're patient. Yeah, no, I'm assuming the only difference between level 1 and level 2 is level 2 you have a locker so it can spit out stuff into the second locker. You know, versus you needing to do it manually. Yeah, drones working hard? Oh yeah, I mean... All of these you end up getting drones working really hard. Let's grab the water, I know I need a bunch of it here. Like, the more you unlock drones, you just do what you can to, like, scale up your drones as fast as possible. Okay, so I need a bacteria sample. I need a mutagen. I can't do mutagen, I don't have a source of methane. Drop you in here for right now. I have mutagen 3 and 4 I looted. That's right, I need a mutagen 1 if I recall. And that requires methane. And methane requires me to get enough stuff for the gas extractor, whatever it is. Yeah, so it's a mutagen. Okay, well that's pretty rough. So how are we doing to getting that? Because that's a gas extractor. That's 100 MPa pressure. We are working on that. We did build up our pressure a lot. And that'll get us to our other stuff here. And I can't make... Oh, I can make that happen. Let's get more stuff for pressure going. So I got you. Got 6 of you, so I can slap down another one of the pressure things. Cool. And I'll get another one of those going. Because I figure I might as well get 5, because that way if I get a booster, that's the appropriate amount for dealing with the booster. So with that, we will need to grab an osmium rod and a super alloy rod. And go smash those in the thing down here. That's alright, all the materials I need. And that'll be my 5 big drills. Cool. So that should also help get the pressure going up faster, because when we hit the 1 PA pressure, that is the point where, the 1 PA pressure is the point where that other area opens up. And at 100 MPa pressure, we get the gas extractor, which lets me get methane, and once we get methane, I can start sending up the seed satellites. We're getting right about to get the DNA manipulator. The DNA manipulator, as I recall, is what you end up needing to do the insect stuff. This is what I really want, the auto crafter over here, so that's 2.5 GTI. The air filter's another big one, 2 GTI. Yeah, so we're not going to get much with that. This is nowhere near ready for anything. The nuclear fusion generator will be nice, but not that urgent. We're over halfway from getting the food grower, and we're a little under halfway from the tree spreader, which is the next major milestone so far as progressing our getting this all to pick up speed. Okay, so we have the DNA manipulator, which is in here somewhere. Okay, zeolite, bioplastic nugget, and explosive powder. Let's make that. We're gonna need it for a lot of stuff. So do this, iridium, and the bioplast is right here. Oh, the zeolite, that's right. So I'm not going to be able to do much with it yet. Why are you being so picky about where I put you? But the idea is I can use mutagen to make the trees. And you get all that. The unfortunate reality is I don't have what I need to do more with that. Alright, so we can drop off the aluminum. Drop off the super alloy. Drop off the osmium. We can't do much with that yet, but we will be able to soon. Go ahead and grab some tree bark. I'm going to need a bunch of that. Alright. Ah, it's too late for me to snooze the ad. So what's going to happen here in a minute is I need to run down and use the restroom and all that. It's too early for my wife to be home, but it's kind of one of those things that I can go ahead and toss the food in the oven and all that. It'll be right when she gets home. And that'll be fine, because we can let that run for a minute. I'll take an extra sip of these things. So that can just kind of sit here and run for a minute, so we're not missing anything. But I'll be back in a couple minutes. Thank you again for so much for tuning in. I do hope you're enjoying the stream, and I'll be back in a few minutes.
Well, he certainly doesn't need that anymore.
She, man. Nicely done. I have been claimed by the landmines in many a place. I'm gonna have failed this, like, at the door. Oh, come on, just give me a tower. Great architect. Excellent news. The wonder has been built, completed the great monument. All of us are very proud to be part of the Glorious Empire. Great architect. Excellent news. You did a great job. We completed all the goals in the city. We can move on to the next place and create a new city in order to expand our Glorious Empire. That's good, because I was going to literally lose the next term. Great architect. The Emperor, I regret to inform you, you have been dismissed from management due to low loyalty. Oh, okay. I won and I lost in the same turn. Excellent. Perfect. It's fine. This is the demo, by the way.
Left again. Keep going. Keep going into the garage.
It moving. Oh, you are too
find
late.
Some Tupperware or hide behind the truck.
Oh, you're
Either
safe.
one.
It's not hunting anymore.
Oh,
Okay.
oh, Pank got away by like
We're by
nothing.
ourselves.
Orange. And home. You brought this on yourself. You knew this was coming. I should tell the sad news. No, no, please. Imagine that's your permadeath run, and that's how you die. Okay, good job, man. So we got a bamboo. You know that wreck? That wreck I mentioned? You might get to keep that wreck. I think that wreck belongs to you. I'll let him know, chat.
Maximum depth reached. Hull damage imminent.
Don't tell him, chat. He thinks we're leaving. He thinks we're leaving, chat. He'll never know. I think he knows. I'm pretty sure he very much knows. Oh, you scared the crap out of me, Sand Shark. No. I'll just... Yeah, unfortunately you got beat up too, so... Is it just like because I had an expensive colony earlier? It's like, no, we're just gonna keep this going. Just, no, never let up. Just keep it going. Ambrosia addiction, why not? Let's add it to the pile. Disease gutworms, okay. What is this? Oh, good. Ducks join. I actually would like the ducks. The ducks would be lovely. Rare thrombo. We're gonna leave those alone. They're gonna eat all my plants. It's deeply upsetting. Okay, hang on. Hang on. Little too ambitious with that jump. Yep, let's, take a minor detour. Metal pipe is actually a pretty crap weapon. No. I missed. As well as 5.56, the big downers, we don't have a gun that uses 5.56. They're extremely rare. Like the weapons that use like 5.56 and that, the ammo is almost irrelevant because you'll never find enough guns to actually use it. And unfortunately, the gun's the only way to repair. You'll definitely never find the gun that uses it. Individual groups or whatever like that. Oh, you legitimately scared the crap out of that. That's the first time I've been gotten with that in a long time. Whoever did that, you were well-timed, probably Cookie. Because this is legit a place that always makes me nervous. And I was looking at chat for a second, and the noise played, and I thought I had just gotten got. It's very rare that I actually get caught by that, and that was like, I'm not afraid to admit when I do get legitimately caught. Well played. I wanted to inform you that I've subscribed to your vlog. In the recent post, consisted of you in minimal apparel diving into a newly constructed natatorium. Afterwards, I took note the beads of water shimmering off your epidermal layer, and as such, I felt compelled to report my observations to you. However, my observations were inconclusive, so I have no choice but to closely monitor the future video logs for possible reoccurring instances of dermal hydrosis. Henceforth, the aforementioned subscription, all in the name of science, of course. Regards, Victoria. Oh, this is my coworker. Not the... Hang on. I thought this was just some, like, inappropriate, you know, like, just inappropriate, unsolicited thing that she was trying to, like, talk up the science because she knows, like, we're some breaking engineer and everything. Nope, this is my coworker. Yeah, but I was just kind of showing. I talked about like putting like a giant pile of bodies to try and ramp, but you can see where you can get some pretty good air. Ah, that hurts. That was just 1 second. Like here, I'm assuming someone got a clip of it. If you have a clip of it, let me know and I'll permit you. And what's? Oh. I wonder if I got some dead pixels on my right screen. Like right here on my screen, I got a little black line, just like that big. And I was like, oh, maybe it's like a hair or something. I was like, no, that looks like some dead pixels. Oh well, that screen's been around a while. And it's at least not my main screen. Alright, and I am back. My apologies for it being long. Stomach's being a little upset. Not terribly upset, but definitely unsettled, so let's just take it somewhere real fast before it got worse. Right. So I did leave the game unpaused, So it wasn't long enough that we got into trouble. But I do think we got our next unlock, I'm guessing. Oh, we got more than one. Yeah, so we got the super alloy rod we can make now. And we did get the gas extractor. So that's good news. So gas extractor is 2 zeolite and iridium rod. Okay. That unfortunately does mean we need to have a minor detour with this. Which is I need 3 I need to get silicon. Oh. What I should do... Let's grab you. What do I need for the drill again? Iridium rod, of course. The super alloy, an aluminum, and a titanium. Because I don't have to go out and manually mine these again and again, so having that running should still be good. That makes sense.
Thank you, Starbetard, for subscribing for 16 months.
Hey, Stop Todd, thank you so much for the Prime Gaming sub. I really do appreciate that. That's 16 months you've been subbed to the channel, and I really do appreciate the continued support. It means a lot. So thank you. I hope things have been going good on your end. We're about 50% into the vegetation stage. Yeah, so I need to get the materials for the gas extractor, which does mean bringing in an iridium asteroid. So what we're going to need to do here is I need more silicon. Because as you can see, as we're getting more and more plants and all that, it gets harder and harder to see like the random loose junk on the ground. Because you'll notice now, with the vegetation phase getting underway, these aren't grass I planted. This is the stuff that is just slowly making its way on the planet as we advance the stages of the planet. You know what I've been meaning to test? We still haven't found a use for selenium yet. Let's just try chucking that in the recycler. I don't expect it to do anything. I'm expecting that I've just missed some process or later on we'll use it for something, but it's been all over the place. It's worth considering. I don't think it'll do anything. But it's been sitting here this whole time. I've yet to find a use for it. Yep, it just gets spit back out again. It's worth a check. Alright. So let's pop down here. And like I said, I need to get some silicon. So what we're gonna do is just get around the corner from where our base is at and do that. I am gonna have to run downstairs again in just a couple minutes. I did chuck my dinner in the stove, and I just gotta go and pull it back out. It's unfortunate timing. Normally I delay that ad break until my wife gets home. So the timing's a little bit better, but I looked over to be like, oh, it's feeling like it's about time that I need to go and mess with it, and it was like literally already saying like, you know, timing up the ads and all that. It's like, well, crap, because once it does that, I can't do anything about it. Like everything else in the game, it has a use, but not an immediate one. Yeah, no, I figured as much. That's the reason I got like 5 of it in storage and I haven't been picking up more of it, is just because, you know, if I can't immediately use it, if I start just filling up a bunch of cabinets with it, and I don't know what it's used for, it could be that I will need a lot of it, but I don't have to build like locker after locker because I'm just greeting everything off the ground. Alright, that should be enough for right now. But yeah, as you're starting to notice, chat, as we're terraforming the planet, all the tops of the rocks are getting like a moss on them. We're starting to see bits of grass and everything showing up in the wild. Eventually we'll start seeing trees and insects and all sorts of stuff. That the planet will gradually become far nicer. But we got the speed going pretty good, and I believe after MTI, I think we go to GTI. So we're actually making really good progress on the next thing. Oh yeah, I forgot, I can still pick up you. I don't really need these. The bigger drills are just so much better, it makes them pretty much irrelevant. And that'd be Tomb getting home. Okay, so I need a super alloy. Actually, I think I need 2 super alloys. Okay. Chuck those in there, grab 2 back. Drop off the aluminum. And I believe I need 3 silicon. I think that's everything I need. Ooh! Ooh, is this the, It's a shame this is happening at night, where I can't really see well. Can't see it all well. Because those ones smashing down one after the other, they're dropping super alloy. It can actually be dangerous because you can get pelted by the asteroids. As it's happening here, and I'm nearly dying from it. Yeah, I've been hit 3 times so far during it. Now, one of the catches with that one is the super ally, as I recall, doesn't stay on the ground very long. Now, I thought with how many had hit that spot, I was going to find a bunch just laying down here in the bottom, but I guess not. That's fine, we still got a bunch. Yeah, there's a couple of there's a lot of asteroids you get them and you just kind of go shrug, whatever, I don't really care. You know, oh hey, here's an asteroid that's giving me a little bit of aluminum. Yeah, I don't really care that much. But then there's the ones that give you like the magenta crystal things, and then there's ones that give you the super alloy. That when you see those, unless you're like really late game where it's just like automatically producing super alloy for you, it's kind of drop everything, it's like, go get it. Yeah, when everything turned bright pink, I'm like, oh, we want to be outside now. But yeah, the issue with those, they don't stay very long, but we did get a bunch of them. Alright, bear with me, chat. I just need to go grab my dinner out of the oven, and I'll be right back. And thank you again for tuning in, and then that'll be like the last of breaks for a little while. So I'll be back here in a minute, so thank you again for tuning in.
Gliding down!
I need to not be holding the button if I do that. But yeah, so it is... Why did I go to the moon? I don't understand. Why? I think I found a bug in the physics engine. What do you think, chat? I'm not sure what I hit, but, I didn't just slam into the roof and get stuck here. Like, we kinda glided up here. I have to find out. So, is there anywhere down here we gotta worry about? Okay. So I'm not gonna put up here, I'm gonna go ahead and put these up here. I had gotten the amount of tomato seeds I wanted, and then the game was like, congratulations, have tomato seeds. I was like, wait, no, hang on. Is there anywhere we got one? Like... Am I dead or alive? I guess I'm dead.
What is going on?
A raid.
He installed the musical alarm.
Welcome to the nuclear reactor. Here we dance. We dance like there's no tomorrow. Dance with me. Dance.
Who needs sonar when we have beats? I mean, the accordion makes it.
I had no idea that this sub was rated for Europop.
Well, it's not. No, that'll definitely overload the reactor vent for the kill us all.
I don't think I've had nearly enough drugs for this.
That sounds like a you problem.
I'm sure that looks better in
Doc,
theirs,
can I
like
get hit with some
headbanging.
of that sweet, sweet morphine?
Oh, we're probably dead here. That's it.
They had a family, children, a job that now needs to be reassigned.
Whoops. I missed with the whale. I'm sure they'll figure it out. He barely did anything to the whole situation. So, alright. The gap to see the full damage. Oh, they're probably popping through that gap. I'm just trying to get the ones that get all the way down here. This is gonna get you killed. I mean, I have to deal with it. It's just a shame I can't shoot them through it. Actually, tens of thousands. I'm off by that.
Fire in the hole! Now that's
Wait
the
a
right
moment.
idea.
Why would you do this, Allison?
They got me on the ropes.
So something is getting messy in the physics calculations. Oh, I see a real problem with going this way. Hang on, we might need to go around. That one log on the right looks like it'll be a little problematic for taking through there. Just gonna go on a guess here. Let's do this the uncontrolled way. All right. I didn't do that right. You see nothing. You see nothing, worker. You move on. You killed 5 of my guards. No, get out of here, guard. There's nothing to see here. Oh, would you look at that? No. She does not put up with people who kill her guards. Oh man, guard, don't do that. Why would you do that, guard? That is unacceptable behavior. Perfect timing. It's good to see you, Blind. Thank you so much for the raid and all that. But welcome in, Raiders. Let me go ahead and get you a shout out. I was just getting back up here. I don't know if this is case sensitive or not. Oh, never mind. Mod's got it. Jupiter Hell Classic. I have no idea what that is. But yeah, so first of all, I do hope you had yourself a good stream. For those who don't know who Blind IRL is, absolutely fantastic content creator, someone I highly, highly recommend check it out. Fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team, the stream team I'm on. Plays a lot of Dwarf Fortress and games like that. A lot of really excellent games, really fun, dry wit and all that stuff. It's a remake of a demake in the theme of the remake of the demake. Excellent. I absolutely understand what you mean by that. I don't. It's a legally distinct Doom roguelike. Gotcha. Okay. Interesting. All right. It's a remaster of Doom RL, a turn-based Doom fan game from 2002. Gotcha. That sounds interesting. Cool. I actually need an Iridium asteroid while we're talking. But yeah, so definitely check out Blind. Really good. Like, literally, I do not know anyone who knows Dwarf Fortress better. Just period. No, like, any, you know, quantification of that. Just literally, when it comes to Dwarf Fortress, I don't know anyone who knows better. Doesn't play exclusively Dwarf Fortress. Does play other games. But Dwarf Fortress is heavily presented on the channel. Sorry, I'm, like, juggling a couple other things I was working on in the meantime. So I'm trying to get that sorted out real quick. So 4. But I do hope you had yourself a good stream and all that. And thank you again so much for the raid. What am I forgetting? I'm forgetting something. What am I forgetting? But, for everyone popping in here, I am Rual Storge, who play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. But that said, I am a variety streamer. I do play a whole range of different games. And right now, I'm just gonna go ahead and grab some, I don't know, I'm gonna grab some squash. But I do play a variety of games. Right now we're playing some Planet Crafter, which is, it looks a lot like Subnautica, and it does very much have that same vibe as Subnautica, and the fact that you're like dumped on a planet, gotta explore and survive and whatnot. It is a survival crafter. Except instead of horrifying things that come from the depths and try to eat you, it's more just trying to not suffocate to death. But both games you're trying to get off the planet. But in this particular game, you're trying to get off the planet because, like, the way you're getting off the planet is by terraforming the planet. Because you're here as you were convicted of a crime, and your charges will get dropped if you finish terraforming the planet. The game never does get into, did you actually commit the crime? Yes, no. What was the crime or anything like? It just kind of hand waves and just says, you got convicted. You can kind of choose in your own head, did you commit some truly heinous crime that, you know, 100% this is justified, or were you innocent, or was it like something extreme or whatever. But that said, we do play a lot of simulation games, Tycoon, City Builder, Settlement Builder, like all that kind of stuff. If terraforming is a crime, do you have another planet next? That would low-key be such a great thing, because, you know, you can play the first game and... not first game. You can play the first one, and then there's a DLC for another planet. That would have been a great segue into that one. That you go through all that, you do things by the book, you terraform the planet, and, you know, get taken off, and then the second game's like, by the way, the company made you do illegal things, therefore you've committed a crime, putting you back into the company. I think that would have been a fun way to do that. But yeah, so they had an update about a month ago called Moons, because in the game there's the base planet Prime that you go through and you terraform and all that stuff. And then they came out with a DLC called the Humble Planet, which is mostly the same idea but a brand new planet, and they've kind of adjusted some of the way you progress the game to give it a little bit of a new flavor. This one's not a DLC, this is just had a big update, because the progression is the same on this one as it was on the first one, but it is a new planet to explore, and the exploration's kind of the big thing. It has the pro and the con that, like, Subnautica has, where the first time you play it, it's amazing, you get to explore and find all the new stuff in the world, and there's all that. but kind of has the problem of once you know your way around the world, that's kind of that. Like, the next time you play, you just know, oh, I need to get this resource. Well, that resource is over there. And so it doesn't hold the same appeal the second time. I'm very quickly running out of air, so let me get back into Hoem. But yeah, really, really fun game. It's one of those ones you can kind of take at your own pace, so we got lots of iridium, which is what we needed. And I need even more. So drop that off. Because it's getting low on iridium. But, this one's also been interesting, because, like, the other maps, there's all sorts of cave systems we find and all that. I haven't found any of that. And that might be because I just haven't found it. But it also might be that they just don't have them on this planet, which would be curious. Because it is a game that you start out with the world, and your world feels kind of small, because you can't go anywhere, because you suffocate too fast. But over time, the world just gets bigger and bigger as you're able to reach more and more of it. And it does get to the point that the world can be pretty daunting in size. Yeah, so we already checked this one. There'll be iridium that I missed because it's underneath the rocks and I can't move these rocks. But with the angle those came in, there might be a bunch over here too. A lot of times they smack into this trying to reach me. Looks like none this time. But yeah, so I was hurting for iridium, so we had to use some to start another meteor, and that also helps with the terraforming. Now, the way terraforming works in it, you'll see a number counting up rapidly above my head, which is the terraforming index. And the way the game starts is you put down, like, a little thing, and you start burning some of the rock to basically just dump gases into the air to start building up an atmosphere. Then you'll start getting, like, oxygen production going and stuff like that. Alright, so I got a couple more I can reach. Oh, please let me out. Okay. And so you, like, slowly kind of work on different things, like the heat, the air pressure, the oxygen. Eventually you start working on getting plant life. And then you ruin everything by creating insects. It's perfect. Which we're actually getting pretty close to the insect phase. I believe insect phase comes after vegetation. And we're at 60% into vegetation right now. Okay, so we got a little bit more iridium. You can drop that off. Take a sip of water. Need some squash. I need to make some iridium rods. Which is why we did that rock in the first place. So I need more iridium so I can grab 2 uranium. A super alloy.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Make a rocket engine. Alright, you get some dinner. Thank you again so much for that raid. I really do appreciate it. Grab 2 of you. One moment. Okay. We need more silicon. And we'll draw in another iridium rocket. Because I need more. And if we look at these rockets, so we have the iridium rocket, the magnet field protection rocket, so it brings in iridium asteroids, but also increases the rate we build up air pressure around the planet by 1,000%. And that's so it's multiplicative against the base stat, additive against other rockets. So if we check our rockets, you can see I'm going to have, right now it's a 3,000% production of heat, 4,000 that. We did get the tree spreader, so that's going to be huge. Okay, those look like they're going to hit the same angle the last ones did. So I'm going to let them just do their thing for a minute or so. So for a tree spreader... It sounds like they're hitting closer than I expected. Did I get the angle wrong? Like, I don't control the angle, but where I'm guessing they're hitting. Nope, they're hitting that. Every single one's been hitting that side of that ledge, and I gotta go around for them. Okay, so at 1,000, or 1 GTI, we get the exoskeleton thing. The tree spreader we're not gonna have anytime soon. That we're not gonna have anytime soon. That one... Yeah, it's fine. It sounded like it hit much closer. Alright, regardless, so tree spreader. That's gonna be our next thing. So I need a bacteria sample, fertilizer, tree bark. Okay, so we got a lot of things we gotta make with that. Because that'll be a big win. So there's a tree bark, there's a bacteria sample. We need a bioplastic. And a fertilizer and a super alloy. Do I have the fertilizer already over here? I do not. So it's 2 eggplant, a sulfur, and 3 algae for fertilizer, I believe. And then I just need a super alloy. Now the catch is I don't think I have any tree seeds, right? Yeah, I don't think we've got a tree seed so far. Which is a problem. I don't think this will work without a tree seed. Alright, and I've learned my lesson the last time I played this. Do not put tree things nearby your base. Having a forest immediately outside your door, while it looks gorgeous, for the record, really, really, really sucks to actually deal with. Yeah, so the problem is I need to put a tree in there, and I don't have one, because I need mutagen. Right! Right! We had just unlocked this thing, which requires more iridium. So let's go grab more iridium. That's the reason we need the iridium, is I needed the thing to get gas, to get methane, to make mutagen, to make trees and all that sort of stuff, and to get the seed spreader satellite built, and yada yada. You get the idea. I needed the thing to get the thing to get the thing to get the thing to get the thing. The classic survival crafter situation. That one thing requires the other thing, requires the other thing, requires the other thing, and sooner or later you've lost track of everything you were doing because you're like 6 layers deep. I can't quite reach that one. That's fine. That's gonna happen. Don't sweat it when that happens and you can't quite get at some of the stuff. Eventually the chunks of stone disappear. And the ore on the material will also disappear, but the rocks disappear way before it. So it's just to remember to like come back later to clean up. And then plus stuff like iridium and iridium and uranium and that really, really stand out. Oh wait, is that already disappearing? Can I just like cruise over there and grab it? We did sit inside for a minute working on stuff after it appeared, so that'd be good. But the important thing is need to always get at least 9 iridium when I do an iridium rocket, because 9 iridium is the resource requirement for said rocket. And ideally I want significantly more, so, you know, I get a surplus. Yeah, they got more rock up there. We'll check this spot over here next. And then go down to our base, drop off, because we'll need to get air. Actually, didn't think I was going to be able to get in there to get that. Alright, so drop off, get our air, and then we can go across the other side of the hill and see if there's more. Because I need to get the methane production online. So we can start making mutagen. Once I can start making mutagen, I can start making trees. Once I can start making trees, that'll massively improve the rate I'm getting plants and biomass. Yeah, that's what you want to see. Alright, so pop up here. Make 2 more iridium rods immediately. So one of those I'll need back. So for the methane thing, I need 3 super alloy, 2 zeolite. And I believe this needs to be put outside. I'm going to put it right next to my door if it'll let me. Yeah, so this will start grabbing methane and all that for me to let me get mutagen. I need to top off my water. Then go grab the last of the iridium up there. And it should give it a little while to hopefully, get ourselves some methane. And then I'll want to put up at least one seed rocket no matter what we do. Because if you think about like the multipliers and all that, where it gives you 1,000% per rocket of whatever it does, like plants, oxygen, whatever. If I put up no rockets, I get no bonus. Straightforward. Doesn't take an explanation. If I put up one rocket, I get a 1,000% bonus, which again is multiplicative against however many buildings you built, that kind of thing. And a bonus is applied to all your buildings. Whereas future rockets are additive against that bonus. And the reason that matters is having a no bonus, and then you can add a multiplicative thing on there, just is a huge benefit. The additive still helps a lot, but, you know, literally doing everything times 10 is a major increase. And it's always worth putting out more rockets, because it's a one-time investment that you do, and then you just keep getting more resources from it. Alright, I think we got all the iridium we're going to get for the time being from all that. Which is good. We still got like 4 or 5 iridium rods worth, and then on top of that we did get to where we build up pressure faster. We should watch, because when we hit 1 PA pressure, there is a base I couldn't get into before that I'll be able to get into. And I assume we'll get some pretty good resources out of that at this stage of the game. Alright. And slowly the planet gets greener and greener. Here, it's 70% vegetation. Okay, so drop those off. Okay, so let's take a quick peek down here real fast. Do we have a methane? I do. Alright, so I need the methane to make mutagen. So a bacteria sample and a sulfur. I don't remember exactly what we need for bacteria sample. There's our sulfur. I feel like the bacteria sample is just water and algae. So there's the mutagen. I believe I actually need a second bacteria sample if I remember correctly. Go over here, drop off some of that water. I will need a rocket, so we'll grab one of you. To you. Super alloy. Sorry about that. I believe I need the piece of wood. Okay, so we're trying to make a seed spreader rocket, which will massively increase the rate we get plants, is what we're working on right now. I don't remember the exact recipe. 2 super alloy, and then we got it. So that'll be a big win, because that'll be all of the different rocket types will have at least one up. And a lot of the stuff we can automate later, but that's going to take a while. Your unlocks are all related to terraforming. There's some unlocks that'll be to specific things where it's like, okay, once you get X amount of plants, so far as biomass, you get one. Yeah, so that'll give me 1,000% the oxygen. That's 1,250% that. Let's go ahead and boost our oxygen. So, obviously we get more oxygen by launching a tree into space. Don't worry about it. Okay, so yeah, like for example, our overall terraforming score, when we hit 1.5 GTI, which are at 1.1, I get, you know, a thing that lets me grow plants faster. When I hit 6 parts per million, I get a better tree spreader. When our heat hits 750, I think that's pico Kelvin. Is it pico or micro? I don't remember. It doesn't matter. We get the nuclear fusion. When I hit 364.5 MPa, then our pressure is there. Like we get the new thing there. We get a tier 5 heater when we hit 8.3 kilotons of biomass. We get bees when we hit 80 tons of plants. We start unlocking more trees once we get insects in our world, and then we get animals. And animals is the last phase. Micro? Yeah. So the thing we need to do now is I've got that that tree thing down below. I need to actually do stuff with the tree thing. So for that, I need more mutagen. Means more sulfur, which I don't have. Okay, so we need to do a sulfur run. Let's eat something. Gonna empty you out while I'm standing here. Empty you out while I'm standing here. Okay, so drop you in there. Okay. So, the iron is getting very disproportionately high compared to everything else. That should shock literally no one. I'm probably at the point I need the shredder. So it's an osmium, a uranium, and explosive powder, which requires sulfur. And I don't have enough of the other materials to turn all of... It's fine. Honestly, what we could do with this for right now... What we could do with this for right now, actually, is I know I'm going to need more boxes here not too long. Let's just go ahead and make some storage cabinets that are unlabeled for the time being. Because that's very costly on... Oh, that's not far enough back, is it? Because it's fairly resource costly as on iron. Cool. So that I've got these available for anytime we want to put stuff else down. We can go here. That'd actually be a start. So we can start. You are solar quartz. Mag quartz. Quasar quartz. There, and it gets rid of a bunch of iron, and it clears out a little bit of that. We need to take a sip of water. I'll grab myself... Actually, we'll go out here. Grab ourselves a spare water out of this real quick. Alright, so let's go over here and start getting some sulfur. We definitely need to get our, we definitely need to upgrade the drill soon, which should be soon. Because once we get that, then I should be in good order to get the tier 2 drills. And I'm really hoping with the tier 2 drills we start coming by some better resources. I'm also a little concerned that I'm not finding sulfur where I get my sulfur from. If we keep having to go farther and farther, eventually this becomes a problem. Grabbing some aluminum on the way through just to prevent this trip from being a total waste. What I am looking forward to is I believe when we get the GPS satellite, I believe at that point I'll start being able to see, like, what resources are where so far as for the drills. To a certain extent, it won't show me everything. But that's when I can start putting down the drills and being more targeted about it. So I can just plunk down a drill and be like, alright, we're getting sulfur now, and I just have to do laps to that. There'll be a bunch of materials I'll have to just figure out where to put the drills, and I will need a higher tier. That's late game problems. So when I run out of sulfur, that's gonna be a problem. Alright, grab this last one. Because I need to rush back. Must not spoil, don't spoil. Like, it could even be that the drills just aren't as useful in this one. That could literally be the challenge, because usually what happens, you just get the drills online, you get the bots to feed them, like to feed the drill stuff into your base. You can kind of automate a lot of the resources. There's always some resources that require a little personal involvement, but you can automate pretty dang heavily. Let's not take our chances. I've avoided dying so far, and two cobalt isn't that big a deal. Because the big concern was stuff like if you could exhaust all of your sulfur and everything and you just don't have the ability to drill for it. I know a lot of the resources when you can start jumping to the other stuff becomes a whole big thing. And there's a lot of resources that you don't run out of, like, ever. Like, you can always bring it back, but there are some, like, when you put the rockets into space, those resources are gone. When the rocket's up in space, it's in space. There's no take-backsies. Okay. So, right. We needed to make mutagen, because we need to get a tree bark, a mutagen, and a lirma seed or whatever. And then mutagen required methane and a bacteria sample. There's the methane. There's that. I need 3 water for the bacteria sample. Okay, so now I need... So all of these, it's telling me, will be whatever. So I can grab one of you. I'll need to go grab the tree bark. Alright, and so now we're making our first tree. So with that, I'm going to need to go grab some more algae. So we can make more bacteria samples and all that. That'll all be good. Another possibility is we build the trade hub thing and get that online. And for materials that are harder for me to get, I trade for them. I believe there's a bunch of the materials you can just basically buy. But it was never super efficient. That'll probably become a must if we get to the point of running out of sulfur. Because all the mutagen costing sulfur and all that. But you can buy like a lot of the fancier insects and that kind of stuff using trade. Which would basically mean saying that. You didn't know you could do that. Yeah, so I don't think you can get stuff like the osmium and that. But I believe stuff like different like butterfly larvae and insect larvae kind of things. I believe you get, I think you get tree seeds and some of the others. They're not cheap though. So it's kind of one of those things that you can do it, but I have a feeling it'd be pretty cost prohibitive. But that, once you get to the point of doing, like, the, where you can start doing the beehives and all that, I believe that gives you enough resources to be able to manage a bunch of stuff. I need 2 sulfur. Okay, so I've got those. And then we would need... Yeah, so you did the flower. So I'm going to do one of each, just for variety's sake. I'll need another tree bark. Okay. So can eat a bean. Have a water. Okay, so you've got those, you've got these. Yeah, so I've got everything I need to do the 3 trees. So for more of the tree planters, I would need more tree bark fertilizer and bacteria samples. Yes, there's the bacteria. And I need more water for more bacteria. Yeah, pretty soon I'm going to have to switch over from what I've got now to get another resource set. Do I have more water in here? Nah, we already grabbed it all. Okay. So when that finishes, I can plunk in the next one. We can drop this tree in our first tree spreader. And then we can go get our next tree spreader online. Okay. So we got a fancy tree there, so grab you, grab not you, grab you. Wait, was it bacteria as well? No, it's the Lyrma seed. So I got that one going. So I could drop you off. Think I put the tree thing down here on the right? Yeah, there it is. And with that, it'll start growing trees around it. Still have an okay amount of algae, we're waiting on water. But that should, over time, help boost the rate a bunch of that's going to go. We can check to see if we got more water here yet. Yeah, I think it was 1 part per million oxygen when we hit that amount of oxygen in the atmosphere. Then one of the things opened. Then 1 PA is when the other thing opens. And you are getting pretty close to getting the ore extractor level 2. That's getting pretty close to unlocking. That's nowhere near it. And we're really close to this. This is where things start getting sweet, is once you get that air filter, you consume less and less oxygen per second. And with how big your inventory of air gets, it just gets completely ahead. We're right about to hit the insect phase. That's good news. So you will need... What I need... Alright, so you need bacteria, a bioplast, and fertilizer. There's a bioplastic. I don't remember exactly what went into the fertilizer. 2 eggplant. That's what goes in there. And a super alloy. Okay, so right about to hit 100%. And when we hit 100%, then the insects show up. Just what everyone's always wanted in their life. We have a paradise planet with trees and flowers and all this wonderful stuff. You could be living in an absolute paradise. A world without insects, all sorts of tropical nice plants and treats and all that kind of stuff, and clean water, and just... Then we decided mosquitoes needed to happen. You're welcome. No, I don't care about this one. Did you just say insect jelly? No. Alright. Because I believe after vegetation is insects. It might be like trees or something else like that, but I believe it goes vegetation then insects. Hey, Robert. Tragically, mosquitoes are in fact a foundational part of the ecosystem. So many things eat them. Oh yeah, I know in real life. Oh wait. Okay, so insects aren't yet. Clear sky is next, which is interesting. Alright, well, that was that there. We got 4 more % till we can shove the next tree into the ground outside. That's good news. I think the 1.5 GTI, was that not the breakpoint for like the last of that ice? That was 1.5 GTI said it would be gone. Yeah, so clear sky is next, which feels like a different order for our stages. Okay, so mutagen, this thing, that thing, go. Cool. Alright. We are about to get bees up in here. Let's go down here. I don't have a tree bark. Alright, so I need 2 tree bark. So we'll get these 2 tree planters down, and then I need to go get some bees. Tree bark's over here. Okay. Keep turning myself around. And I'm trying to put these relatively close to each other because there might be a time when I want to put a booster on them. And plus by having them kind of in this little pocket here, when we get the upgrade, it's time to tear them down. Sorry, I know where to look for them. Okay, more trees. Alright, so for the beehive, I need a bee larva superalloy. That's actually not that expensive to make. But now, as we walk around the ground, I will see larvae laying on the ground. And I'll need to pick them up. You're at 42%. Okay. So I need a bioplast nugget, which I definitely don't remember what the heck that is. I think it's mushrooms. 2 mushrooms, a silicon, and a water. Easy enough. Silicon. 2 mushrooms. You need a fertilizer, and the fertilizer is 2 eggplant. I need a bacterial sample to superalloy. So I need to go get more algae. Yeah, no, and for finding larvae, once you hit the right stage, usually it's just go to an open area and just kind of stand around there for a while, keeping an eye on the ground, and if you just pace back and forth, they show up. Yeah, the water I'm less worried about. I can just grab it on the way back, but yeah. And then there are places that you can find special larvae on most of your maps. I can't speak for this one. Oh, you're not ready yet. So I won't be doing that. Now, the way the larvae work is you don't just find bee larvae straight up most of the time. You'll find, like, common larvae, uncommon larvae, rare larvae, and then you use the mutagen and other stuff to turn those larvae into, you know, bees and butterflies and things like that. Okay, so I need a bacteria sample and a superalloy. We got that tree. So let's go over here by the algae check out again, and we're gonna try and check the ground for some bugs. More than likely, I'll probably need to get myself a second algae farm going. It also doesn't help. Most of the time I've done this, I've had the algae farm, like, right at my base. Whereas this one is a little bit away. Not far. Okay, we have the fusion generators available now. Tier 2 ore extractor is a big one. I think these are just regular materials. Yeah, it doesn't look like a super alloy one. So like aluminum and that kind of thing, we probably want to check out one or two of the strikes. Yeah, so as you can see, it's like silicon and iron and that. That's what I figured. But it's just out of curiosity of if we start seeing like sulfur stuff come from that. Yeah, no, Super Alloy also has like just a ridiculous number of them that kind of just zigzag everywhere. Alright, so. We can go ahead and put down the last of the tree things for right now. And there'll be more plant biomass going. Cool. Okay, so next up I need to get mutagen going, and we need to find some larvae. I'm kind of hoping since he's been standing around here and sees some larvae in the area, but it'd be hard to see them with all that. Alright. Honestly, the grass things could probably get shut down soon just because how much I have. Alright, so we would need the bee larva, and that's just super alloy, bioplast, and the nugget. So we need boom. We need a fertilizer, which is 2 eggplant. We would need a sulfur. Grab the water. So you need a silicon and algae. Alright, and I need a mutagen as well. So that's a sulfur, methane, and bacteria. So there's a bacteria. Methane and a sulfur. Go over here, grab the sulfur. Methane's downstairs outside. So you can get the mutagen. Okay, we can drop the methane off in the algae. Yes, that's just a super alloy. Okay, so what we need to do from here is we need to find larvae. My best bet probably to find larvae is just find an open spot and just kind of walk around in a circle. Because they do spawn around you. The rate they spawn, I believe, picks up as you get more and more of them. Has this felt harder? So I wouldn't say harder than normal. It just has a different progression. Because for me, for something to be harder, it's actually got to be difficult to overcome. And I don't think at any point it's been difficult to overcome as just like, okay, just got to figure out the way to get the next thing to happen. So like where the other one, there's a lot more exploring, looking for resources. Kind of weirdly, this one is a lot less on the exploration and more just managing things. So far as like this planet versus the other two. So I wouldn't necessarily call it harder per se. Not seeing any larvae, unfortunately. Grab more food. Or not. I'll grab the tree stuff while we're here. Make sure that keeps going. And we'll drop one of those arrows in here. Okay. So we did get growth multiplier insert into a fuse optimizer to grow to speed up nearby machines growing plants or vegetables. We have the air filter we'll get soon. That we're not going to get for a while. That we're not going to get for a while. The ore extract... Oh, right, the ore extractor too. How are we doing in power, by the way? We're doing great. Ore extractor 2 is 3 osmium 2. Okay, that's going to be a bit rough. Probably going to need to call it an iridium asteroid. Yeah, so grab that. I'll need a super alloy, plus 2 more super alloy, 2 uranium. Make the rocket engine. Grab the 3 silicon. Get another iridium asteroid in here. That is one downside by needing to manually do these iridium asteroids so much. To keep the iridium going. It is just kind of an annoying way to have to replenish my materials. It's fine, it's not a problem. Okay, and we're doing fine with all that. Okay. It's also weird that they always hit on the same spot in this map. Like, the asteroids are basically always coming in from this angle and hitting up on this hill and that ridge over there. Okay, can't quite get to that one down there. Yeah, so we got a ton hitting up there, some hitting over here. Yeah, that's the way it feels. Like this one is very heavily... The uranium and iridium so far seem like the only real resource is to just call in the rockets, which is fine. It just unfortunately makes it a bit on the laborious side of taking the time, building the rocket, and then you have to go around and collect it all, which is not a huge ordeal. But considering it cost me 9 iridium to send off a rocket, that means if I get like 15 iridium, I'm only up 6 iridium. Not that that's been a huge issue. We've been doing pretty good on our iridium that we've been getting out of it. It's just normally the way the game would go. Like I would still be at the point like for the first map on Prime, there's a cave you can go into to get iridium. So you go back there from time to time to get iridium. And I believe it's the time you get the level 2 ore extractors. You can just drop it in the cave with where the iridium was. And from then on, you just get iridium. You don't have to, like, seek it out. You just go over there, empty your drill, and come back. Yeah, the good news is, for the rocket's materials, all of that is renewable. Because they require uranium and iridium. You can use the rockets to get those things. It's super alloy, and all the materials you get from for the super alloys, the drill should be able to get. The only one that's a question mark is the aluminum. But the aluminum you can get from asteroids. You can also get super alloy itself to come down. Otherwise, it's stuff like silicon and cobalt and all that. So for the lower level rockets, definitely no problem. Now, for some of the higher level rockets, where you've got stuff like, you've got the plant ones and all that, that require stuff like mutagen and stuff to make. Those ones I'm curious, since we haven't found a place to mine sulfur, and I can't think of a way that sulfur's renewable otherwise. Because I don't think they come down with meteors. I could be wrong in that one. It's been a while, and usually I don't care about sulfur that. It probably does come down with meteors, but I usually don't care about that late in the game anyways. You just have like a drill going and that handles it. Yeah, so I got a little bit more iridium down here. Okay. So pretty good turnout. Probably 2.5 rods worth. Tier 3 miner mine sulfur. Weird. Because it used to not be Tier 3, unless I'm not mistaken. I thought it was like just literally a Tier 1, you just had to know the right place to put it. And that's one of the things I was curious. I know some of the stuff seems to be a slightly different order of operations. So it's kind of going, okay. Is that what's different on this one? Alright, so we were going to be building the beehive, which required the bee larva. Oh, right, it was the drill 2. I needed 2 iridium rods for the drill 2. Right. Cool. So I can drop my spare. So I've got enough for another rocket, and then I got 2 of those. And we would need a rod like that. And 3 osmium. Take a sip of our water. So. Yeah, that's what makes me curious is, Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. Like, when you put these down, the lower level ones, you just walk up, you click on that, and it'll show. That's what's gonna pull the most of. If it doesn't show a material that's particularly hard to come by or whatever, you just move on. I can't remember if I can put these underwater or not. Because this is where we found all the stuff like the sulfur and the aluminum and all that. Okay, we are switching our priorities to make that air filter. That air filter makes it so our air goes longer and longer and longer until literally I just don't have to worry about air anymore. As the oxygen improves in the atmosphere. So getting that right away is huge. I remember what it needs. I'm sure it's expensive, but it'll be worth absolutely every bit of it. Man, no, Tier 3 lets you set it, but the other places, like this, you can just plunk down the drill, take a peek. If it says something other than iron, you'll still get the other junk too, like the other stuff. Alright, so fabric, methane. Okay, so I need bioplastic. I think it said I needed 2. And we need a methane and an osmium. Oh, 2 silicon as well. I need to go get silicon.
A sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Alright, so we've got the 2 bioplastic. I need a methane and a fabric. Okay, drop all this off. We'll need another osmium. I'll have to destroy an osmium bar. Let's go grab one of the fancy fabric things real quick. And then we could drop off one of you. That's not what I needed. You. You cannot drill at all on Aquilio. Okay. Alright. And I need methane, which will be out front. Yeah, it's interesting that they went that strategy, because, like, it does feel like in a lot of ways it's going to ultimately just, like, I can quickly see it turning into something tedious. Where you're just running around and having to manually do everything. Alright, so I still need a super alloy for the hive. Yeah, mostly, I'm not even looking for a specific resource right now, Box Fox. I'm just gonna experiment. Also, try not to spoil too much. Because this is the kind of things you just gotta figure out, trial and error kind of thing. Because my guesses are gonna be specific about, like, you have to go to this specific area to drill for whatever. Yeah, don't say too much. I'm expecting nothing of redeeming value out of this. Yeah, I'm gonna move around a little bit to a couple spots. Good thing. I do have the no backseating tag. I can understand, like, like, that's the thing. Backseating isn't one of those things that, like, super duper clear, because people have different interpretations. Like, some people, it's backseating is, like, literally telling the player how to play, otherwise everything else is good. Sometimes it's a bit more strict, that kind of stuff. So usually, oh. Is the backseating tag, or no backseating tag, not there? It should be. But yeah, it's like even though in the sense you're saying, oh, you're not gonna get lucky, I'm still gonna do it anyways. We should have the no backseating tag. I guess I don't. There we go. I wonder what cleared that off, because that's a tag I've always kept on there. You know, I do see it's not there. I just re-added it. No, you're all good. Okay. I mean, people are here, it's fine. Like, the tags are more when people are searching. Interesting to me that I see literally no difference as we move around. I was expecting to at least see, like, one that'd be, like, silicon and all that. Do you hope the terraforming has been fun? This game has so many good reviews, and they deserve it. Oh, yeah. So, like, I've done the Humble Planet and Prime Planet all the way through. And we're doing Selenea. Did you ever explore the other base? Yes. So, I know of 2 bases I haven't explored yet. And then a bunch of others I have. Ah, we couldn't go up here before. That was blocked by ice. Let's make sure we take that route over there in a minute. Let me go top off my air over here. Then we'll drop down to that route and see if we see anything. Has you done both the main planets? Gotcha. Yes, this is Selenea. This is the first of the moons. And even though the game was like, hey, we recommend you start on one of the other planets and finish it, you are allowed to start on Selenea. It's the hard start. I went ahead and did the quote-unquote hard start. Because I've done the other 2, and honestly, the idea of starting with all of my technology already unlocked, I don't like that. I'd rather, like, not unless they add, like, entire other tier and layer of stuff on top of it. This is the next place I was thinking. We want this one. Okay, that's interesting. So we now know we can get osmium and sulfur asteroids. So that's an interesting thing. Because osmium is one of the materials I've been like, I just can't find it. So that might be the workaround. Is that for some of those materials, once you start getting low enough on it, you know, far enough or whatever you want to say, that we do start finding. Because they did drop both sulfur and osmium. Now it'd be pretty annoying if I had to sit here and just wait for asteroids to show up to give me the materials to keep advancing. That kind of stuff does happen. And bring food with me. We're gonna have to head back soon because I need food. Gonna do one more quick pass to see if I can't spot any more osmium or sulfur that I missed. There was sulfur there, I couldn't get to it because the rocks were in the way. That's weird. I know we've checked this place, so like, did that leave a box? Butterfly dome. Alright, let's get home, get our food sorted. We should have drove? Oh, honestly, the driving doesn't get me around that much faster. Like, very genuinely, to me, the vehicle, it's just like, it's okay. The big thing I see the vehicle for is the capacity. And yeah, I might have been able to get, like, one more piece of sulfur in there or whatever, but, who cares? If it comes up to the point that, like, that 1 or 2 sulfur is a deal breaker on make or break, that would be a very badly implemented game. Which, this is not. I am a little worried about this if realistically for like stuff like osmium and that, like my only real resource is to is to wait on asteroids, where it's an RNG waiting. That, to me, would be a pretty big, strong negative on this update. Because as the player, there's nothing you can do about that. You just gotta wait. I don't know that that's the case, but I'm getting a little worried it might be. Because all the other ones, you could figure out where to put drills and all that, and there was a discovery of learning all that. When you go to the Arctic places, are you going to take the vehicle? Yeah, probably. Because like I said, the big advantage of it is just having a lot of capacity. And that's kind of the time I really need a lot of capacity, is going to those bases and cleaning them out. I'm surprised you still have a bunch of ice on you. Okay. At least I will say, this map is way easier to get around with the vehicle than not. I'm wondering if maybe this map doesn't really have much in the way of caves compared to the other two. Because that's kind of the places where the vehicle truly did become a problem, was the moment you start getting to like underground areas and tunnels. It just couldn't navigate those well. Like all those craggy, narrow everythings. You remember the resources were always scarce until they weren't? Right. And the workaround for that, JD, was usually you'd plop down drills and you'd have robots going back and forth. And then the material, whatever material you got the drill for, was relatively easy to come by. Or you'd find, like, the underground cave that has, like, that material, and then you just pick up, like, 30, 40 of that material by going down there. And so far on this map, we've not found an underground area. Not that there isn't one, there could be. We haven't found one quite yet. Yeah, and the vehicle does not recharge your air. I think later on you can get an upgrade that does that, something like that for you, but it's not something you just have at the start. Alright, so let's drop down the osmium here. There's a super alloy. There's a sulfur. There's a zeolite. There's some flowers. The iridium. Okay. So we will stop worrying about that for a moment. So drop you off, grab you. Okay, so we've got the beehive. We also have the butterfly dome. The butterfly dome is going to be a fertilizer 1, a fertilizer 2, tree bark, zeolite. Okay, can I make fertilizer 2? Squash, algae, 2 methane. We can do that easy. 2 methane. Squash. Algae. So 3 algae, a plant, an eggplant. 3 algae. Need to grab some more eggplant. Grab the tree bark. Okay. And a sulfur. Okay, a tree bark, a zeolite, and 2 super alloy. Tree bark. Super alloy. And a zeolite. That's not helpful. Alright. I really need to rearrange, move my base. I kind of miss in the last ones. I would always build my base like way, way up in the sky on stilts. And it ended up being very useful because then I'm trying to figure out where to put stuff. It's really easy to make everything fit. Okay. So we've got the butterfly thing. We also got our first auto-crafter. Auto-crafter is one of my favorite things, period. There's no more to it. Auto-crafter is one of my favorite things, period, in the game. Because then I can start taking stuff, and as long as I got the materials nearby, I don't have to worry. I'm pretty sure I can just drink from the lakes if I recall correctly. Or maybe that was an upgrade. Must have been an upgrade, it's fine. Like, you get an upgrade where... Okay, that's fine. So, if we get the autocrafter, that's when things start to get real wild. Because usually what I did with the autocrafter is I'd put all the storage on the floor above my autocrafters and all that, as best I could. Or below or wherever. But just have the autocrafters on a different floor, so I could pull all the stuff through the floor and I could have all the autocrafters in the middle of the room doing their thing. So I'm going to start doing that, making another floor on top of my base. Because of the autocrafters, then I can start having it process things. And then some of the challenge around that is figuring out how to deal with some of it. So for the moment... honestly, for right now, just get in there. Okay, we can go to consumables. Right, so I still need the beehive. That's gonna be in our fertilizer. The fertilizer was 2 eggplant, sulfur, and what else? Oh, you know what I could do with this? What does an autocrafter cost us? Because we'll start having it auto-craft fertilizer. 2 osmium and a super alloy. Oh, it's just osmium. Okay, so let's see. So you need, for this to work, 3 algae, a sulfur, and 2 eggplant. So let's see. There are 2 eggplant in here. There is a sulfur. There is not enough algae. So my hope here is I no longer need to fuss with this. That we can go grab the algae, chuck it in there, and it'll just start making fertilizer. And then the big problem is I don't have a good way of getting the fertilizer there without moving the base over a pile of water and just dumping a bunch beneath. And I vaguely remember doing something like that my very first time as I pushed all like my beehives and all that like down by a water source so I could just pull the algae out that way. So remember that being an issue. We still haven't seen any bug larvae yet. I haven't been super careful about it. It's the thing that as like the skies get clear and all that, we should see more and more of them. Because normally they just spawn around where you've been walking around. Because they spawn relative to the player. Okay, so in theory, when I chuck this in there, should be able to go by here, and fertilizer. Alright. So with that, we had unlocked... Alright, so we need a super alloy. Okay, so I've got what I need for a beehive. We've already got one of those built, but I've got no bugs to put in them yet. We can get the better flower thing. But for the moment, what I want to do is I want to find some larvae. Try and get away from all of this. Like, I definitely remember there we go. There's a common larva. At least I'm not totally losing my mind. And an uncommon. We'll start with those two. Alright. So uncommon and a mutagen and a fertilizer, was it? No matches found. Common, mutagen, fertilizer. Might be I need the higher level fertilizer, which is an algae, a squash, and 2 methane. Let's try that. It's also possible that I need to be a level 2 mutagen. Do I have the ability to make level 2 mutagen? I do not. I do know I found some higher level ones. But I think those are for animals. Man, I cannot remember what the stuff was. It was something in this ballpark. Regardless, that's fine. We'll just check on the computer and see when we unlock the next thing. Okay. So, oh, right, you incubate in that. Right. So the other one was just for plant incubation. This is up here where we need to incubate insects. So we need to get our GTI a bit higher. That's going along well, that's going along well. We got a long time till that gets unlocked. We can unlock the bugs here at 5,000, whatever it is. We get more tree seeds and all that. Yeah, so it's looking like for this one, we just need to get things going. Well, that makes the question of how on earth... Am I just like way behind one of the things? Because for biomass going... So we can't do insects until 5 GTI. That's just kind of a hard limit. So these are all doing their thing. Biomass itself, that's frogs, so that's not what's holding us up there. This is insects as well, so the plants might literally be our big thing. So it's looking like I just need to keep scaling up my plants right now. We didn't mess with this much, so that's 43.5 plants, and your 97 plants. So I guess we just keep working on a bunch of this stuff here. I'm probably going to approach this in a way that we can make this a little easier on ourselves. Let me grab... Do I move a bunch of stuff? So the problem I'm running into right now is I get my algae from way over there, and I have to run back and forth as a manual process. If I moved the base on top of it, that would give me the ability to use the the auto things to grab that material without having to go back and forth. Okay, now if I put my oxygen or the air thing up here, it'll be able to be pulled from directly for anything that needs methane. So that'll help with the fertilizer production, which is now waiting on eggplant. We'd also need water production to be closer. Yeah, this is where the bots end up shining a lot. Because of the bots, you can just have them carry stuff in to put them in range where they're needed and all that. Yeah, so we're waiting on eggplant is what's going on here. For more of the auto stuff, so that's, again, 2 osmium and a rod. So probably need to go in here. I need to get bee larva, and I cannot make the bee larva yet. So I have these, but I don't have the building required to do stuff with that. So we can make the bacteria sample. And let me grab another one. We'll organize these a lot more later. You are going to be for super alloys. Well, the algae makers, the problem is more they're not nearby. I do need to make more of those as well. That's actually not a bad call. So you can make 2 bioplastic nuggets. And then a magnesium and a superalloy. Alright. Yeah, I probably do need to have more of them. The bigger issue I have going on with these is my base is so far away from it that I don't believe you can get the drones to auto-collect it, but you can put the auto crafters by it and have them auto craft.
Husband.
Wifey.
I love you lots.
I love you more.
I don't think that's true, but I had to give you kisses.
Yeah.
Oh, what game is that?
It's Planet Crafter. I've been terraforming a lifeless moon with no atmosphere into a nice place, and we're introducing insects.
Yay, buggies!
That way we can all have mosquitoes.
Are those the kind of buggies you introduced?
Not yet. I'm trying to make bees.
Bees are good. They pollinate.
Mm-hmm.
You have all the plants?
Yep.
And sprinklers. Ooh, this place looks nice. Infinity Simplex, hi Senti and Cookie.
Alright, so for the beehive thing, you need a superalloy.
What if your bees don't want to pollinate things?
Then they'll be forfeit.
Aww. It would be silly. Well, enjoy having bees. I love you.
I love you too. Okay, so I don't have anything else to unlock here yet. Oh, right, I never built that. So 2 osmium, uranium, rod, and a superalloy. Let's do that real quick. Superalloy, uranium, 2 osmium. Even more accessories. And yeah, most of the other stuff I care about. Because I can make the blueprint pinning chip. I'm not super worried about that. And I've got everything else there. Alright, so what do we get next going on? I'm not worried about this. The tier 2 flower spreader, I just don't see that much of a reason to build that, because the tree spreader is just better. So I need more bioplastic, whatever. Let's go down here to our drill. Why do you have literally none in there? Oh. I guess I'm gonna go mine some stuff. Happy Wave, Happy Lep? Absolutely. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Let's see. Let's take a quick look at our stats on the oxygen in the air as well as the air pressure. See if any of those other bases open. I'm very much doubting it. Yeah, so it was a 1 parts per million. The oxygen one should be open. The air pressure has a ways to go, but the oxygen one should be open. So if I can remember which base that was, we should be good there. So for the moment, you know what I'm gonna do? Give me 1 iron. Actually, we got these open boxes here. Yeah, so we chuck all of this in there. Consumables. Grab all of that. Okay, so you still have the fusion cells in there in case you run into anything with that. We'll drop this into storage. I cannot wait to get the bots. Okay, so now I just gotta remember the way. Because the one on the top of the mountain up there was the air pressure one. It's the one all the way over there up top. That was the one that said we had to have 1 part per million oxygen. So let's go race over there and see if we can't find our way. I'm also finding it weird that I remember having bigger rooms we could build by now. And maybe that's just me mixing up Subnautica in this game. But I very much remember that being a thing. That might be where we're heading. If so, that's a bit of a problem because we got this big crevice between us. I'll try and work around it. Yeah, and there's the obsidian there. Yeah, that's the one we've looted already a bunch of times. Or osmium, not obsidian. Osmium. But my hope is I can sneak around back here. Train gets horrendous back here too. Nope, it goes the whole way back. I'm gonna try and jump it. What I wanted to do is just jump to be on this flat part. Riding up and around. Yeah, this is the base we're looking for back here. It said I couldn't go in here until we had, I think it was 1 parts per million oxygen. Let's get you closer. Alright, so let's see if the door opens now. The panel looks different. Oh, heck yeah. Big old base here. So let's try and look around here. There's still a lot of ice in this place, which I'm willing to bet will obstruct our path through. But that's okay. I wonder if that control panel actually works. It does. I see. Oh, I cannot take those. Okay. Interesting. I was actually expecting when I saw we could interact with it. Alright, so we got a key card thing there. So we have a platform that goes up top. For a moment when I saw the big beehives in there, I was like, okay, we can just use the beehives. Just take the bees out of the beehives as a way of shortcutting things. That was not the case, though. Alright. So I'm going to focus on getting everything out of this bottom floor, and then we'll go up to that second floor and see what we got. Okay, we've gone around the middle. Let's go around the outside. You can drive your car in there? That's fine. I made the comment a bunch of times, I actually don't really like the car in the game that much. I would much rather go in and out where I can move around, because all these stuff like picking up the things and having to hop in and out of the car and all that, I find that more obnoxious than enjoyable. And I still have to run outside to top off my stuff. Okay, that's all full. I figured that was going to be the case. Which is why I went out of the way to take apart those lockers. I can just chuck all this in here too. Oh, can you drive? Probably. I mean, it seems like wide enough. It does look like you would be able to potentially drive your car in here. Like I said, personally for me, I wouldn't, but I also understand people like the car a lot more than I do. I'm glad it exists, to be clear. I am glad the car exists. It's just kind of one of those things that for me, I don't see it as like an amazing thing. To me, it fits more like the vehicles in Subnautica Below Zero than the vehicles in Subnautica. Where the vehicles in Subnautica felt really good and interesting and compelling and yada yada yada. Where the vehicles in Subnautica Below Zero, they were usable, but they weren't as interesting or good. Are there golden chests on the moon? I have not seen one so far, and with as much as we've looked around, not that I expect to find all of them or anything with the way we've been searching. I would have expected to have probably bumped into one of them by now. So I'm going to guess there aren't. I could be wrong, but I'm going to guess there aren't. Okay, so let's go check the second floor. I feel like we did a good job checking the first one. Part of me is like, it's such a shame I can't take these eggplants or these beehives or any of this stuff, because it's a lot of good stuff. But, oh yeah, we also found more goodies. It's also those things that kind of realize, oh, if I could take that, like, one, it'd take me 30 trips to get it all out of here. But two, it would definitely be, like, a lot of stuff, like, just skip a whole bunch by just having all of that, because those are tier 2 beehives and all that. Alright, let's go inside, and we can open that secure door. And see what else we can find in here. We apparently have wheat. Oh, this place is much bigger than I gave it credit for. Tier 3 fertilizer, a whole bunch of higher tier mutagens. An email to read in a minute. Okay. Would almost be a good base. Yeah, you can't really take over existing bases though. Like if I were to try and build stuff in here. Let's see. Yeah, I can't build on it. Honestly, like, it looks good. I wouldn't want to make it my base, though. And the reason I wouldn't want to make it my base has to do with the fact that, like, I'd have to fly through that entire lengthy corridor, everything, to get in and out each time. So it's kind of cool to check out or whatever. Probably something you wouldn't want to use long-term or anything. What's going to be interesting is I'm going to end up needing to, probably do multiple trips to get everything back, because there's a lot of good stuff in here. And this place is huge. Yeah, and also all these things are non-functional, like all the beehives are non-functional. So it's neat, but not super usable. Alright, this room has a second floor. Check the outer perimeter first, then we'll go towards the middle. Now the elevator. Okay. Let's run back out here, drop with the next load. It sounds a little bit weird, but also seems like there's too much to explore here. It's not that bad, but considering how long we've waited to get in here, I don't mind that this is a pretty sizable location. This is the point I'd really want to be the stage of the game where I have teleporters, though. But the fact that we're getting all of this stuff that the resources I need for are pretty steep. Like all those high-level mutagens and all that. That's going to go a long way for saving me pain out there. And while we're running back, we're still getting our GTI is still slowly climbing up. One of the other advantages I could probably do once we get back is our air pressure is probably getting not super far from unlocking the last location we're aware of. You need a little bit more in here for me to grab. Yeah, it's gonna take me a bit to properly get all this junk out of here. We got another layer deep here. And I'll read all that lore in a minute. One of the unfortunate realities with how that works is while you're reading it, your hunger and all that still goes down. So you do want to make it a point to, like, just get it in your journal and then get back home kind of thing. These containers being scattered within the wheat, barley, whatever this crop is. It's a grain. Does make it pretty hard to come by. Okay. Looks like we're good. I think that's everything. I think we've fully exhausted the base. So let's get back to our little spot, top off our air, load up our inventory as much as we can load up our inventory. The blue barrels are just rude. Yeah, where you go by them, you're like, oh, it's not really loot. But yes, that was... I don't even know how we're managing the stuff when we get to the other side, but it's a good problem to have. Let's top off our air. And just start grabbing... It doesn't matter, just grab what we can. Okay. And this is already full. So home's that way. Okay, there's not a route here, really. Alright, that's a little ravine thing. This will take us back home. We can just plunk on in the water. And we just follow this to the left, it'll take us home. Okay. I don't think it where I think I'm supposed to. Oh, come on. Oh, this is not where I thought I was. 1 second. Let's get up and out and top off for air. There's a place you could do that up here. I thought it was in a completely different route. I might be able to get it to climb this. That's fine, I'll deal with the hydration in a minute. First up air, second up hydration. Cool. So I might be able to drive up that ledge over there. Well, that's probably killed us. Where's my vehicle? Because I have no food. I have nothing we can eat at all. I did not expect us to keep falling in the water. So I'm expecting us to die of starvation inside our vehicle. We'll try and get back as far as we can. And that'd be the first death this run when it happens. Oh, it kicked me out of the vehicle. You died and dropped some of your inventory. Oh, you spawned me here? You're a jerk, game. So this time, I mean, that's actually okay. That was our first death. Like I said, the problem was I had jumped in the water and expected to not keep falling. And so what killed me was I slammed to the ground, got put down to the minimum health from, like, fall damage or whatever. And I just didn't anticipate taking extreme fall damage while jumping not that high into water. The good news is I dropped all my stuff right here, and I can pick that all up. And it's like nothing happened. Yeah, so somewhere over here I should be able to turn right. Towards home. Oh, come on. Unless there's an entirely different set of these crevices in the ground to navigate, which would be deeply upsetting if that is the case. I must be confusing this for an entirely different set, because there must be an entirely set of different ones these I'm just unaware of. So we're gonna die again probably here in a minute. Because apparently this set doesn't connect up to the main one, because there's a whole area that was full of aluminum. Wait a second, can I get out here? Okay, this'll work. This is fine. If we rush back over here real fast, I have air right over there. Actually, I have air in my pocket. So from here, we can just zip on home. We should be okay. Yeah, so you need to keep in mind that apparently this river crevice, whatever you want to call it, is a completely different one than the one that goes by my base. I thought they were all connected, and I was wrong. Yeah, we should arrive home with plenty of time to eat. Alright. And unfortunately, I gotta navigate half across the universe to go for the next load of goods. Can you deconstruct and reconstruct the car? I can actually teleport the car. So, I can do... Well, sorry. No, I don't believe I can. I can probably deconstruct it, but I probably have to go back here to reconstruct it. And to lose the inventory out of it. But you can ditch your car, come back here, and then teleport your car back home. It was one of the tricks you used to do to get around a lot of issues. Drop you off. Drop you off. Drop you off. That opens up enough inventory for me to go over here. Eat a bean. Drop you off, and you off, and you off. We've got heat there. Flour. I'll probably need to make a dedicated place for the mutagen and all that. For the moment, I'll hook the bacteria in there. And thank you for the follow. Over to the stream. Yeah, so for the moment, I'm just trying to get everything out of her inventory I can. You got stuff going everywhere. We need to drop off the seeds. How long to drones? I'll have to check. Just give me a second to restock everything. Drones. Water filter. Oh, that's the one I'll be able to drink from. There's a teleporter, osmium rod, fuel cell. A while. A pretty long while. But before we get caught up in more of that, let me run down here and grab our algae. And I'll go back to collecting the stuff from the vehicle. And I gotta figure out... Right, we were waiting on the insect thing. Perhaps a couple of cars, have them placed at spots like that, drive from home to the ravine. I have no idea how much... I genuinely, like, I keep saying this. I actually don't really like the car. It's got utility use, but it's just really janky as you drive around. Like, the textures get all messed up and all that. Your frame rate dies and all that. And generally for me just navigating the map, it's just easier and nicer to navigate without the car because I can just fly over terrain and all that, whereas the car I have to find paths. So generally when it comes to the car, about the only thing I use it for is when I need large inventory space. To me, that is the one and only significant benefit to the car. And I know a lot of people like the car more than I do. Don't let me yuck your yum or anything like that. But for me personally, I'm just not that into the car. They've got food and water and all that. Alright. Oh, this is not early game. We're not early game anymore. We're definitely solidly at least mid-game. But yeah, that was actually my first death just because I misread the map. Like, as far as progression of the game going, I would think we're a little over halfway, if I remember correctly, because we are on to the point where we're actually doing, like, insects and that kind of stuff. And that's not early game. Not in my opinion. I'd say kind of the end of early game would probably be the point where you can actually start exploring the map at all, where you're not kind of stuck staying close by because of lack of oxygen or needing to piggyback like one room to the other just to get around the map. Okay, so leave those fusion cores in there. Yeah, because really the only materials we're missing is the crystals. We don't have access to those yet. Yeah, it's the crystals, I think, and the osmium rods are kind of the only big ones we're missing. Yeah, because that's when we get to the portal generator. Portal generator is like your end game. I got an area lamp. Cool. Yeah, no, that's they may have shifted it. No, the insects are about in the right spot. Like, oxygen, so you can actually get a lot of stuff unlocked in, like, kind of a weird order. Like, if, for example, I just really did not put enough in oxygen, I could still advance things by putting lots of heat and air pressure and being able to progress with all that. You can kind of get things in a weird, unbalanced area. You have to go back and, you know, fix where one of your things is way behind where it's supposed to be. Alright, so I've got you. I'll go the way I know back and forward. Alright, so we're gonna go over there, grab another load. Because all of that stuff we got out of that building was really good stuff. And then I'm gonna have to go through and build things. Because right now where we're at is at 5 GTI, I believe it was. We get the insect incubator to being able to, like, actually genetically modify the insects to what we're looking for and yada yada. I don't have that functionality yet. So that's kind of one of the big things holding me back at the moment. But we got a ton of goodies out of that base. And I suspect pretty soon we're probably going to see that first improvement on our air going from like the minus 1.9 to minus 1.8. And thank you, Rongor, for the 90 stream streak. Catch the last 90 streams without missing a single one, so thank you. Means a whole heck of a lot. I really do appreciate it. Oh yeah, I think the highest we have right now is I think we have I think Cookie's at 380 stream streak or something like that. Which is just absurd. Like, just the fact that it hasn't bugged out and cost the stream streak in itself is an impressive thing. So you can go up here, top off our air. It is not where I'm looking to be. Yeah, because you don't open up till 1 PA. But you got a bit till we have that. Now, the problem I just remembered is from this side, there's, like, the chasm with the water that we got stuck in previously. That up there looks oddly like I should check it out. Like, it's a hill with 2 non-passable areas that was probably blocked by ice previously. That said, I'm not seeing anything up... Oh, here we go. Perfect. Let's also go up to this rock face here. Really fast. For ice, and just see if it has 20 GTI. Okay. So apparently we got another area up here that's still waiting to melt. Now I gotta be careful because somewhere over here was another chasm I need to worry about. And I may have goofed because I didn't bring water with, or didn't bring air with me. So I need to get, like, the door is right up there, so I'm close. I wish it wasn't dark so often. Considering how bright all those planets are and so close, you'd think at least some refracted light. Not that you wouldn't have nighttime, but it wouldn't be quite so incredibly dark all the time. Okay. Hi, uncommon larva. Okay, so we've got almost all of it. Yeah, and that was the reason why I was like, yeah, let's not worry about doing our stuff. Let's just grab the loot. So last time I went to the right there, and we just kind of went, like, just got stuck around stuff. Oh, Mass Effect 1 driving? Yeah, that takes me back. Because, like, I partly really enjoyed that vehicle, and that vehicle was also partially terrible. Alright, so I believe this is the gap I was like the previous time. I was like, oh yeah, we can go here and this will take us home. This is the one I was looking for. Because we jumped down into this gap. It's where we got the aluminum and sulfur earlier in the game. There's an area we turn left over here where algae's located. And that drives us right up home. Yep. It's right around here. There's our algae farms right there. Let's drive right over here. Yeah, this is where I thought I was on the first one. I still like, my name is Commander Shepard, and this is the greatest whatever on the Citadel. This is the greatest burger joint on the Citadel. Like the really, really like cheesy whatever nonsense with all that. Okay. Alright, so realistically I'm probably gonna have to use some of this stuff before we go back for more, because our inventory getting a little full. A little bit extremely full. I don't really have another spot to put a cabinet in here. Just shove it against the wall right there, I guess. We can drop off all of you. Put the fertilizer over here so I don't make more fertilizer than I need. Got the old mutagen and all that to drop off in here. The single most important piece of loot. Our little statue. Got a thing for pressure. Super alloy. We've got the flower. We got our tree branch things. We got more super alloy. Got more seeds. So as you can see, all of our inventory stuff is starting to like get completely overfilled. Oh, right. What did it cost me to make a staircase again? 1 iron and a cobalt. Okay, just want to empty that out. Because I need a tank of air, and... let's take the insects out of there. I'm also confused because... Alright, didn't I put the insects in one of these boxes? Yeah. Because I didn't have time to clean it up. Alright, so let's see here what we can work on. So, the bees are depend on the larva. Let's pop on down here to see what unlocks we've got coming along. And all that. So as far as unlocks go, in 1 GTI I get the incubator, which means butterflies and all that start happening properly. The tree spreader, we don't have a lot going on. We're getting pretty close to that. We actually just hit the amount of air pressure I need to get into that other base. Nothing to dare to do anytime soon. That's fine. About halfway to that. So we need more plants, is what we're looking at. Now, for the plants... I believe the tree spreader is the current best thing I've got available for plants. Actually, it'd be the bees, but I can't make that happen. So I need a bacteria, a bioplast. Okay, so we need to get the bioplastic. So boom, 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 boom. It was sulfur and a silicon, I believe. Which I don't have any, so let's go run downstairs here real fast. And go check on our drill. Okay, so we can make the 2 bioplastic nuggets. I'm apparently out of a bunch of things. Drop 1 of the silicon off. Drop that iron off. And I'll deal with this later. Right now I'm just going to chuck the extra iron in there. And I needed water. Yeah, the only reason I've got a good feel for the water is we've been down there enough that before it got covered with water, I got a good feel for it. If I had just gone down there the first time I had to navigate, there would have been no making it happen. Okay, so I need 2 bacteria. I probably have that already sitting over here. Alright, and 2 fertilizer, which I probably have over here, and 2 wood. So there's the wood. The fertilizer is in here, I believe. And 2 super alloy. I'm gonna need more of the wood, so let's go grab that. Because then what we're gonna need to do is go and grab a mutagen and a tree or a seed. So let's do this. So boom, boom, boom. Start having that made. Put down the tree thing. Which curiously has grown very little actual trees here. But okay. Cool. Alright. So that's going to be more of the, more biomass coming in. Oh, actually. Those are way better for oxygen. So let's swap out some of these. Actually, now I'd swap them out. It just means the new one's just gonna get put in a box. I forgot that we had grabbed, like, special trees while we were in there. So I put that in. That's 1,300% oxygen. Like, I can't even get close to that. That does mean another thing I need to do is I've got the thing for oxygen over here. That multiplier thing. I need to just move that. It being over here is not serving a purpose anymore. Because the amount of oxygen that those trees are making is just, there's not even a comparison. Okay, so iridium. I remember when I was short on those bars and I had no idea how to deal with it. It was a different time. Okay, grab a bunch of those. Aluminum. Cool. Drop you off. Alright, let's take a look over at what I would take to do the plant rocket. So that's 2 super alloy, a tree bark, a mutagen, and a bacteria. So there's the mutagen. Grab you. Grab the tree bark. Grab the super alloy. Just struggling with the sheer volume of stuff we looted. I don't want to make, like, quadruple, you know, things just to handle it. Alright. Oh, I need 2 super alloy. I can numbers. Because I'm trying to use up a bunch of these materials as we go. The materials that are just sitting in the boxes doing nothing isn't helping our cause. Whereas, if I at least put into space, it'll help get more plants happening. Okay. Yeah, because with that, the plant rockets boost the percentage there. Alright, now before I forget, I have a thing that puts down a multiplier for oxygen here. And it's been doing pretty good. But with these trees giving me, like, what was it, 1,300% or 1,600% oxygen? Very much, those little flowers just became second billing behind the trees. So let's go over here, grab the optimizer. And just like that, that thing is now producing 16,560 parts per quadrillion or whatever of oxygen. Yeah, no, absolutely. That's a good step forward. Alright, so we got the zeolite. Drop that off. We got a bunch of tier 3 fertilizer. Let's move some stuff around. There's a mutagen. We can pop all the flowers in here. Right now, I'll just toss methane in that one. Okay, we got all that. Got the consumables and drop that in there. I'm gonna need more water. Okay, we're almost done with this whole haul. Okay. So grab another one of you and one of you. I can quickly make an explosive, which will compress it. It's honestly good enough for me. Okay. What do you still have left in here? Are you about done? Cool. So after all of that, I got that about cleaned out. I'm going to quickly grab something for us to eat on the road, just so I don't run out of hunger. I'll just grab 2 squash too. Well, actually, no, there's a bean in there. Beans are way better. Okay. So we got all that, and I do have just one more trip to that last location. Should be all it takes to fully empty out that base, and that'll be that whole thing looted. We did get a bunch of stuff built. Honestly, by the time I get there, get everything loaded up, get back and unloaded, we'll probably be able to make the butterflies and the bees and all that stuff. Right now, you're the only stream you can watch. Your voice doesn't hurt your ear infection. Yeah, I'm sorry you have an ear infection. I've been there before. It's not a good time. It's a lot of loud noises, high energy, and all that is definitely not a fun experience. Okay, so what we want to do is we're going to cut around the far end over here again. Because we did find a place where I was able to like just drive up the wall to get around here. It is interesting, this is the only place where the ground is like really textured like this on this map. Like it's very bumpy, like someone just didn't bother with like a smooth tool or anything like that. Yep, so we just use that to bypass that little river thing versus going the whole way around. And those are the domes that we looted. Oh, you're in the art. Well, I hope they get a resolve for you real fast. Like I said, I've done the ear infection thing before. It's not a good time. Alright, we'll keep the rest there. And that takes care of that whole location. We fully looted it. And like I said, we did unlock, there's in the very middle, on the very top, there's one last area that I had to wait for 1 PA pressure to unlock. We did cross that line. I do think we need to put our materials to use in the base before we go for another loot run, because everything is already overflowing in a big way, and I need to be investing in a lot of the stuff that is going to ultimately get me, you know, more terraformation index. Basically, get the bug started. Then I can go around and go for the top one, which will probably be a crap ton more loot, because it was definitely another one that had like 2 or 3 domes. I also need to go over the lore stuff we found. Oh, while I'm here. Drop all that in there. Grab the algae. I do think long-term what's going to need to end up happening is I'm going to end up, when I get one of the larger rooms, putting a room over here that's just for making stuff like mutagen, all that kind of stuff. Since it needs the algae and the water. So I can just put the things right there, have it produce, and then we can just ship back and forth the finished products and all that. Or at least find a way to ship back and forth the algae. Alright. Need drones yesterday? Always. And then once you get drones, you need more drones. Cool. Okay, so we fully looted that entire base, got all loaded up in our stuff. We're right about to unlock the ability to start making the bugs. Which is fine. Right, so we have... Those can go here. Let's get the selenium out of there since we don't know what we need that for yet. I'll just toss it someplace else. We have the seeds. We have all these. Also remember we got that tree here that I don't have use for right now, so we'll toss those in there. We have the zeolite, super alloy, and we can just go to here. Alright, so we got the new incubator. So that's going to require 3 aluminum, a silicon. Oh, that's actually pretty low material requirements. The silicon, 3 aluminum, a magnesium, and a titanium. Let's see here. Okay, 1 second. So for none of those, I need 3 uranium. And an explosive. Super alloy. And the water. Oh, wrong device. Ah, okay, yeah, it makes sense. Either way, it looks like you're gonna need power. Yeah, no, I must have made the advanced crafting bench. Because the center is putting it down, be like, this is a really low power cost. That makes more sense. Okay. That makes more sense, the actual incubator. So it's like, what? These are some really low requirements. Right, okay, so the incubator, fertilizer 2 and a super alloy. That's easy peasy. I got that stuff laying around. Okay. So bees are mutagen. Okay, so it's literally I had the right things, I just was putting them in the wrong place. Fair enough. Alright, so mutagen. Drop you off. Drop you off. Drop you off. Get you out of here. Drop all you off. I need the insects. Get that all out of here. Chuck you over here. Actually, I think I needed that for the actual beehive. Alright, so I needed a fertilizer 1. So boom, boom, boom. Go for it. We got the first one sequencing. Let's go downstairs and grab some water. And when's the next unlocks? Okay, so we get the water filter we can drink directly from the lakes very soon. We are nowhere near the tree spreader 2. The tier 2 machine optimizer, we got a little ways to go, and we're nowhere near the ore extractor 3. We are nowhere near the heater 5. We're getting relatively close to getting our first of the butterfly stuff, which is fine. Because we're right about to start ramping up insects in a big way. It's going to be kind of pretty much as fast as we can get stuff through here. So we'll go ahead and... Well, that's queuing up. Going to drop a bunch of these waters in here so I can keep producing stuff. Okay, so there's the bee larva. So let's grab another uncommon one, a fertilizer 1, and a mutagen. That'll probably make it our bee larva, but that's fine. Okay, so for the beehive, I need a fertilizer and the next thing. So we need a fertilizer 1, which is going to be our huge bottleneck. Need 2 mushrooms, and it was a silicon and a sulfur, I think. No, I don't think the sulfur was actually one of them. Okay, increases plants and insects. Heck yeah. It is time. And it does give us honey every once in a while, which is another thing we can eat. That's good news. So we can go back over here. So you need another fertilizer. And then we got another mutagen. Cool. And for another beehive, super alloy, bioplast. I need more silicon. Cool, we unlocked a new tree recipe. I'm not too worried about that. What I am worried about is I need way more silicon. And we need way less iron. Grab the mushrooms. Okay, we just get a super alloy, and that's a second beehive. Alright, so the next big question we got going on with a lot of this is how we're going to handle certain concerns. Yeah, so you've got that fine, and what are you missing? Eggplant, sulfur, algae. The algae should have plenty in here somewhere, right? Okay, algae we're good. Sulfur we're good. So it's the eggplant. Gotcha. So it's the eggplants are bottleneck with that. We'll probably want to expand that in time. That's okay. Now we got our first butterfly. And I do not have more here, so we gotta wait for algae to, or the eggplant to grow. And we got our first butterfly garden thing right here. Plunk you in, so that's insects bouncing up. You already know that auto mod jumps on that. So you should see is that'll hit 100%, and then 2 of those will get gobbled up to make fertilizer almost immediately. You can do it. Come on. There it goes. So those 2 just disappeared over there. We usually got a fertilizer waiting for me here. Alright. So we can go over to this thing. Drop you in. Oh, I need a mutagen. What was a mutagen again? Mutagen is methane and sulfur. Methane. And sulfur. I already have mutagen. That's fine. We get ourselves another butterfly going. We can drop some of these stuff back off. Yeah, no, it'll automatically grab for anything in range. It'll also do like the algae things underwater. If you got it close enough to the algae stuff there, it'll grab from those too. Drop more water in there. It's as long as whatever the material is in range. Hi, B, how are you doing? Have ourselves a little honey snack. Okay. So it should happen relatively soon. Relatively soon, I should start getting some of the smaller butterfly garden things that I don't need to have interior. Oop. Was that just weird lighting thing, or are we getting a blue asteroid? Weird lighting thing. Okay. Okay, so we got a fertilizer 1, a fertilizer 2. We got a couple of bottles. Let's take a look at how these things are going along. We are making good progress towards the water filter. That's going to take us a little bit. The oxygen is coming along. We're about halfway to the next tier for the tree spreader. Making pretty good progress towards the optimization machine. Long ways to go for that. Oh, we got high quality food unlocked. Yeah, we got the nicer tree. Yeah, so you can see the insect population is just exploding now. I feel like we've done a good thing in this world? Question mark. And we're going to make progress in a lot of this. That's going to keep boosting the biomass, so those numbers are starting to pick up. So we should start seeing this number above me starting to pick up speed too. Yeah, the air pressure and heat and oxygen aren't going to change too much too fast now. It'll be mostly under the biomass stuff that's going to be a lot of that. Why not turn the honey and beans into high food? We like literally just unlocked it right now. And how's my power doing? I'm a little worried about my power situation on this. So we're at 70 kilowatts. If I want to make another auto crafter, that's 115. Yeah, so we're gonna start running into some real rough power issues here. Just because now for every every time I want to up my power, I'm gonna have to really do a lot to get the uranium to happen. So let's grab you. Grab an iridium rod. Do I already have a rocket launcher? I don't have the better one. I need a super alloy. Wait, didn't I have one of these that wasn't just organized? It's fine. Right, so let's get the rocket engine going. At which point I believe I need 2 super alloy. I believe this one was cobalt for uranium. Let's get a uranium asteroid coming in. So we need more uranium. Because now it's going to be like, build a building, make a power plant. Build a building, make a power plant. All right. And not much I can do about that right now. Alright, so going to the same place they always go. Let's go up here and deal with that. And then for every one of the power plants that are going to do that, I'm probably actually going to need to do 2 or 3 rounds of uranium asteroids, realistically. Which is certainly going to be an experience. And weirdly, that's going to help a lot with our air pressure and our heat. On the downside, it's going to be a lot of time and resources wasted on air pressure and heat after we have those, like, well already underway. Can't reach most of the ones in this one. It's also going to mean me doing a bunch more iridium rockets, just because I need the iridium bars. And the good news, I have so many iridium bars, that's this thing I don't have to worry about for a while. There's a lot of uranium that I can't get at because they're under the rocks. Okay. Now we can cut over here. We might have one that's down there. We can run back in. That gives me enough to probably get our nuclear reactor online. Let's see, is it considered backseating if you said there's a resource you find on this planet you cannot use till Aquilo, in your opinion, is better recycled? I mean, probably don't give the hints and all. I mean, now I'm aware of it. It could even be that, like the smart fabric or whatever, I don't know. But, not gonna worry about it either way. I mean, regardless, it's one of those things that I probably don't need it that much right now. Okay, so we got the 3 uranium rods. I'll need 3 water. I told you what the resource was? You can buy the attack for a smart fabric? Yeah. No, it's a thing. Like, if it's something like I run into a problem, I'll figure out that I'm getting stuck. Right now, I'm kind of overwhelmed with the amount of resources I have. It's just a matter of getting them all used and getting them out of here. Alright. So let's get another nuclear reactor slapped down here. Okay. And I probably want to put down a booster there. So if we can get another uranium rod. Actually, double check. Consumable, oxygen, heat, pressure, production. I don't think I actually care about modifying those. I was hoping I had another one for energy. So I would have used that. Grab the honey. So with that, though, I should be able to go in here, 2 osmium and a super alloy. Ooh, this could be good. Ah, it's a super alloy one. I'm just gonna go inside and let it happen. I'll pick up the stuff after the fact. I don't know if there are any like 4 or 5 things that get wailed on by stuff. Versus if we go here. Stop shaking my screen around. That's what I kind of figured is like right along here. Where some AM hit that wall. I'll be able to scoop up some easy ones. Alright. Because weirdly, if we can't find like a drill or something for the aluminum or whatever, that could be how we even get the aluminum, as painful as it is. Just getting tons of super alloy and then just taking that super alloy and bring it back down. Yeah, no, the super alloy is definitely a great one to get. I just didn't want to be out there at the beginning of it, because it only lasts for a little bit after that you can find the super alloy. It very quickly starts to taper off. Alright, so we got more insects. That's not what I want to do. But to do those, we would need another butterfly dome. So that's a tier 1 and 2. Oh, you're 139 so far as energy. Let me guess. My energy's not amazing? I can do it, though. Alright, so for another butterfly dome, so you're 20 insects, you're 15 insects, and way more plants. Like, honestly, I'd rather just keep making the beehives. Because they also give the bonus of plants, and the energy consumption is just so much less. Oh, granted, those get a multiplier. That's what I'm not counting for. If we go in here, I'm willing to bet you have an absurd amount of bugs you give me. Uh, 70 insects. So that's way higher. Okay, so let's see. So silkworms are bacteria, sample, fertilizer, and larva. So it's mutagen, that's rare larva. Right now, let's just try and get the really good butterfly, or really good insects. We'll drop those in there. Grab a couple of these. We can press a couple of these into bars. Just to clear up inventory space. Okay. Let's see if we can't get our hands on a rare larva or two. So if I can get a couple of rare larvae, that'll do us a lot of good. So then I get much better... butterflies to boost our insect amount. Keep accidentally thumbing that key. Alright, there's a water filter. That is a really big win. Let's get that figured out. There we go, there's a rare larva. So real fast, I can go up here and grab a fertilizer. And I need to make myself a mutagen, which is bacteria, methane, and sulfur. Bacteria, sulfur, and methane. We can make ourselves a mutagen. Go boom, boom, and boom. And that'll make a much better insect for us. We can drop the other ones in the cabinet here. We unlocked a thing that I don't remember what was that we wanted to build. I'll just go downstairs and look at the computer. The water filter. There we go. That's right. So the water filter is a fabric. Okay. So with that, there's a fabric. And then I need 2 bioplastic nuggets. 1, 2, 3. Alright. Gonna drop you in here, and you, and you. Grab you back. And it was silicon that I need to go with it. I think water maybe as well. Silicon's actually been my big bane recently. Alright. I'm just gonna try looking for a unit of silicon really fast, because I know I need at least 1 more silicon. I'm just gonna zip along and see if I can't find one real quick. Because we can get this made, then I don't need to drink my own water that I'm making as much. Like, once in a while I'll need it. But not super often. Okay. So gonna run this back over, get the 2 bioplastics made, see what I'm missing to make the mask, and if we're fast enough I can go outside and just take a sip of water out of the lake or whatever. And that'll be good. I need a third silicon and an aluminum. Because of course I do. Alright. Can I just grab an aluminum? At least you have water on hand. Yeah, and I'm not worried about dying or anything like that. It would just be nice to save the water that I need for, like, producing a bunch of stuff. Alright, so we got the aluminum. Okay, with that I can make the mask. Now you equip it. And I can just run outside. Here's those little dip. All right. So with that, we've got ourselves now anywhere in the map, I can just renew water. So I just need to keep like a bottle of water on my inventory, just for in those cases where like deep inside the guts of a building or dealing with some other terrain situation. Well, I can't really get back to water quickly, or just don't want to inconvenience myself in doing it. But yeah, so we shouldn't have to worry too much about it. The biomass continuing to build up and all that. We're getting lots of bugs. Getting lots of the larvae as well. Getting honey from the bees. That's fine. We can drop off in our silicon here. Nothing to do with this. I need to find some place I can get any of the other materials versus just continuing to pull up an endless supply of iron. I need to build the shredder so when I do pull up an endless supply of iron, I can just shred it. That's fine. We're consuming a lot of that. You can grab all this. Alright, where... That's 230% on this butterfly. Considerably better than that one. Okay, so let's pop down here. And I'm gonna have to step away from it because I have got to use the restroom in a big way. We're about... Wait, tier 4 vehicle speed increase? I haven't seen, like, the tier 2 or 3 that I recall. What? Have I just missed all the tier upgrades? Yeah, no, we only have the tier 1. That's weird. I wonder why they chose not to have material stack, even if they're just 10s or whatever. Yeah, I mean, it's storage is a major thing in this game. It is one of those things in a lot of these games. The storage battle is one that I go back and forth on. Alright, so super alloy, uranium, osmium. So osmium, uranium, super alloy. And what was the last thing I needed for you? Explosive powder. Okay. Automatically destroy when contents are full. Boom. 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 Alright. I'm not going to be destroying a lot of these other things. But oh wait, I can just drop the bean in here and get better food. Okay. I'm not going to destroy these other things, but that'll take care of all that. Let's pop up here. Grab the methane out. Alright, bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm going to quickly do that, and we'll be back in just a little bit. Thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back here in just a minute. Is there something I don't care about I could just toss in front? Hurry, 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 hurry. Aha! I have shields!
More than you know. Don't forget beautiful. I am also beautiful. The sun's coming up. I must go. I shall put my own heart aside and do what's best for the kingdom.
I need you to reaffirm me saying I'm beautiful. Don't leave me hanging here. You're supposed to agree with me and help me. No. My feelings. Your not answering my question or not reciprocating is not unheard. Also, give her tacos. I know, right? Yes, I did just dodge an asteroid by taking apart the place it was going to hit. Really going, you know what? That's gonna be an immediate problem. I can't move. I am physically one with the emeralds. The emeralds are me. I am the emerald. Help. I regret this decision. Unstuck. Yeah, unfortunately you got beat up too, so... Is it just like because I had an expensive colony earlier? It's like, no, we're just gonna keep this going. Just, no, never let up. Just keep it going. Ambrosia addiction, why not? Let's add it to the pile. Disease gutworms, okay. What is this? Oh, good. Ducks join. I actually would like the ducks. The ducks would be lovely. Rare thrombo. We're gonna leave those alone. They're gonna eat all my plants. It's deeply upsetting.
Jesus, that one was tortured.
We'll deal with that in a minute. 98%. No, those are all good. Alright, whatever. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Alright, and I am back. Let's drink the water before we die of dehydration. Okay. That is, I know Star Trek was not super well received. And I think it was a marketing problem more than anything, that it was just heavily sounded like it's gonna be like space, you know, space American Truck Sim, and it was very much resource management. I did really enjoy that game. Like, as well as things that, like, on the platform and everything, people were pretty unhappy with it and whatnot. So I kind of didn't keep trying to play it on stream or anything. People just weren't really interested. But low-key, I no-lifed that game all the way to the end. I meant to go back and do all the achievements. It just never happened. Okay, so we've got the insect stuff happening. How's my power looking? It's okay. But we got, yeah, like those numbers are just flying up now. Biomass is just picking up a good way. We're gonna get the tier 2 tree spreader pretty soon. The total terraforming score is not gonna be for a while. You're not gonna be for a while. We are gonna unlock a bunch of these like better insects. I'm not super worried about. That's the one that's gonna matter, the butterfly farm. And we're slowly unlocking these. Yeah, and that'll be fabric. That's right, you get the silkworms, and then that gets to be your fabric. And it won't be to, like, the outdoor farm is when we get a lot of other benefits. Alright, so we got a while left there. So what we can do in the meantime... Oh, good. The oxygen percentage has gotten high enough that we are now at minus 1.8 oxygen per second as opposed to 1.9. So that means our air goes about 5, like, it's effectively like we got 5% more air. Doesn't exactly work out that way, but you know roughly. As we terraform the planet, that'll get better and better and better until basically we reach a point we stop losing oxygen. But let's go check out that new location. Just in the off chance we get some blueprints out of it, or other good stuff to shortcut things. Because right now we got things going at a pretty good rate. And I could just build another butterfly garden, not butterfly garden, I could just build another one of the butterfly domes. But really it does feel like my better answer is just give it a minute to unlock the better bugs. And then just jump the ones we have up to be like tenfold what they are now. And I believe once I've explored this last dome, which is the one right up there, as far as I'm aware, that's all the domes on the map. Or all the places to explore on the map. We did have some stuff buried way in the background on the far side where the osmium was that said it would fully melt away. I think it was at 12 GTI. But I'm getting the feeling we're not going to be seeing any new locations on the map anytime soon. So it might be that, like, the whole gimmick with this map is it just does not have a lot of those more interesting, like, this cave opens up and that, which is honestly kind of a bummer, because that was actually the thing that appealed to me the most was with the Humble map. I'm not gonna spoil what it was, but just how the map changed as you got through things. But with this one being a free update as opposed to a DLC, you know, you kind of get it. That's probably why it was a free update as opposed to a DLC. Is if that is the case, it's like, oh yeah, you didn't have all these things that changed on the map and all that. So it's kind of a more straightforward map. Okay. So we should be able to go in here now. Hey, Redcaster, how's it going? Alright, so we're getting a bunch of the gems and all that, which is good. So I want to say for those gems, the way you end up getting those later in the game is the primary place you get them from is there's a portal that you go into the portal to another world. It has a pretty decent expense to it. You explore that area, and once you fully explored it, you end up getting a bunch of goodies. All right. On the plus side, a lot of rockets. Went coin shopping, 500 bucks. Oh, like collector's coins or something like that? Yeah, I know I used to collect when I was a kid and all that. It's not a thing I really continued on later on in life. Not anything wrong with it, just where are you gonna put your money kind of thing. Yeah, silver, gotcha. That's cool. Okay, so just like before, we get door laps in and out, get everything there. I'm hoping more than anything that we get some of the blueprints. I feel like those would be the big thing to get this time. And there's one right there. There's more base that way. A lot of goodies this time. Okay. Then go ahead and grab you. Cool, so we have at least what we need for one more blueprint unlocked. Your 24-karat gold penny, that one is awesome. Gotcha, yeah, no, I used to collect, like I had all the Lincoln pennies and all that, including the double misprint and all that. I wasn't someone who sought after, like, you know, collectors and all that to get them from them. It was mostly just kind of holding on to stuff, looking around, trying to, you know, keep an eye out for when someone had a Lincoln penny or whatever thing. I had a bunch of the Buffalo nickels. I had like the whole set of those as well. But again, that was a long time ago. I still have the collection, but just basically got tossed in a safe and locked up, but I haven't kept up with it in forever. So we got those three there. Nothing on the roof. Let's pop her to the next building, start working our way through that. Two laptops in front of and top of each other? That is certainly a choice. Okay, that building's basically a bust. Let's drop off again. You started like a year ago? Gotcha. Yeah, no, for me, collecting things was more about just like the actual enjoyment of collecting. I wasn't someone who, when I was trying to complete a collection or whatever, I usually didn't go out of my way to buy stuff. Just, you know, for most of the time I was in the collecting, I was a college student who didn't exactly have money to throw around at it, so couldn't really afford to do much in that regard. So I got some multipliers for the plants, which will be really solid. Alright. We're making good progress with cleaning this place out. I'm willing to bet those crystals end up being a big one. The challenge is going to be getting to the point where we can get the portal gate or whatever it is. Once you get the portal gate, you have just so much you can do. Because, like, if you go low on a lot of resources, you just portal gate to an area, you loot the place, you can probably find most of what you need. Let's check up top here at the trees. Yeah, there's one tucked in here. Lot of fusion cells. Quarantine activated. Environment requirements not met. Doors will not open until you reach 1 MK heat. I see. I think they're designed to be like the last final building or whatever you want to call it. And that the idea is you slowly open one section after the other based on just a bunch of arbitrary, like you gotta get this stat up here, you gotta get that stat up here. Which honestly, considering that was only the first segment of the building, and how many lockers I filled up with it, I think that's totally reasonable. Okay, so we want the chip. We'll drop you off. Grab that. Trying to prioritize some stuff we gotta move. Definitely want a bunch of these. And you, I believe, are already full. The good news, I got a ton of rockets. Which would be a good way to burn some resources in a way that's productive. Wait a second. That's a ramp that goes up here. Is this another dome that I... Hold up. Got a bunch of goodies down here. Hey, Azrael, how's it going? So we got this giant dome here, which does not appear to have a door. Huh. There's a bunch of goodies there. Yeah, because it looks like this is a ramp that goes up and around. Yeah, so the idea is I'm not supposed to be able to really get up here. That it's still a blocked path. We're able to jump down. Maybe the cave leads into it from below? Don't know. Okay. I think this is the path that doesn't go out here. Maybe it is? Can I climb up here? Alright, so what I need to do is if I hurry, there is air up here. Because I don't think I have an air bottle on me. I do not, and stopping there probably killed me. Well, that'll be the second death today. It's fine. Ah, boo. That's not where I want to be dropped off. Oh, interesting. Wonder if there's anything out here. Okay, there's more out here we haven't gotten to. Alright. So our inventory got dropped over there, and also over there is a place that I can get air. Tree spreader 2. Okay, bear with me for a moment, chat, while we're on our way over there. It is getting real uncomfortable hot in here. I feel like I need to go out and service my AC. Not tonight, but... Oh no, nope, nothing like that. It's my AC decide that hot is the correct temperature. Okay. Yeah, so we can go over here, top off our... Like, grab our stuff that's laying on the bridge right there. Go top off our air. Grab the vehicle, and there's a place up here I can drive up here. It's fine. Alright. I did the thing again where I expected to slow down and it doesn't work that way. They got hurt for no discernible reason. Is this getting deeper down here? Alright. I'm not gonna fight with it this time. It seems like it's getting deeper. Like, not like it's getting deeper like the water depth is getting deeper, like, maybe. It almost feels like the floor of it's going down. Which would be a really cheeky, sneaky thing to do. To make it look like the map's not changing. And then you just start finding all these underground areas. Because they've done stuff that kind of like that before. But it definitely feels like that's changing. Let's pop in here for the air real fast. I'm just going to fly over and then teleport the vehicle back. And this is where I made the comment that if I'm not hauling stuff, I much prefer going by person. Because, like, for example... With here, I'm just checking real fast. Okay, nothing down there right now. But yeah, so like, you know, I can just go over any terrain and not have to worry about it, so it's very predictable to get around. Versus the car, you get into like a ditch like that and you're just stuck. I should also go back up there. We had iron, or we had uranium I probably missed. So what I'll do is I'll drop this off. It might have despawned by now. What we'll do is we'll drop off this stuff from the vehicle and run up there and see if we see anything new. Yeah, no, there was... I really liked the way they opened up more of the territory in Humble. I won't spoil it for those who haven't seen it, but the Humble DLC, the way they opened up the territory was really slick. That you eventually figure out what's happening, you know, and even before you necessarily can get into the area. Alright, so I have a computer chip to unlock stuff. GPS satellite. Heck yeah, that's what we wanted to see. Because I believe with that, that means I could finally put a map overhead. We got a ton of uranium rods, which is a big thing, because that's what I need for power. We'll drop off the rocket in there, and the circuit boards, and the seeds. We're officially full on seeds, and the flowers. Those things. We got solar, mag, and quasar. That's... Ah, alright, so we gotta move stuff. Laser quartz. Just gonna chuck the methane in there for right now. Drop you two in here. Drop you in there. Well, actually, yeah, it's fine. I don't know where I want to put that. For right now, I'm going to put that on the end here. Sulfur. Osmium. Super alloy, super alloy. Alright, 1 second. Drop you in. Grab an aluminum. Cool. Let me load these all up real fast. And then we'll teleport a vehicle back. Okay. Yep. Yep, that was the... Like I mentioned, people can abuse this real bad. That was the big abuse. You could load this thing up all the way, and then just teleport it home. So you drive it out someplace, then take the teleporter home, and just not worry about it. Granted, by the time you got to the teleporter, you usually didn't need to worry that much anyways, because you could just teleport anytime you needed it. Okay, so we're having problems now with inventory woes. Again. And that's going to be that full. For right now, I already got enough eggplant seeds, so you can go burn. Solar. Mag. Right now, it's toss all the fertilizer in here. And the bioplast. It's all gonna need to be rearranged more. I got another seed to toast. There's more uranium. Iridium. Super alloy. Zeolite. And osmium. Okay, so what we need to do is that'll be pulsar quartz, and I believe that's at that point all of those. Start grabbing the crap out of here. For right now, I'm just gonna chuck all that in there. Grab you out. Drop you in. The insects can go in here for a minute with this stuff and that stuff and you. The iridium. Here, you live in there too. Alright. I need to just get a ton of rockets and just start sending one after the other to clear out this iridium. Cool. Alright, so we got a bunch of all the gems. Not gonna worry about breaking those up too much. There we go, an energy multiplier. That'll be a good one. Okay, so there's the fusion cells. We got tons of rocket engines to use up. Got obsidian. Wait, what do we get? Nitrogen. Alright, well, I'm not ready for nitrogen, so you can go in there. Zeolite. Let's go to our seeds real fast. Any of the seeds that look like they're way outlier, that I have a lot of them.
I love you, husband.
I love you, wifey.
I'm heading downstairs.
You sleep well.
Oh, sleep on my computer.
It happens. Let's grab one of the crappy flowers. Swap them. Okay, what type of meteor shower are we dealing with out here? Ah, junk, that's what it is. Meanwhile, I have a need for the water. We got our nice trees starting to grow in over there. Okay, so we do have the tree spreaders too we can build. We got ourselves another multi-energy, which will be big because I can put it over here by our giant thing of power plants. I've got one in there, but I have more power plants that it can handle. We got a ton of rockets. We put some effort into getting that all sorted. Okay, so if we were to make the first thing is to generate extra power. So I need a uranium rod. Cool. I need 2 explosive powder, which should be in here if I've got it. I do not. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Make 2 explosive powder real fast. Okay, a cobalt and 2 iron. Okay, so the existing one is there. Okay, yeah, they should be overlapping different ones. Cool, cool, cool. So we should be in good shape with that. You probably have food for me, so thank you for that. The rest of that's all looking really solid, which is, you know, great to see. Okay, so I have entirely too many rocket engines floating around, and I also need to use a lot of stuff to get stuff going. Let's check here. So the vehicle speed 4 I don't care about. We're not getting anything better there for a while. The tree spreader 2, we could check what's needed for that. We'll get that unlocked very soon. That's going to be a while. That's going to be no time soon. The better butterflies I'm not sweating too much. The trees I have not been super impressed by, so yeah. It's looking like rockets are in her future. So let's see, the tree spreader 2. So it's a tier 2. Yes, it's a tier 2 fertilizer, and a zeolite is the difference. Let's go up here. Go check our fertilizer box and grab all of the tier 2s right now. Boom. I cannot handle that many. Let's grab 5 of them. 5 of them is already more than I should be doing. We can go here and grab the zeolite. Grab 5 of those. Yep. Alright. So what we'll do is we'll run outside here. My tree spreader things are right down here. We're just going to pull up each one, swap it with the tier 2, put the tree back in. And that should be a massive improvement of what we got going on. Oh, you're the one that goes on the ground. That'll be much better for me seeing what's happening. Okay. And these trees I'm not too worried about. The other 2 have trees that are worth like 16,000% or something like that oxygen. It also frees up a bunch of bioplast. Yeah, or sorry, 13,000. 1,300. It's a lot. That's all that matters. It's a lot. Okay, and just like that, we freed up 5 regular fertilizer. Got a bunch of bioplastic. Massively increased the amount of oxygen we're producing. All of which will help a great deal. So right. The fertilizer I took from here, so there you go. Chuck the bioplastic in there. You're gonna have to find a new home. Which is an ongoing problem. Grab you out of there, put you in here. Go to our consumables. I don't need to be grabbing more water, it would seem. We can go to the super alloy over here. I didn't think we finished emptying the vehicle, did we? Alright. One thing I'm gonna do real fast, we're not going back to the base to get more loot. I mentioned up here there was a bunch of uranium that I probably missed from earlier when we did the meteors because they're buried in the stuff. Just trying to do a quick drive through. Grab all that. Because every time we grab those, that's 1 or 2 less rockets I gotta call in later just for uranium purposes. Okay, there's another one. It's looking like it. So it looks like we actually did a pretty good job of cleaning them up. We only missed about 4 or 5. But sometimes you'll go through and you'll find like just 10 laying around because you had like 2 buried under this stone or 5 under that stone and stuff like that. But the only way to figure that out is to check. Okay. So we got all that sorted out. The GTI number is going up at a much better rate. It's still slow. That's fine. Yeah, it was 5 of those. We grabbed ourselves another uncommon insect. Okay. So let's go figure out which rockets we're going to be making a bunch of to deal with this. Because it feels like the big call is plants. So that... Oh, the GPS! Wait, you're saying I have microcompass? Alright, so I need a microchip compass and 2 super alloy. Do the GPS first. Okay, so the GPS chip is... a silicon... 2 aluminum, and was it a magnesium? Yeah, magnesium. I remember it was super alloy, I don't remember how much, so we'll grab 2. Yeah, so you put the GPS up. Now, the level of GPS rockets you've got up there, because there's like a tier 1, a tier 2, and whatever, they'll determine how much you can zoom in. But if you don't have any, your map doesn't even work. Alright, so I would need... That's the oxygen multiplier. So our oxygen levels are... Okay, so let's... Well, actually, first... Yep, so now with this, I've got the map. And, like, you can see here as we get the higher levels. Oh, those little spots I'm seeing, that's probably where I've built stuff. Yes, it's interesting, as I vaguely remember... there was something that made it on the other one where you'd see, like, a little spot in the map where it's like, oh, I could find this or there. So far as where you put down your stuff. That's fine. It could be I just need the better GPS. Yeah, so the insect numbers and the plants numbers are skyrocketing. Right, so what we want to check is these are moving fast. I can't build up the insects. My choices are basically the plants or oxygen. So oxygen is only blocking the water life collector, which is actually a pretty big one. Because once I get the water life collector, I can get the other stuff for making that. But the catch I have is I can't do anything until we get the aquarium, which is literally a factor of 10 from where I'm at. Literally, we'll have the drone station up well before that, and the teleporter, and all the other stuff. But I do think it's going to be the plants that'll be the big one. It's fine. Plants or oxygen, I don't care. We're just going to put some rockets up. It's fine. It does look like all of that's going to require the trees, which luckily I have a bunch of those. We need mutagen. So I got to remember what the heck I need for mutagen. So bacteria, sulfur, and methane. Easy. Bacteria. Sulfur. Methane. They're just going to send up rockets. I don't care what they are. All of it helps. It's fine. I'm not too fussed. Right, so send up... So 3 bacteria, and then we'll need 6 super alloy. 1, 2, 3 bacteria. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 superalloy. And I believe that'll give me 3 rockets worth of the oxygen ones. So that should be a considerable push up on our oxygen production. It's fine. That'll definitely get to space. Don't worry about it. Okay, so I need 3 Lirma, 3 fertilizer, 6 superalloy. Actually, I lied. Let's grab a Lirma. Grab 2 superalloy. Get that one sent up. That's getting all these rockets out of my inventory. Oh, fertilizer. Okay, so fertilizer is here. And let's go ahead and make some more rockets, because I've got like spare cabinets worth of the rods. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, and 2. Superalloy, just grab the whole stack. Cool. They're all good there. We're definitely going to need to break up one of those. Grab more branches. Grab more fertilizer. And go down below. I'm sure I'm missing something. We'll just deal with it when we get there. Shred this superalloy bar. Okay, see what we're missing for all this. Lirma seeds. Okay. Because yeah, this will clean up a bunch of those Lirma I've got floating around. Oh, I got more of that, so let's grab those. Seeds. Sorry, not seeds. Flowers. Lirma. That's 3. But you get the idea. I'm just trying to boost the plants and the oxygen production as much as we can. Because it's not going to directly get the insects going farther, but it'll help me unlock the next things I need to make the insects go farther. It's fine. Okay, so I have a need for 2 more Lirma. Which I do not have. What I'm trying to remember is, do our grass spreaders use Lirma? I feel like they did, don't they? They do. We're going to start retiring the grass spreaders to make more rockets, because those rockets are going to do more than those grass spreaders could ever do in their hopes and dreams. Oh, I need more fertilizer. It should be 2 more. Yeah, it's... Well, if I'm going to get one more... Well, actually, we'll do 2 more of those, and then we'll switch to the other one again. So that should be a very significant boost to both our plant and oxygen that we're doing with all these rockets. Okay, so I need a mutagen, and I need a bacteria. And no other tree branch things. So I can go here and I'll need 2 bacteria. Then the mutagen was methane and sulfur. All right. And with that, we just cleared out a ton of excess. Cool. So let's clean out our inventory. I'm gonna go grab more, Oh, you're still full. Alright, so do not need to grab more water right now. What I need to grab now... Yeah, no, it's very much... The art style is very, very much like Subnautica. And the overall vibe is kind of in that same ballpark as well. They definitely are very different games, but they're certainly a very similar aesthetic. Alright, so let's go get more algae. Because we're going to need that for more bacteria. Okay. So we're doing good with all that. We got a major upgrade on our plants, so far as like we got our tree spreader 2s up. We got a major upgrade on our oxygen. Same kind of idea. We put up something like 6 or 7 of each type of rocket, which is a major win. The insects haven't gotten a meaningful upgrade, but I'm kind of in that weird thing where I can put a lot of effort into getting a very tiny upgrade on the insects. But we're struggling with a lot of that. Alright, so... I didn't exactly give myself place for the algae, did I? It's fine, they'll sort it out. There we go, it's getting it done. Super alloy, you're getting all bacteria done, we got all our fertilizer sorted out. Cool, eat you, grab more honey. Alright, so we've got that. As far as insects go, so you're 250. That is a considerable upstep from what we've got, and that's the rare larva. What would it take? So the butterfly dome. Oh, let's check on our energy. I haven't done that a bit. Ah, we're good. That's right. We got our next booster. All right. So for the butterfly dome, 2 alloy, a tier 1 and tier 2 fertilizer. Boom and boom. Gonna go ahead and get 2 of those. I will need 2 tree bark, 2 zeolite. Grab a zeolite. And 2 super alloy. Means taking that apart. Actually, I don't need to take that apart. What am I doing? I'm literally producing the crap. Like, if I get to the point where I'm short on other materials, sure. But I literally have it being made right here. Okay. Better trees, better trees. That's gonna go great as well. That's gonna go. I'm curious how it's gonna work with the rocket pad underneath it. I see no reason to change anything about it. It's perfect. Nothing at all will go wrong with that decision. Okay, drop those in there. Drop you in here. Okay, so we got the butterfly. Right, so we unlocked more butterfly stuff we can do. So, with the butterflies, we're looking for rare larva, mutagen, and that. So I do need to find rare larva to get the good stuff. Here to optimizer, we definitely want that. Better butterflies. I remember what I did with all my not as good larvae in the last one. There was something I was using them for. Like, I know the uncommon, you make stuff like the silkworms and the bees and stuff like that. It was like the common larva, because you didn't... It wasn't really worth making them into butterflies, since if you make the better butterflies, it's like literally twice as good. But I had something I was using them for. Getting wave after wave of the bright green stuff because of how many rockets I launch. It's just playing catch up now. Now, one thing you will run into is areas with like rocks in that. Sometimes they'll spawn inside the rocks. And it tries not to spawn too many in one place. So eventually you do have to turn around. As they commonly turned into food, you also broke them down from time to time for free fertilizer. Oh, wait. Like, I can recycle them? Interesting. Yeah, no, I definitely use them for something, I just couldn't remember. Yeah, I didn't know I could, like, if I can break them down to fertilizer, that's just an easy win. There's so many things you use fertilizer for. Okay, so we didn't get any of the ones I wanted. So let's... I'm down to tinker with that. So if I put a common one in there... Okay. You assumed you could just eat them? No. Alright, so I'll need to make more mutagen. So methane, sulfur, and bacteria again. And all these are still only getting, like, the highest is 250. I still have way better than that in use for a lot of it. Okay, so I needed the bug, that, and fertilizer. Okay, so it's rare larva. Really much rather do that way. That's fine. Let's do a test. Because this is one of the not as good butterflies. Let's see if I can recycle that one. It could be the ones you actually make butterflies or whatever. Yeah, so ones you actually make into butterflies and all that, those ones can be reversed, but the base larvae appear to be unreversible. So we need enough fertilizer. What type of meteor shower are we looking at? This looks like when you have the one big slow asteroid. So I'm guessing it's going to come up... Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It hasn't crashed, and I haven't heard it crash yet. Nor do I see it either. Might be a false alarm. Yeah, it's sometimes hard to tell. Usually when you get like the pink or purple or whatever, I usually race outside, because when you get a stack of a bunch of pulsar, that's a big one. Especially on this planet where we can't seem to find half those things. That'd be a real big win. Alright, so we're at 20 GTI, so things are going along pretty quick. And it is, you know, noticeably climbing now, as opposed to, like, really just crawling. It's got lots and lots of goodies up top. Yeah, so what we would need to find right now is I need to find rare larvae. Breathable atmosphere. That is what I want to see. And what do we just unlock? Vehicle speed 2, don't care. The teleporter's coming soon. I don't know how I'm going to power that thing, though. We have the optimizing machine 2. So you are 3 obsidian. A uranium rod. Actually, what's the difference between you? Yeah, so it's 3 obsidian versus the other thing. You require 150 power, though. So we might have a weird situation here. Alright. So how's that doing with her power? Yeah, that's what you like to see. Okay, so it does mean we can drop a bunch of this stuff off. And then what we can do from there... Sorry. What we can probably do from there, once we get that all topped off, is, yeah, so I keep the explosive powder, I guess. Is we can take some of these other upgrade ones. So that was oxygen production down there. Let's pop up here real fast. Go to our consumables. So we have the plant multiplier and we got oxygen. So let's grab both of those. Because then I can go down here. Yep, that's exactly what I'm doing, Canahawk. I'm going over here to do these. Cool. So we have massively increased the amount of oxygen and plants that's making. And honestly, stuff like the pressure and the heat, we're getting to the point that there won't be much it could really do anymore. Like it'd be kind of a solved problem. Alright. Yeah, because we got the overall terraforming. Oxygen, we've got just this to unlock. Pressure, we're getting there. So, I mean, they could still use for more. The big thing we have is now that I can handle 8, I have a reason to add 3 more trees onto that. So we gotta get that sorted out. So we can drop you in here. Let's drop the honeycomb in there. We still have the mutagen for the bugs, but I haven't found any rare ones yet. What would it take to do the tree spreader 2s? So that's 2 tree bark, 2 bacteria, 2 zeolite. 2 tree bark. 2 bacteria. 2 zeolite. And 2 super alloy. Cool. So that'll get me 2 of those. Do I have tree seeds in here? That, I believe, is 1 tree seed. And I don't think I have another tree seed in here at the moment. I do not. Okay, what's the fanciest tree we can do? 250%? 250% for an Orma? I don't know if I have one of those. I do not. 175 for a Tuska. We can do that. So mutagen, branch, Tuska. I'm honestly surprised on your Eolite supply. Girlfriend, you had tons of issues with that in Silly. Yeah, no, I got most of it out of the boxes. But I've definitely been very aggressive on my use of the boxes. We'll definitely need another branch, which is going to take a minute. Get our food. Grab more food. It's going to take a minute to run, so let's go ahead and drop the other one down, because these upgrade ones can handle 8 buildings, which is why we're making more of these. There's currently only 5 in range of this thing. So we can put 3 more here. There's no real reason not to, other than, like, if I start pushing my power. Oh yeah, no, eventually I will have Zeolite problems. Okay, there's that one. We should get the water. And our air consumption has slowed down again. So it's at minus 1.7 a second. We start at 2. And so we're already knocking about, 15% of our air consumption has been reduced. As they work on breathable atmosphere. Alright, so you're working through all that. You're fine. You're fine. I don't remember what the building up there said it required for heat. But we've unlocked everything that heat can unlock. Honestly, the teleport I don't see much value on this map. I keep thinking about this. Without having any caves or any place to just toss a drill down, it doesn't... Like, there's not really a reason to travel the map once we've discovered stuff and looted the buildings. Alright, so the insects are coming along nicely. Okay, so with what we got here, you should be about ready to give me this. 61%. Alright, let's go back outside looking for rare larvae. There's the teleporter. Also, plus, to do the teleporter, I need lots of the pulsar gems. It's something like 4 or whatever. And good luck on that. Like, I can probably make a teleporter happen. There's a rare one. And even though I don't want the common ones, the reason we're picking them up, as I mentioned earlier, unless it's changed, they used to only spawn so many nearby you. And so if you have a whole bunch of common ones laying around, that can prevent, not fully prevent, but it can get in the way of spawning more. Worst case, I'll just start chucking them into something to destroy them. They're easy enough to get a hold of the common and uncommon ones. Alright. There we go. So we got 2 rare ones that we can make some good butterflies. Okay, so got you. Alright. So, rare, mutagen, fertilizer, go. I can pop down here, plunk down our tree, and that'll put this up to 7 of the 8 we can do. I need tier 2 fertilizer. Let's go grab that. Yeah, we can put down that. Alright. Okay, we're almost out of tier 2 fertilizer. That's a thing I remember was like a big setup in the both my past runs of like the base game and the DLC. Was just the whole getting it where it just automatically create like the bacteria, the fertilizer 1, the fertilizer 2, the whole way up. Alright, so that's another one done. Alright, Professor, you have a good one. See you when you get back. Alright. So with that, I'm going to drop in the uncommon ones. We'll need the rare one. For right now, we can do that. Drop you in there, mutagen, fertilizer. Now, I believe the other butterfly garden we were trying to do is over here. At 300%. I will need more mutagen. That's bacteria and a sulfur. And drop off this cobalt that I got from somewhere. Hey, Salford Sal, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that. Let me go ahead and get you a shout out and all that good stuff. For those who don't know, Salford Sal, absolutely fantastic content creator, playing some Oxygen not included. We too started with no Oxygen in a completely different game. But definitely an absolutely wonderful content creator, does a whole lot of fun stuff over there on their channel. Does like to play games that get into like major projects and build up and go through them all and all the fun that ensues with that. I'm mentally trying to juggle around where half of this, my stuff is, don't mind me. But, with all that said, I have lost track of what I was doing. But yeah, so it does like major projects, like plays like, you know, Oxygen Not Included, Huh? I had that wrong. That's what's going on. I had the recipe wrong. Right. It's not a fertilizer, it's a seed. What's the best? Oh, we can do, that's the best thing to do. Alright, boom. Alright. But yeah, so it does like stuff like Oxygen Not Included, Going Medieval, a whole bunch of these kinds of games, like Timberborn. Comes with these like really grand projects in place through that like gets them all going. So it's really fun to see as they kind of slowly build up and shape and build up and all that. Very fun time over there. So plays a lot of similar games to us with that. Doing some Oxygen Not Included today and all that. Definitely is one who enjoys the Pip Witch. But thanks so much again for that raid. For everyone popping in here, I am Rual Storge, do play a variety of games here at Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. That said, that is, you know, been beaten and all that, but I am a variety streamer, so I play games like RimWorld, I played Oxygen, you know, lots of Oxygen Not Included. We played lots and lots of RimWorld. We played Project Zombie in the past. We're playing some Planet Crafter today, but so it's like simulation, a farm sim, Roadcraft. We literally did all of that. But I play like lots of simulation games, lots of settlement builders, city builders, tycoon games, survival crafters. And today we're playing a game called Planet Crafter, which, like oxygen not included, does not come with oxygen when you first start. And you got to make it all work. So if you ever played the game Subnautica, this will very, very heavily remind you of Subnautica, but has a very different approach to it. So like Subnautica, you know, you get plunked down on a planet, and you're just like, I just want the hell off this planet. And you go about your process of doing that and what you're dealing with. This one, you also get plunked down into a planet, but you're required to terraform the planet to be allowed to leave. So Subnautica, you're just trying to figure your way out through what's going on. I'm going to avoid spoiling things, so I'm deliberately talking around certain things with Subnautica. But this one, it is a thing where when I started on this planet, it was just a barren red rock with nothing going for it. And little by little, we got plants and bugs and all that. That's been our big thing we've offered the world, as we created this wonderful paradise. It had, you know, just all sorts of plants and flowers and trees, and everything was lovely. And then we added insects. You're welcome. We had paradise, and we said, but what if mosquitoes? Ever since you started working in the grease factory, you've been kind of hard to get a hold of. But yeah, again, check out South Cell, absolutely wonderful. It's a meme in Sal's channel about the Pip Witches. If you didn't read between the lines there, that normally Sal does not partake of the Pip Witch. However, for the right price, things have happened. But yeah, so we're probably well into mid-game right now in this. We are doing the Moons update. So when you play the game, there's a base game that's the Prime Planet. That's the normal game. Then there's a DLC called the Humble Planet, which has a nice twist. And then this is the, I didn't need to have another tier of tree spreader, but okay. Then we have the moons, which there's Selena and there's another moon. We started with that one. We can talk about selling out for Pip Witches. It is what it is. Alright, so we got our tier 3 tree spreader. What's that gonna cost me? Okay, so honestly, the only major difference here is how much power it consumes. Oh my god, the amount of plants that makes. And that I need more tier 2 fertilizer. What do I need to make tier 2 fertilizer, since I apparently need all of it? That's not that bad. All things considered, that's not that bad. So that'd be 1, 2... Alright. Let's go grab the tree out of here. Okay. So I need a lot. Let's grab a bacteria sample and a zeolite. And a super alloy. Oh, we have super alloys over here. Okay, so what I'm going to need to do is to make... I should have 7... No, 8. When we're done, I should have 8 of these. So I should need 8 tier 2 fertilizer. So we've got 6 there. Alright. And then I need algae, squash, and methane. So I have 7 squash. I have an algae. And I believe we've got all our methane is already in use. Alright. So with that, let's make our tier 2 fertilizer. Right, because I had 1. Okay. So, basically there's going to be a weird juggle going on over here. That I'm going to put down one of these, go get some algae, make another one, put down one of these, and we're just rotating these out because these are a massive upgrade. I don't have tree bark. Alright, well, if I'm standing here, I'm just going to grab the algae. We'll bring that back. We'll make more tier 3 or tier 2 fertilizer. Grab the one tree bark I need. And then I gotta start swapping all these. Which is one of those things that's like, yeah, it's a little bit of a nuisance, but this is a good thing to have. Because it is like a factor of 10 better than what I'm using right now. So yes, it's inconvenient. But we're gonna tear down this forest and build a brand new forest. With higher tier stuff. And that should help our planet terraforming go much faster. Alright, we're down to 1.6 per second oxygen consumption. Because slowly we're making the area more oxygen rich so I can go longer without issues. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, okay, we're out of methane. I need a thing of wood. I'll stash one in the cabinet, since I always need more of it. Alright. So let's try this again, now with the actual stuff. Hit witches are numb, flock witches are poisonous. I don't think I ever tried to make the flock witches. Cool, we can get other butterflies. Alright. Tier 3. And tier 3. Tier 3. There's a good one. Tier 3. Okay, so one we need to do is there's another one that has that really amazing seed in it. There you are. You need to go over to one of these that's already been upgraded to a tier 3 and swap that out. It is real hard to tell which ones are the good ones or not. They're a height difference. Okay. So I need more methane to make more of the things to unlock the rest. I already missed what we just got as an upgrade, but it's fine. Because what we're trying to do right now is increase our oxygen and plant amount on the planet. Because a lot of the stuff for making the insects population faster is locked behind that. Yes, I don't care about the osmium rods. I got a ton of those right now. We don't have that. Right, you got deluxe butterfly larva. What's that locked behind? It's still just rare. Okay, so I need more methane. Apparently it doesn't produce nearly as fast as I was hoping. We can go get ourselves a sip of water while we wait. Fusion cells. I don't have a good way of getting pulsars, so that's not going to happen. Honestly, with what we're dealing with, it might be worth it for me just to tear down the shorter ones. Yeah, because we've got... Yeah, so we do have 8 there. I was going to say, it might just be worth it for me to tear down... What was I... Oh, I was drinking water. That's what I was doing. Like, it might just be worth it for me to tear down the other ones to get, like... Because if I combine them... Because I could take down 2 of these. And that's enough to make one of the things that's like 10 times as good. Alright. Yep, so with that, I need to make 2 more, which is going to be 2 more... Sorry, not 2 more. 4 more Tier 2 fertilizer, which is waiting on methane for that. Oh yeah, look at the number moving now. Instead of crawling little by little on that second decimal, just barely ticking up. Yeah, we're seeing that breathable atmosphere climbing along. Let's go ahead and eat our high-quality food. Grab ourselves another snack. Drone station unlocked. Oh, it's time for my power to be in bad shape forever. Now is where things start to get both amazing and terrible at the same time. Alright, what does the drone station take to build? Fusion cell, we can actually do it right now. So, fusion cell, I got a ton of them sitting right here. So, fusion cell, osmium rod. Superalloy rod. And 3 circuit boards. And how much power do you need? 850 power. I have plenty. Alright. So that's iron, rocket engines, and all that. Cool. So for the rocket engines, 1, 2, 3. One, two, three. And it was 1, 2. One, 2. We put the spares back for right now, because we are going to want to make a lot of those drones. And I mean a lot of those drones. I need 2 of those back. Okay. And you need what? Oh, I need to grab 2 circuit boards, 2 iron. I remember making a big deal to just, like, mass produce those things. But the first step is getting a non-zero number. Alright, so we now officially have bots. So we can go here and say supply that to the system. Whatever it is. And to avoid letting that machine get jammed, we can go here and say demand oxygen on a low priority. So it'll only pull stuff in here when it's got nowhere else for it to go. And what's going to end up happening here is little by little, I'm going to have to go to all of these and be like, okay, osmium box, demand, osmium rods, demand, osmium ore, okay, iridium, demand, iridium rod, iridium ore is here somewhere, uranium, demand, rod, and ore, superalloy, demand, superalloy rod, and superalloy ore, aluminum, demand. And the reason I want to do this, if I get this all set up, what'll gradually happen is all of these will kind of self-fill as things go on. And other stuff will get kicked where it needs to get kicked. You have iron. I'm gonna leave that one alone for right now. Alright. So I'm just trying to wire this all up, because if I get this all set up correctly, what I can do is get really, really lazy about dealing with my ore, because then what I could do is I can just have a dump chest that I walk into the place and just drop everything in. I don't think we need to worry about that one or that one. Products? We're definitely going to split this one up more, but we'll go ahead and start adding all these produced materials. But that's going to need to be broken up at some point. Where's the circuit boards? You're here somewhere. I think. The circuit board's not here. There it is. And I think that's good. Consumables. We can tell it to put the water in here. And all these things. There's an additional trick you can actually do with this as well. What else do we put in consumables? That's probably fine for right now. And then shrugs I just don't have organized. Okay, so one of the dirty tricks you can do with this is I have a problem right now where I'm getting too much iron in the process. So I can add iron there, and by having it as a low priority, it'll only fill that after other things are done. So now I can run over to my drill over here and say, hey, you're on the network, and you supply anything you get in there. So now what should happen is the drones will go back and forth to that drill, emptying it out, and filling into whatever box that belongs. And the extra iron I don't have room for, it'll dump into that thing to be destroyed. So like the iron's full, so we should start to see that fill up. So again, that's kind of all the automation stuff going on. So what's going to start happening at this stage is we are going to start setting up large-scale production where I'll just have bunches of these laying around. We'll get there. I've already forgotten what I was working on. Okay. Right, we were working on this. That's right. We were getting more Tier 2 fertilizer, which needed more methane. Alright. Probably an algae and a high chest? Yeah, you're not wrong. I just have to go through all these and say, hey, supply it. Hey, supply it. One big sad thing is the algae down here, I don't believe you can put that on the network. Sorry. The way I've had to do that in the past is build a platform above it. Or nearby it, I should say. And you build a platform nearby it, then what you can do with it to get the resources through there is, oh, I thought it was a rare. You can put like a platform right on top of it with the auto crafter and it will grab it out from this point. I'm gonna check to see if they changed that, but it used to be that you can't as, yeah. So like the algae down here, you need it for a lot of stuff and a lot of it. So I am probably going to have to build a platform above here. Use a couple auto crafters for anything that needs algae specifically. And then what can happen is the products as they come out, we can just put them where they're needed. Drones will harvest now? That's interesting because I don't get to set it to supply. That's good if that's the case, because that'll be really nice to work with. Yeah, no, I gotcha. Alright, right now this is all just a mix of everything. So for right now I'm going to tell this one to demand the honey. And this one will demand the algae. Just to figure out where the heck it is on there. There you are. Oh, including food growers. Ooh. That does mean what I'll probably need to do in the long term for that to work out is I probably will need to make individual chests for each of these. Right now we're going to put them all together. I'm going to have to do a major overhaul. I'm not too worried about it. Later on you get a bigger storage building. When we get that bigger storage unit, I'll have to rearrange like everything when that happens. Oh, that's not what I didn't mean to point. It's fine. I'm sitting on a giant pile of algae. That's fine. There we go. And that should be what I need for the last of those trees we've been trying to make. Oh, I need a squash. Yeah, so that supply and demand from that is for the seed. Alright. Like, the hardest part's gonna be powering all that. Getting all the materials to power all of it, I think. We can use the nuclear reactors, it's just gonna take a bunch thing. Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, I'm aware, Box. That's what he's saying, is like, yeah, this is that one spot inventory, not the thing on top. I've made that mistake before in the past. Alright, so we got all 8 of our trees replaced and upgraded, which is something we've been working on. That's very quickly improving our air situation. And it already has all the boosters on and everything, so there's nothing to do with that. We did have the area up top that said I couldn't go until it had enough heat. And I believe we hit that point. Oh, I mean, our heat's still climbing. Right, so we can make the silk generation, which will be for fabric later. Or silk generator. The silk generator just... Yes, it need a water and 3 silkworms. What do I need for silkworms? I believe is an uncommon bacteria, and then fertilizer. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Because then I'll be able to make fabric. Man, I keep remembering having bigger compartment building, like compartment rooms. Okay. Exosuit 4. The Exosuit 4 is 2 blazer circuit board uranium. Right, it's a circuit. The purchase blueprint? Yeah, and we haven't unlocked the trade post yet. We're getting really close to the aquarium. And then this will be water life stuff. Getting relatively close to the tier 5 heater. We got better trees coming. Yeah, we're getting pretty close to getting our plants where we need to get them. And this is hustling quite a bit on its own. And at the outdoor farm, that's when we're going to start having much better situation with our plants. Oh, right. I forgot the ecosystem produces larvae. Right. And that was the way you could make a lot of stuff easier. By having it just keep taking the larva out. Oh, did it actually start? Yeah, no, I have to hit research and give it a second. Alright, so for the silk, I need water. Which is fine. And I need zeolite. Did I get all you set up? Yeah, we did. Alright, let me make sure my water stuff is set to supply. Alright. Oh, we also probably need to go to... back here. I'm rotate around. Supply that. For right now, I'll just tell it to dump it in here. Alright, so once that gets done, we'll have our silkworms. Then we'd be able to make fabric. I think you get 4 in 1 square room for a blueprint unlocked to find in ruins. Oh, you can't go to, like, you can't do the gate? Oh, that'd be so weird, because if we can't go to the gate, that actually means you're on, like, a limited number of crystals outside of the asteroids. Alright, so 3 explosive powder. That is obnoxiously more. So, okay. So I need more explosive. Yeah, if I tear one of those down, that'll be good. We have the water collector thing. Yeah, so as you can see, it's starting to collect the oxygen and all that. You can't do the gates from the moon. That's a major challenge part of them. Gotcha. Alright, so with that, we have the silkworm thing, which I'm not sure where I'm putting. Probably... Alright, so that's doing its thing. Okay, so let's go real quick, get our water topped off. Then we got our upgraded heaters to do. And all that, and then I gotta kind of catch up, because we're at that stage where a lot of stuff is coming together really quickly. And that's just gonna make it kind of hard to keep up with what I need to be working on. Alright. And we're almost at the point of depleting our oxygen half as fast as we were before. Alright, so let's see. So we've got the thing for the water collector. That's 2 bioplastic. I've long since lost track of where I'm putting this stuff. So 2 bioplastic. A super alloy and 3 silk. That's gonna take a minute. Okay. So while that's going there, we can also get the butterfly farms. That is going to be a bunch of stuff. And you're 75 insects as opposed to 20. Alright, so we'll need a zeolite. And a tier 2 fertilizer, which is a tier 1 fertilizer plus 2 methane and yada yada. Alright, so let's grab here. Alright, so what's going to happen is we're falling behind a lot of these. We're just going to have to get more of the drones running around. Oh no, they're keeping up. Yeah, I remember setting up full automation to automate the drones making drones. And then it was just, you know, when there wasn't use. It's something you had to turn off, though, because it would get stuck so often. So we've got the methane. We have the squash. I can go ahead and grab 2 fertilizer. I don't have what I need for fertilizer. What am I missing for fertilizer? Sulfur and algae. Yeah, the algae. Sulfur. Am I out of sulfur? Don't be out of sulfur. What am I out of for fertilizer? Eggplant? I'm out of eggplant. Yeah, we're out of eggplant. Okay, so drop you back off. Oh, we can do... Alright. Yeah, so that's just growing. We'll get the outdoor farms unlocked very soon, and that'll make that life easier. We're kind of stuck waiting on you to make silk, where there's the very first one out. So that's one thing, because that'll let us get the water life collector to start getting that. We just unlocked something. Let's pop down. Okay, we're right about to get the aquarium. So we can, when we get the aquarium, that'll let us start getting amphibians going. Yeah, and that's literally what it is. That's for that. This will help boost insects. That's the better gas extractor. That's a better tree. The outdoor farm is coming soon. Yeah, an ecosystem is the other big one. Alright. There's better food. I need you all to grow like 10 times faster. Okay, so there's the aquarium. So the aquarium is a tier 2 fertilizer. Please stop doing that. Please stop being tier 2 fertilizer for everything. That gives us animals of 4. So that shouldn't be too bad to do. I just need to get a tier 2 fertilizer ready. Oh, tier 5 heater? No, I just need to do it. That's right. So 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And then we tear down a tier 4 heater. Alright, so let's go drop this off. Checking our power as well. Power's still doing okay for the moment. So I've got super alloy to drop off. So for another tier 5, I need another iridium rod. I don't though, because I'm gonna be making that. So I need 3 of you, 6 of you, 3 of you. We're gonna try and replace as many as we can. Alright. So we're gonna pop down. I'm gonna have to go back and forth. So how much power do you take? 360. You take a ridiculous amount of power. So you need to drop a super alloy and all that. Grab more super alloy rods. Okay, and that'll be where we get cut off because I won't have more super alloy rods or whatever. But that's fine because these things are just way, way better than what we've got. Okay, so we've got all that set up. That's gonna have decimated our poor power. Nah, not as bad as I thought it was gonna be. Super alloys. Alright. So let's go check in the silk. And what did we just unlock? Yeah, the tier 3 mutagen, circuit board's coming up. All that's unlocked. Pressure's still going up. Ah, we got a better tree. I'm not super worried about that right now. We got better butterflies and all that as well. Okay, and for here... Alright, how long do I have till we unlock the outdoor farm? Because the thing that makes the outdoor farms really good is they grow multiple plants in them. So that's not that one. The outdoor farm, so that's 1.5. So we are making our way. We've got all that going. We have the insect spreader, that's gonna take a little while longer. Okay. So I've got all that stuff. We never did make the tier 2 of those, and I don't have the spare fertilizer now. We have the lake water collector, which gives us even more water. Right, so I need a power plant is what I need to work on. Because we are low on power to spare. So we can go over here, we'll grab a uranium rod. We need 3 of those. We need the explosive powder. What else do I need for that? Super alloy and 3 water. That's easy enough to do. Super alloy. Yeah, again, don't walk through being like, you know, build that, build that, build that. I know you're excited, but like let me just kind of go through and do my thing. Alright, so we got all the plant stuff going there. Do I have a bunch of obsidian? You can get herself a get a bunch of water. Okay, so we got the thing for oxygen doing really well there. The terraforming index is hustling. We probably need to start also getting the butterfly farm things going as well. That'll help with the insect population a lot. I've been really slacking on that because I'm kind of overloaded with the things I'm working on. Right, so we have this butterfly thing will get us a lot. That's tier 2 fertilizer. I don't think we got any of that floating around anymore. I can break down the better fertilizer. That's certainly a possibility. How are you not grown yet, eggplant? You're killing me. Okay. Now worry about the... Well, that generates animals now. If I get that online. Alright. So let's get upstairs. And do some construction. I'm gonna drop you off right now. That's fine. And for a door, I need a silicon. I don't have a silicon. Man, I have got to get that improved. So we might even need to do is I might just have to put more drills outside just to keep them running. Because the thing is, supplying, it's only getting ore. Let's grab a silicon, because I just want to put a door up there. And the reason I want to put a door up there is just so I can kind of peek back in and out easy. Without it being a whole thing. But I'm going to be trying to make a room up top. Because what I'll start doing is I'll start building a ton of storage. Yeah, no, it's not tier 2. Yep. Well, until we had the bots, it was kind of just sitting there and occasionally just empty it out. Now, for our base materials, that's probably good to get that upgraded. Okay, so I don't have more information on that yet. You're right about to unlock circuit boards. Don't really care about that right now. You got a while till tier 3. You got a while till that. You're right about to get the tier 2 gas extractor. You're making good progress towards the outdoor farm. Right, and I wanted to get you going. Which is... oh. Yeah, there we go. Right, so we need to get this thing online, so I just need a super alloy. Totally forgot we were working on that as well. Which would be just another thing to work on. So let's go over here. And just plunk it in the water. I'm definitely going to need more bots, but we'll worry about that when we get there. Supply. And now get like plankton and everything in there. Miss the robots? Yeah, we've only got 2. We just brought them on just a little bit ago. And now I'm playing catch up on everything. And the atmosphere is very quickly becoming breathable. We're at only 0.7 air being used per second, where we started at 2. Alright, so we get the pulsar crystals soon. And then the portal is a long time ago. And then the asteroid attraction rocket gives a heat generation bonus. So we get a bigger backpack. Amphibian farm's way over there. The one we're waiting on is this one, the outdoor farm. That's going to be very important. And we'll want to go here. And this will be our manufacturing floor. Which does mean I will want yet another staircase, which is an iron and a cobalt. Because then what we'll do is I'll put the farms on the roof. Cool. Now, the tier 2 gas extractor, it extracts stuff faster, and you can tell to only extract certain gases. So that's going to be a nice to have. It's not an urgent. We will eventually need it, because I believe it also gives the ability to get nitrogen. Alright. I'm not going to worry about that right now. Okay, yeah, so this is going to be where our production moves up to. Because the goal here is to get the production over top of all of this. So we have our storage down here, and these things are just running upstairs, just churning out one thing after the other. The other thing we go... oh, you have fertilizer. Yeah. I don't remember what we're waiting on the fertilizer for. That's what we're waiting on. So I needed to get a tier 2. So I need a squash. And then an oxygen. And a super alloy. Let's see, a super alloy and a circuit board. Alright, so with this, I could build an aquarium. Somewhere. I have this giant open space down here we're not using. We'll just shove it down here. I don't really want to block that area. It is weird how far in I have to shove this thing to make it work. Okay. So interestingly enough, it said it would contribute 4 animals per second. But now that I have it, it's not doing anything because it needs the eggs. That's kind of fascinating. Alright, so we can get the... Well, that's the frog eggs. Fish eggs, we gotta go through that. I believe to get a bunch of the eggs, that's why I put this thing over here. I believe we would get like the plankton or whatever, and you mix it with the mutagen and fertilizer. Check the photo maker? I have no idea what you mean. Oh, let's grab water while we're over here. Go into it? Okay. Yeah. Well, that's the thing, is I think it can sometimes just pull up straight up eggs. But I think it's more later on. But then we can also use this to genetically combine things. Right, so it's a fertilizer 1, a mutagen 3. And then one of the plankton. Boom. Boom, boom. Try that one. Cool. Making ourselves something. You're all still growing. That score is still counting up. Alright. We're getting really close to having that outdoor farm. And then we put those on the roof. And we make one that's got a bunch of eggplant. We get one that's got a bunch of, squash. We get one that's got a bunch of beans. You get the idea. So we start getting, like, a really decent amount of those growing up top. That'll supply us with all the stuff we need to keep all this running. These will have to be moved up. But that should accelerate the rate we're getting fertilizer and all that. Right, so we were sequencing. So as soon as that's done sequencing, we get our first fish. You put down the next ones in. Golden fish eggs seem pretty solid. Insect spreader rocket. Just what everyone has always wanted in their lives. And we are officially making animals. Heck yeah. So at this point, literally, if I did nothing else but just left the game running, eventually, theoretically, you would have finished the game. Now, the reality is, as slow as that's going, you'd never finish the game. You'd die of old age first. But the theoretical still applies in that we do actually have all of the things you need to fully terraform the planet are actively happening now. I've long since lost track of what I was doing with half of that stuff. Right. So let's check back at what we just unlocked. Nothing I care about here. Right, the insect rocket. Let's see what the insect rocket takes to make. We probably need to get more drones online soon. The insect rocket is not that one. 3 bee larvae, an osmium rod, a mutagen 2. So 3 bee larvae. And if I remember correctly, occasionally those get stuck. So I can grab 3 of those. Grab you. And bee larva was mutagen 1 and fertilizer. Well, crap, that's not happening anytime soon. Okay, so you can drop this in the aquarium down below. There's no reason not to. Cool, we got our aquarium going. And the first fish unlock is at 500 kilograms. Sorry, 50 kilograms. And then we get a fish farm at 550 ton. That's gonna take a while. That's almost done. Yeah, no, I figured as much. Pretty much we're in bad shape in a lot of that. Let's grab some iron. How do I want to deal with this? Okay, we'll go here, demand, you, and you, and you. And this will be for, a lot of the things here can give us eggs. I'm taking this as kind of the, hey, something got stuck in something, please fix. That's fine, I'll deal with the food in a moment. So just grabbing all of the different types of eggs. Because I vaguely remember that sometimes the thing that collects the plankton can grab just a straight up egg sometimes. Yeah, so it should take all of that. It'll probably be worth also having it grab these. I'll tell it to grab the bee larva as well. For now. Egg. So drop you off. Drop the mutagen. So we needed mutagen 2, I think it was. And we needed fertilizer. The primary thing we're dealing with all the fertilizer stuff is the farms. And the next unlock we have for insects are the farms. So we're probably looking at here is going out of our way to get the butterfly garden things built. Yeah, because they have the butterfly dome, which is a tier 2 and a tier 1. We want to swap those up for just a butterfly farm. Which seems like a no-brainer to me. So it seems like the butterfly dome should go away. Which is good because they're big and all over the place. Okay, so for the butterfly garden thing, I need a bioplastic. It's also giving me back resources. I don't even remember where we put it. It's always those things I like forget where I was keeping the bioplastics and all that. The one thing you do with bioplastic was that and silicon. I'm gonna have to get a bigger drill there. Cool. That's one. Okay, so next I need more tier 2 and a fertilizer. I'm pretty sure I have another butterfly garden right here. That's another bioplastic, which means more silicon, which I won't have. So let's go grab a silicon. I need to get water anyways. Alright. Yeah, they are pretty. It actually gets pretty lovely outside when you start getting like the little things and they start flying all around the area. Those also end up looking really good as well. Alright, and I am going to need to get more drills going. You know the purchase butterflies that are glowy purple? Oh yeah, there's all sorts of like exotic colors. But I remember every once in a while with the beehives, I don't know if it's only tier 1 or, sorry, only tier 2 or tier 1 and 2 or whatever. Occasionally they'll just give you a straight up bee larva. And it's one of those things that you kind of want to deal with it, because otherwise the bee larva literally plug things up because they're in the way for the honey. But with things needing bee larva to be built, that gives you some use. So close to a breathable atmosphere. Alright, so we can go ahead and drop you in there. So 300% is the one we need here. And then meanwhile, disassemble some butterflies. All right. We did get a rare larva back, which is interesting when you think about doing this. If I get a result I'm not happy with, I can just chuck it back in there and be like, yeah, we'll just try again. It's fine. Okay, so I've got 3 tier 1 fertilizer. What did I need for the insect rocket? Tier 2 mutagen. Alright, is the bee larva. Right, and I don't have those handy. And I don't really want to put all the resources into that. Okay, because it looks like we're probably right around... Yeah, we're right about to get this. So that's good news. That we're right about to unlock that outdoor farm. So probably just wait on that. And it'll work on getting things up there. So in the meantime, let's go ahead and start getting the tier 2 fertilizer for this. That's squash. Which I don't have any to spare. Alright. They're about to be ready. Okay. So yeah, when we get the outdoor ones, we're going to put on top the outdoor one. We're going to start with the eggplant. We're going to add the squash. We're going to add the beans. We'll tear down all this junk, open that up. Alright. Yeah, because the plan is to put them up here. Then this floor would be all our production stuff. Then this floor would be all our storage stuff. This floor doesn't really serve a purpose anymore. It's just where I already have stuff. Alright, okay, well I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm going to do that real quick, and I'll be right back. I'm going to leave it on the screen so you can watch the number go up, and I'll be right back. So thank you again for tuning in. Okay, so we've got about 6% left till that's all done. And we got here just in time for outdoor farm. Just 0.01 left. I feel it's gonna happen pretty close to each other. Okay, there's the tier 5 drill. What do you take? Actually, it's not that hard to set up. We have that. But the outdoor farm is what I care about more. Outdoor farm. Ah, it's 2 more bee larvae. Okay. Alright. So, bee larvae. Uncommon, mutagen, fertilizer. So I can go here. Uncommon, mutagen, fertilizer. Make ourselves a bee. Go back downstairs. Disassemble this butterfly. I'm gonna plunk you in here for right now. And that'll be another one. And then we can grab the squash from in here. Oh, we still don't have the squash yet. Why do I not have those? You can do it. Yeah, so we're at like 1%. There we go. So now I can go over here, make the tier 2. Alright, and then I just need a super alloy. And that'll be the first one. So there's a bee larva. Grab you, grab you, grab you. Second bee larva. And I need 2 bee larvae for that. What was the thing I needed 3 bee larvae for? Which one were you that you required 3? I don't remember. But yeah, and that's the thing. Oh, right, the insect rocket. Yeah. Well, I think the insect rocket isn't as high a priority right this second. Because if we look here, we go to that, the insects, don't care about that. The mutagen 2 we're going to need, and the ecosystem we're going to need. Those are the big ones. If we get all the way to the beehive, tier 2, then the larva happens by itself. That's going to take some work. We have maxed out the plant unlocks, which is good news. And we're about to... Yeah, we're at the point we're no longer draining oxygen. We're right about to have a, a viable situation. Okay, so we've got that all set up. So let's go. We're going to start, I think, with the eggplant. And then we're going to do, after the eggplant, we'll do the squash. After the squash, we'll do the next one. You get the idea. Alright, so we start with up here. Boom. That's for your seeds. Alright, so it should be growing a bunch of stuff now. And I don't want to get rid of all of these soon. So for another one, I'm going to need a bunch of fertilizer. We got the eggplant first, which should help with the fertilizer. I need 2 mutagen. We did unlock the portal, which apparently we can't use here, which is interesting because that means my crystals are going to be really limited. As are a lot of other resources I can get a hold of. Because that used to be what it did, is you got to, like, end game and you just go in the portal, ransack, come back, clean up your inventory. Go in the portal, ransack, repeat. Which was fun and repetitive, though. Like, it went back and forth. Like, it kind of got tedious pretty fast. But it was enjoyable in its own right. Yep, and we are natural life. Interesting. Because I thought there was like an insect stage and everything else. This one, it's just kind of bypassing a lot of that. Okay. So we have the ecosystem and all that. So we can get the pressure drills and whatnot. And you're fine here. Let's get rid of a bunch of these. Open it up more. There's gonna be no shortage of the crappy ones. Alright. So I need 2 more mutagen. Which is okay, bacteria, methane, sulfur. Gotcha. Sulfur. Did I have one of these getting methane? No, I didn't. Bacteria. Methane should be up a floor. Alright. So, mutagen and mutagen. Okay, so I got those, so I need 2 more uncommons to get myself a couple more bee larvae. That's not what I need. Drop those off, and these off. Oh, I didn't make the bug rocket yet. I'm still actively making the gardens on the roof. The bug rocket would be a good thing to make for the multiplier, like a really good thing. But at the same time, the making it so I can reliably make fertilizer is kind of more important to me right now. So I'm kind of focusing on that. All right. I've been doing good. There's 1 bee. Alright, so for you, I need a tier 1 and tier 2 fertilizer. We'll have to wait till that's got more. And drop off the zeolite for right now. And a super alloy and a water. Okay, so basically that's going to be stuck until either that squash finishes growing, or not squash, eggplant, or this finishes growing. Yeah, so you see we end up getting out of this, instead of one at a time, we end up getting like 5, and they grow much faster. So that's the reasons why that's kind of a priority right now, is to get that all online. It also does contribute insects, not a lot, and it does contribute plants, not a lot. Okay. Yep, so it's just the fertilizer we're waiting on. And the second one, we're going to make the squash, because that's what we need for the tier 2 fertilizer. Alright. Plus the ones in the one on the roof grow way, way, way faster, too. It's a much better way. Yeah, so they grow faster and they grow multiple at a time. This game looks fun? Oh yeah, no, this game is excellent. We played it a number of times on the channel, but they had a new update and all that. Oh, a common larva up here? I think this randomly happened to spawn in that spot. Alright, so we have water and food on me. Let's eat the food and give myself new food. Okay, we're getting close to our next size backpack. A little bit longer for the air pressure stuff. We can get the tier 5 drill. What's our power looking like? It's fine. Tier 5 drill. What do you take while we wait? Oh, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Grab an aluminum. I grabbed one too many. Osmium rod. Alright. We can check this down in the meantime. My drills are over here. Okay, the reason I'm disassembling those is they'll give me enough materials to make more of the larger ones and they'll just perform better. So I can grab an aluminum. Drop all but one of those in there. Drop all of you in there. Grab one of these back. Oh, I needed 2 of those, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, no, it's not always that much, but it's usually very significant. Sometimes it's like a factor of 10 times, sometimes it's like 4 or 5 times, but it's always significant. Like, it's very... There's almost no reason to not upgrade as soon as you can. Okay, so that should help a whole lot. Making our osmium rod. Compress them a little bit. Let's get outside. Where are you landing? Because that's a good one. I don't see the goodies down here. So I'm probably gonna have to figure out a way to get up top there. That is not an unusual problem as well. And you also notice we have a breathable atmosphere now, so air just doesn't matter anymore. The only time I gotta worry about is if I spend a lot of time underwater. Because that's the one I think that's a pulsar crystal one. So what I need to do, probably grab some iron and give myself like a ladder to go across that gap with. So I can get up on the ledge, because I'm willing to bet they're up on that ledge. At least that's my hope, and they didn't just like glitch through the ground or something. Because yeah, it crashed right over there. Just grab a stack of iron and see what we can do with it. Never trust grocery store sushi? I can't speak from personal experience too much because I don't really eat sushi. I mean, any time you get something like that, it can be dodgy. Because I know one of the chains nearby us, they're like pretty famous for having solid sushi, and it's just a grocery chain. But yeah, no, it's always a risk with sushi. Anytime you have undercooked meat, which, you know, you chemically cook sushi and all that. I know that was a pulsar one. Where are the gems? I've had them get stuck up on the wall and all that in other maps. I'm not seeing any shining though. It was the one super slow moving one. My concern is that they've glitched through the floor and they're just gone. Because that's what it's looking like. So unfortunately, it's looking like because terrain shenanigans, we got a dud pulsar meteor, which is sad because they're pretty rare. But like even looking at it from there, I don't see any sparkling pink. They are not exactly hard to see normally. Okay, so let's get back to checking on you. Cool. And so with that, I just need to upgrade one of those to a tier 2. Which was squash. I don't have squash over here still. You're 89%. All right, that's fine. We can deal with that in a minute. I'm gonna try. Yeah, I can get above it. I'm gonna try getting above it and just trying to glide down as best we can, and just see if I can spot anything. I'm not expecting it. Yeah, no, it's just one of those things. Like, it very much is a thing with food that the fact that we don't deal with way, way, way worse problems of constant food contamination is a testament to just how good we do when it comes to managing food. But that said, there's always a risk. And then, again, things that are undercooked and all that, the risk is higher. And that's not saying don't eat that. I actually prefer stuff like medium rare and whatever when it comes to cooked things. Not really into sushi myself, but I do enjoy sashimi, though I haven't had it in forever. Oh, there they are. They are here. Okay, I'm going to get... That's 6 so far. Yeah, there's at least one more there. I probably won't be able to get the last ones until, the rocks despawn. At least I got a lot of them. If something happens, I don't get the rest. But yeah. And that's the thing, like, there's very little I eat that is just not cooked. I've done food poisoning. It's not a good time. Yeah. Well, hopefully they don't keep landing up there. If they do, at least I've got a way to get to them. But I just gotta wait for those chunks to drop, because those pulsar crystals are gonna be hard to come by. There is a decent amount of stuff that uses them. Like, the teleporter uses them, which, again, with this map not really having any place else to go grab things, I don't really see a reason to use the teleporter. That's the weird thing. And people are saying that the portal generator doesn't work on the planet at all, which it's interesting that they give me the option if it can't work. Like, I would almost want them to red out the UI and be like, cannot be used on this planet, like right here. Okay, so we probably have... There we go with that. Okay. Oh, I need the methane. Did I already toss that in a box? Yeah. Have to test it? Yeah, and I don't have a problem testing it. We can definitely get that to happen. Okay, and with that, you're now making squash. You're supplying that to the network. Wait, don't do that. Don't do that. Hang on. That's not what I need to have. This automatically does it. Okay, so with that, we've got the squash and all that going. So I can leave that going for a while. What I would like to do then is... I'm gonna have to get more of those online. Alright, let's pop down, check on our power. Got 1,300 power left, because it's time to start rearranging some things. So let's go to our automatic production stuff. Because I don't remember what's... Okay, so it is a super alloy rod. And 2 osmium. Alright. So with that, I'm going to go... Here. You can supply to the network. And you are going to be fertilizer 2. And you're fertilizer 1, which is going to be waiting on the eggplant. No, you're not waiting on eggplant. What are you waiting on? Sulfur and algae. You have the algae. Oh, am I out of sulfur? Okay, I'm apparently out of sulfur. Which has been getting pretty scarce the last time we checked on things. Those are some big trees. Alright, so we're gonna go down here, see if we can't locate ourselves a little bit of sulfur. That's gonna be the curiosity, is how I'm going to deal with sulfur as we get lower and lower. It's also pretty close to time for me to run back up to that base, because we didn't fully get all our loot back. And then on top of that, there was another big door that said it would open once I got the air pressure high enough. I believe it was air. No, it was heat. Once we got the heat high enough. And I haven't been up there in a good while. All right. Sulfur's not looking like it's going very well. Okay. Because we're gonna have to get that sorted out because the sulfur's getting dangerously low. But with this, we keep getting, like, that's the thing, we gotta keep getting our fertilizer to keep getting the things that give me bugs and insects and animals and all that. All right. Almost done with these. But soon I'm going to be full inventory. Honestly, I don't care. That box I'm just going to leave there for right now. Okay. Yeah, we're at the point, honestly, when we come back here, this place is pretty much tapped in the sulfur. Just not really anything left here. That whole area has finally been kind of tapped. Like, I'm sure I missed a couple pieces here and there. But that means if I run out of sulfur again, we're on that stage of just... we gotta find someplace else to get it from. My hope of what'll happen is we'll get things going enough that we can get the better drill and make more materials happen. We're getting close to that point. Should probably grab the aluminum if I see it. So I assume that's gonna be a problem soon as well. Okay. All right. And there's the tier 6 backpack. Love to see that. But yeah, so what I think we'll do is once we get back and we, you know, get the next thing or two built, get the backpack built, we run back up to that base, see if it's opened up the new area, and go from there. We do need to get more animals going, because that I haven't built nearly enough, like fish tanks or whatever. We also haven't gotten the amphibians online or anything like that, which will probably be not super far away. And also, weirdly, we unlocked tier 4 speed on our vehicle, and we don't have tier 2 or 3. Okay. So I've got all the sulfur. Drop that off. I got all you. I got 2 aluminum. What was I making that I needed to do the sulfur? Wasn't another one of those yet. The I joined the stream in this Pine Forest is enough to be excited to go through another run of the game. Yeah, no, it's nice to see how much the map changed. We got the... I, for the life of me, do not remember what we were making that I had to make the stop for sulfur. Alright, we got the backpack available. And you're still working on that. We're getting pretty close to getting the aquarium. That'll be a big win. The fish farm isn't for a while. Let's get the backpack sorted. So purple and blue. I don't have that. So I can go over here. I should have somewhere in there. And pop one of these. Oh yeah, let's grab 3 iron. Because what's gonna happen now is we're gonna start embracing laziness. So this is our dump chest. It's straightforward. We set it to max priority, and anything I don't immediately need, I just put it there, and eventually it sorts itself out. Maybe fertilizer? Yeah, but what did I need for the fertilizer with that? Oh, I think it was like literally we were waiting on the fertilizer. Right, I think we were just waiting on the fertilizer, like the automation wasn't working because we were out of sulfur. Yeah, okay, that's what it was. We were just like out of sulfur, and so the automation wasn't functional. Right. Okay, so with that, we were making the backpack now. So I just need a circuit board. Grab the engine, the circuit board, and our circuit board. And go here and bigger backpack. And then we need an iron. Hey, Italics! Thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? Let me go ahead and get you a shout out here in just a second. I'm going to the wrong place. There we go. Let me go ahead and get you... Ultrasource is already on it. Thank you. For those that don't know, Alex, absolutely fantastic. Playing some Football Manager 2024. You love this game? Hoping the stream is going well? It is! But definitely check out Italic's absolutely fantastic content creator. Plays a whole lot of fun games over there. Definitely someone I recommend checking out. Been doing some like the... I'm blanking on the name of the baseball spreadsheet game. Doing a bunch of like team management sport games recently. But does a whole wide range of games. All of them are a fantastic time that I recommend getting into. But all that. Also does like RimWorld and a whole bunch of other stuff. So really, really good times. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But what we're doing today is we are playing some Planet Crafter. Pretty much the idea behind this game is you get dumped on a planet. It's just like a barren, rocky wasteland. It's like the surface of Mars. And you slowly terraform it to being, you know, a thriving planet. Maybe or maybe not because you were convicted for a crime that we do not know what the crime is, or whether or not we actually did it, or whether or not the punishment was appropriate, but you know, that happened. But with all that said, I am Rual Storge, do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits. Yeah, Out of the Park Baseball, that's the one. I do play a whole variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record. That said, I do play a whole variety of games, including simulations, Helmet Builders, City Builders, Tycoon, Survival Crafters, a whole wide range. With some year after it. Gotcha. Yeah. Like, recently we've done a bunch of Farm Sim, we played through all of Roadcraft, we did some SnowRunner. But we've been doing some Planet Crafter. There's the, it's an update that came out about a month ago called the Moon Update, or Moons Update. It's pretty slick. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Where a lot of the things that usually you can just find out in the world if you know what you're doing and you know your way around the world, not really easy to get a hold of. But it's good stuff. And whatever that is falling from the sky, that's, rain. Trust me. It's very suspicious rain. Whatever it is. It's like spider web. But if you want a game to compare it to, if you ever played Subnautica, it doesn't have like the scary things that go bump in the night deep in the water like Subnautica does. Instead, it's just like, you know, the exploration kind of thing where it starts and it's really hard to go very far and that the environment is really hazardous to you. And gradually, you know, you explore and you find different places to get more materials and advance the story. It's got a lot of that going on. The big difference, though, where Subnautica, you're trying to unravel the mystery and get off the planet. This one, you're trying to terraform the planet because you're convicted of a crime and your charges get dropped if you convert, you know, terraform the planet. Okay, so I still have a bunch of goodies in here. But let's pop into this place, because there was a door in here earlier that said it would not open until it was warm enough. And I think we're at that point, but I don't honestly know. So I just gotta go and check this out. But yeah, it's good stuff. A lot of exploration, a lot of that. But it is a very fun, sort of relaxing game. There's not things attacking you. Alright, so I don't have the heat yet. So I have to be at 1 MK heat. So 1 megakelvin heat. Or whatever it is. I don't know. I don't know what MK is. Alright, so that means I don't have anything else up in this part to get. I was just thinking the rain is sus. It's a weird choice of texture. Alright, so 1 MK is what our heat has to be at. So let's grab all of this stuff out of here. I'm very happy to see all that fertilizer in there. Fertilizer's been a pain point. So drop all this in the storage on my car. Give those back. Alright, so I got all that. Alright, so 1 MK heat. Because I wanna try and get back to base where we can check the temperature and see how close it looks like. Why does that fall into the abyss? What was that? Nope, it's just a weird, dangerously deep hole. Okay. Mega Kelvin? Yeah, well, it's lowercase m. So maybe, well, I have no frame of reference of what's an appropriate temperature in Kelvin. Because Mega Kelvin sounds terrifying. Yeah, millikelvin. But millikelvin also sounds not great. I don't honestly know. I mean, when you get to the planet, it's like basically absolute zero, effectively. And you slowly just warm up the planet more and more. Makes no sense either way. Yeah, it's the thing. I'm like, man, I don't remember Kelvin. Neither of those sound right. Now, keep in mind, it would make a decent amount of sense if it was on the cold end, because we are actively heating up the planet to terraform it. Now, granted, we're probably not growing grass or anything if it's not a sensible temperature, but it's a video game, so we can hand wave that away. But to give you an idea, actually, here's let's see. The game operates at very arbitrary heat units, among other things, yeah. Like, for those who haven't seen this game, where this planet is getting kind of nice and lovely looking, you know, there's a bit of green everywhere and all that kind of stuff. So, if you want a comparison, let's... Cool, we got a butterfly display box. Let's save real fast. And we're gonna hop right back at this, but if you go and you see here how, like, green and nice this is, you've got the trees... If we go and pop into what this planet looks like at the beginning. So this is what the planet looks like when you start. It's just frozen, it's cold, it's terrible, it's sad. It's just a bad time. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to hop back in that save, and I'm going to get to the exact same spot, and give you a comparison of that view. And this is nowhere near as terraformed as it gets. Eventually, you're going to have full-on forests and everything. Yeah, 1 millikelvin is equivalent of negative 273 Celsius. I mean, that seems fine. I guess I could wear a jacket or a hoodie or something. But if we go, assuming I can get down here with this giant forest I've apparently grown here. Here, let me just fly down here. Because... mineral plants are able to live that cold. Yeah, so here is the exact same... Alright, maybe the view on the first one was better. Because this is the same view we just had a second ago. So I might actually go with the pre... cleaning up view was better, because apparently I'm in the middle of the jungle. But needless to say, this looks a whole lot nicer than barren rock. Granted, it's pretty funny that the forest has grown so dense right here, you can't even see out that. And that's because these are the things growing the trees right here. So, yeah. It's a lot more dramatic when you're playing on the very first planet the game has. When you're playing the first planet, because it's this, like, barren red planet, like, you just absolutely go and think, how dare nature get in the way of the view? Exactly. Nature should know better. Nature knows what happens when it crosses me. Alright, now, I could take the time to organize this, but we've got our dump box. Cool. So what should happen in there is our drone should work back and forth, just taking those to appropriate places. Okay. So, for the drones, I have 4 rocket engines. Let's go take those 4 rocket engines, grab 4 iron, and grab 4 circuit boards. To speed up our drone's ability to do stuff by making more of them. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And you've got our squash and our eggplant growing on the roof. Okay, so you've only got one fertilizer there. And you're almost full. What is the fertilizer 2 missing? The fertilizer 2 is missing probably the methane, I'm gonna guess. Ooh, is the methane... No, the methane should be in range of you. The methane's right here. Oh, I see the problem. I see the problem. Okay. Basically, every once in a while we get nitrogen, and because we got a bunch of nitrogen in there, it blocked up the whole thing. Oh, give that back, actually. Please will keep emptying stuff. Actually, give me those back. I want those. Alright, so we are going to want to make more of these farms. So I need bee larva and I need super alloy. Hey, the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, so we're going to make bee larva in the only way you can naturally make bee larva in the real world. Definitely the proper way. Which is we're going to get fertilizer, larva, and something to mutate DNA. Alright, what do I need to make the DNA mutation stuff again? Methane, sulfur, and bacteria. So, boom, boom. And then the sulfur. And then I think my poor methane machine is not going to be able to keep up at all with what I need. So I think one of our next upgrades is we are going to go ahead and replace our gas extractor thing. So I could hopefully get more methane happen. You are... Yeah, you're supplying. Alright, what's the tier 2 cost? Alright, we can make that while we wait. Because we're struggling with the methane. The machine's getting backed up with stuff. Alright, so with that, we can do 2 super alloy. 2 zeolite. We can do an iridium rod. And a circuit board. Oh, too far. We can put that right over here. And you will supply to the network, and we'll have you grabbing just methane. Alright. And the other one's going to grab a little bit of everything. That's fine. What I can do in the meantime, to make sure it doesn't get jammed up again, we can go to our shredder. And we will add to the list the nitrogen. Alright. Yeah, so we're waiting on methane. We can grab you two. And smash that into a bunch of crystals. I'm getting so confused about my place now. I've been filling in more and more. Cool, we got the Aquarium 2 unlocked. That'll be a really big one for us. Oh, we can just drop back and keep using this. This is the lazy way of doing everything. I don't feel like sorting. Just keep smashing it in there, and they'll take things where I need them. Or not. I don't care. Okay, so we were back to getting bees made, which means I needed mutagen, which means I needed methane. That's right. We did just unlock Yeah, it's just gonna take time. We did just unlock the Aquarium 2s, so let's go take a look at what we need for an Aquarium 2. I need a Photoplankton A, B, and C Superalloy Fertilizer 2 and a circuit board. My Photoplankton are here. So I need a B, and a C. And I need a Superalloy bar. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And an aluminum. And a circuit board. And I have no idea where I'm putting this thing. Sure. Okay, so how many fish can I put in here? I can put 3 types of fish in there. Cool. Alright, so let's go down here, grab those, destroy that, because the other one's better. And I need another thing of fish, which I believe was mutagen 3? Yeah, mutagen 3 and a plankton. And it looks like plankton C can give me the best results, maybe? Where's the mutagen at? Alright. So boom, boom, and boom. We're starting to make fish. Alright. We can drop these 2 in here. And with that, we've got ourselves a cool little aquarium going. So we have a giant fish farm to try to feed the entire world's population with fish. And by that I mean me, individually. Specifically and only me. Alright, methane cartridges. I'm assuming those are still just getting gobbled up as fast as they're being produced. Of course they are. And the reason that's happening is I've got the fertilizer being produced over here. And it's all going into that. Which is not something I'm upset about. It's something that's needed to be done for a while. Okay, let's take a look at how our status is. So for those who haven't seen the game, this is kind of the way your progression works. So we look here, there's all these recipes we've unlocked, that basically you have your overall terraformation stat. That's like basically your score for the whole game. You have how much oxygen you have in the environment, how much heat, how much pressure, how much biomass cumulatively, how much plants, insects, animals. And all of that goes to the score, and when you hit a certain amount, like when I get to 450 GTI worth of terraformation, I'll unlock these frog eggs. Oh, I can make an amphibian farm. Amphibian farm is a common larva and a fertilizer. That sounds uncomfortably easy, like suspiciously easy. So amphibian farm, we can build 2 of those, and they give a little bit of everything. Okay, we got golden fish eggs, which are great. So drop those in there. What would it take me to make an amphibian? Tier 3 fertilizer, Tier 4 mutagen, and a plankton. Did I not grab the Tier 3 fertilizer? Okay. Grab the wrong plankton. It's a plankton A, B, or C. Oh no, generic frog eggs. Okay. Generic frog eggs. Cool, man. Alright. So I don't know about this map, but other maps I've played on, you'll find like these little like rings of water, and you can find frog eggs along the sides of them, which is a curiosity. Or just find them along by water in general. So what we're going to be looking for is a little bit of rock formation that has a little bit of water in it. If we see that, we'll check there. Otherwise, I'm going to just kind of zip on over here. Let's check up here, because I didn't plant these trees. The game is just naturally putting them up there. That's not looking encouraging. Okay. What we're going to try doing is moving around and seeing if I can find... That might be a spot right there. Probably not. Basically, I'm going to see if I can't find some generic frog eggs. Because I can get the amphibian thing. I still have ice over here? Okay. No, it's not. Yeah, let's work our way over here. And I gotta kind of go around where we see water. And I'm just trying to see if I can't find any frog eggs. Because with that, once I get some frog eggs started, that's another source of animals. And that'll go a long way compared to the fish. Yeah, so I'm trying to looking at the low-laying areas to see if I can't find, like, little tide pool kind of things. Because that's usually where you found frog eggs in the last ones. The last planets or whatever. And if not there, along the edges of the water. That said, I haven't found a lot of the similarities on this map to the other one. There's been a lot of resources that have been tricky. But the good news is I don't really need much. That's interesting. That's another forested area up there. It's not particularly encouraging. We've unlocked being able to craft even more frog eggs. That's fine. I have food on me for when we get properly low. Let's check. There is a path that goes up there to a dome. And I went up there earlier and I couldn't find anything, but that's well before we were to the stage where we'd have amphibians and all that. Let's go up that way, just in the off chance that matters. One of the other things I should probably do is add the plankton A, B, and C to the automatically be destroyed, because it is a thing that every once in a while your things that collect the plankton can get just straight up eggs. At least I believe that was a thing in the past. Oh, I thought this just went up to it. Oh. Maybe it does. Because other crash ships and bases? Yeah, another interesting. Alright, so we need to work our way up. Because we did find I was able to get to the other side, and there was a bunch of loot that I missed because I didn't have cargo space for it. I totally forgot about that too, that there was the loot there. I never did go back for it. Alright. So we'll work our way up. Well, if there's not, because I thought that like, where I was going up that ramp, I thought it was like a ramp that took me directly where I wanted to go. So this is the area we're just at. I'm not going in there right now. What I want to do is around the back side of this. Like I said, I saw another dome that I dropped down to a ramp that led to it. So I want to go down there again. Because there was goodies down there, and I like goodies. Right, and we had this whole extra part of the base that we haven't gotten into yet. Let's check to make sure there's not just like a door here or something I can go in. No, that's all fully enclosed. My assumption is that's where the heat area takes you into. And there's a bunch of goodies in there. Getting stuck on invisible terrain. There we go. Yeah, looks like I'll be able to go down that whole area down there. But yeah, like I'm trying to work my way around because somewhere down here there was a whole separate dome that had a pool of water that I couldn't do much with. There it is. This is the one. So I'm wondering, because I couldn't get in here, but it's like weirdly it's just a pool of water. There's no door or anything on it. So the guess was that we would find our way in there from below. Regardless, this didn't have what I was hoping for, so let's grab all this junk. Grab you. I don't need the oxygen, grab that. I'll drink the water, grab this. Let's see, other stuff that's... Nitrogen is basically free, so grab those. No, the rest can stay. Guessing just a storm? I'm not seeing any meteors or hearing anything. Oh, it might be another pulsar, asteroid. Being where we're at, I have no line of sight. Well, maybe someday I find it, maybe someday I don't. Assuming that is what it is. Could just be a storm. Maybe it's just a storm. Alright, so we're gonna work our way back over here. Back to base, bring the stuff with us. We did not find frog eggs, which is what we came out for. I am just kind of following the water's edge as we go along, though, trying to watch for them. But I think if I put the plankton set to be fed into the shredder if I don't need any more, then sooner or later we might get lucky and get the generic frog eggs to pop in from that. Yeah, no, I'm not unhappy with what we found. But the frog eggs are going to hold us up. Once I get them, though, then I believe we have more chance of just getting frog eggs after that point. And we're about to hit 500 GTI, which will be good. But yeah, honestly, at the rate we're going, I would imagine one more stream of this will probably have this planet pretty much terraformed. Because we're getting into the amphibians, and I believe after the amphibians is the mammals. And once you have the mammals, like that's the final thing you terraform, is you do the mammals. Get enough, like, genuinely, if I literally kept the game running long enough, I would eventually win as is. It's just whether or not that's a reasonable amount of time or a realistic amount of time. But, because you're talking, it could be a very, very, like, you'll die from old age, unreasonable amount of time. Because just the way the things scale. But, we get mammals up and running, things will go way faster. Alright, so let's drop everything off here. You're already 30% at natural life. I don't know if that's the end of this one. Right, we were waiting on generic frog eggs. So what I wanted to do here is go into this, and let's add to this for things to destroy. Plankton A, Plankton B, and Plankton C as a low priority. We've got the zeolite. Let's drop that off. We've got the rocket engine 2s. There's a good chance the rocket engine 2s, I probably should just shred them into their base components. We got the osmium bars. I don't have room for that. Grab the ore. Now drop those in there. We've got the iridium. I don't have room for it, so we can grab you two. Did I not grab the right thing? Oh, I grabbed bars. Hey, Tyrannica, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream. Welcome in, raiders. And so we have Tyrannica, and you were playing Project Zomboid. Excellent. I hope you had yourself a good stream, and you didn't get any of the bitey hugs. The bitey hugs are no fun. But I hope you had a good time with all that. Welcome in, raiders. Always lovely to meet someone new. So let me go ahead and do this real fast. Yeah. But your foot has been broken for 31 days. We haven't killed a zombie in so long. Oh. Oh, that's no fun. So then the question with your foot being broken, did you walk off something or did you car accident? Because that's the way you break your feet. And this isn't me judging or anything, by the way. Just like, yep, I know how this goes. I know how we get here. We have the mutagen. I need the iridium. Car accident? Rat racing? What is a car? Oh, you broke your foot while doing the rat race. I'm guessing you fell off a roof then? Unless they've come up with a new way to break your feet, which is entirely possible, that I'm unaware of. Because it used to be the only ways to like break your feet, like legs or whatever. It used to be just car accident, falling off something high, or getting shot in the leg in PvP. Which one assumes you're not doing PvP on build 42 for pretty strong reasons. Eggs. No eggs in here. We got that all going. Churning through all that. But yeah. Again, I do hope your run-in went well, and it sounds like you haven't died. You're just struggling with when you break a leg in Project Zomboid, which is rough. Just limping around. That's you vaulted over a railing on accident from the second floor on the McCoy estate. Instead of landing on the staircase, you yeeted 2 tiles forward and landed on the ground floor. We weren't overbreathing. Poor play, bad luck. Yeah, that makes sense. I've gotten pretty lucky that there's definitely been times I should have walked away with something broken and just got away with it. Oh, we do have meteors coming in. Meteor, single, I guess. I'm not gonna get a good eye on where it's hitting. It's that same stupid spot. Okay. Oh, there's more than one. Alright, so that spot there, the big problem with it is you kind of have to drop down and just grab what you can. I do wish the game had like some logic put into it where it would deliberately try to avoid, like, unreachable whatever places. Like, I'm fine with having to, like, find my way up a ledge or whatever. But when it hits those rock faces, or some of the maps actually have, like, the crystals be in the sky above the map, because it can't be in that spot. But I believe that thing will be osmium and sulfur, if those are the ones I think they are. Which would be really good if they are. Because osmium I haven't been hurting too bad on, but it is very limited supply. But sulfur, we are actually genuinely depleting off our map. So I've been getting a little nervous about the sulfur situation. Okay, so the one spot up top. Not a lot of debris otherwise. Okay, so some of the rocks are despawning. But yeah, and I've had to jump from some second stories and all that for that, you know, very, very genuinely RNG. The odds were not good of me getting away without breaking something. And I got pretty lucky a number of times. That I used to have a world record in Project Zomboid, and there was definitely an earlier part of that run where I was in Rosewood. I was taking apart beds in the hotel for I honestly couldn't answer you why. Like, I genuinely don't remember what the urgency was of why I was taking those beds. Clearly I was doing something for carpentry, and I don't think it was going for the, rain barrels, because I usually don't care about those. So I must have just needed nails or something for walls or something? I don't know. But, I was up top doing that, and a horde spotted me through the window and I didn't see it. And so I heard them coming, so I ran out to, like, the front to try and, you know, fight them back. And it was a full rally group and some, like a rally group and a half kind of situation. It was just losing ground. And then just kind of ran to the window, yanked the window up, and just chucked myself out the window onto zombies below, which I managed to not get bit, surprisingly. Like, or get hurt or whatever. But it was definitely one of those ones I'm like, yeah, it should have busted my leg here and had to limp out. And just be in a bad place of that run. But that's the nature of RNG. Sometimes when the odds are, like, really bad of you getting through, things work out, and other times you have really good odds, and, like, your very first scratch in a run kills you. Alright, well, I didn't see that much, unfortunately. I think it's up on the ledge more. I'll check back when the rocks will move. It is what it is. Yeah, Cobalt was good early game. Cobalt, I used that to get oxygen early in the game. You destroy the Cobalt to get oxygen. After a while, you mostly use it for stuff that has, like, glass on it. Alright, so we still don't know where I'm going to be able to find these generic frog eggs. For amphibian thing. I'm going to go ahead and build one of the amphibian things and plunk it down. And hope that, you know, it'll be an if we build it, they will come kind of situation, that we build it and just get lucky. But we'll see. Alright, so we've got more osmium. Oh, actually, I mean, we got a bunch of osmium. We might have gotten most of it. Genetic synthesizer. I don't remember what... Oh, I remember what that's for. That's for, unlike the other ones, when you make the mammals, you like, gene splice them. Okay, so we needed methane, was it? Just give it all. I'm gonna use it, just give it all. Okay. So I needed methane for something. Right, so we can check the eggs again. So no eggs. Alright, so let's go ahead and stop fussing with this. We can go ahead and drop that mutagen 4 in there. And the fertilizer 3, get this out, do this, do that. Get the nitrogen out of here. Okay, so what are we working on? So I've got this I can make. Right, 2 more bee larvae. That's what we need to do. So boom, 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 bee larva. We had the common ones for the amphibian pond. So I just need a water for the amphibian pond. So go ahead and drop down 2 amphibian ponds down below. Yeah, and I don't have eggs for it, so they're amphibian ponds longing for fish. Or amphibians, not fish. That's speaking of fish, did we actually get all the fish in here? Yeah, we're good. Okay, so that's making bees. And we could use the bees to make more outdoor farms. I'll need a super alloy and a water again. Did they change the larva making process? You remember it was random which larva you get? Because it was all the same recipe? So the way it works is if you look at this, you'll notice these ones are the same recipe. Rare larva mutagen, rare larva mutagen, rare larva mutagen. So I could get any of those 3. So you get the idea. So that one's rare larva mutagen 2 for a 1000% multiplier. And these ones require generic frog eggs. Oh wait, let's pop back up here. But with that said, the bees and the silkworm are guaranteed that they have their own recipe. Yeah, Allison's build 41 still has no first record holder. Yep. Yeah, there's a bunch of us going for it at the same time. And I was the one who kind of got like a high score set. That's interesting. That we can craft that, I guess. So I got a high score set at that point. Yeah, I'll definitely want to get those rockets going. Harvesting robot automatically harvests organic items around it based on its location. Use the map with the T2 map information rocket to see where to place it. Okay. Vehicle logistics. Fish display. Ecosystem is one where we can get larvae without having to go anywhere. Yeah, so my assumption is we just need to, yeah, insects and animals are in different categories. My assumption is we want to get those, 1000% things. Alright, so there's that. We just need a tier 1 fertilizer now. Then go over here, grab a tier 1 fertilizer. I will want to grab a seed for beans to put on the roof, I think. I probably actually don't need the bean seed. Because it's only for feeding my, like, dealing with my food. And the one's been able to handle it. So let's get the mushrooms, because I'll need to make the plastic with that. Cool. And now I just put the mushrooms there. Alright. So, let's go look at what we need to do to get the really, really good bug. So for the really, really good bug, I need mutagen 2 and a rare. So I have a rare. And what do I need for a mutagen 2? I don't know. I can make mutagen 1, 3, and 4. But I have mutagen 2, so I don't care. And then it was fertilizer 1, correct? Yes. Alright, so we're good on our honey. The rest of this is all fine. A bunch of pulsar crystals and all that. So how long is it going to take you to go? Oh, not long at all. Because then I can take this, get the whatever good one we get out of this, run downstairs, destroy one of the other butterflies to get back the larva, and then use that to hopefully get the next thing. At which point I really should get the insect rocket up. Because I meant to do that a long time ago and it never did happen. And 1200. Heck yeah. So if we go down here, I've got my butterfly setups. So that's not my butterfly, those are my bees. So this one's worth 230, that's 1200. Massive upgrade. And you are worth 300. So what we could do with this is we just put a butterfly larva into a recycler, because that's certainly how it works in real life, and get our goodies back. Then pop over here, because it was mutagen 2, that... Did I miss the larva? I missed the larva. Larva's the thing I wanted. There we go. Boom, boom, and boom. And then we'll be able to make more bees, and more bees, and more bees. I don't need more of that. I need more mutagen 1. Okay, I need to grab food. And water. Okay. So that's going fine, so I need 2 fertilizer 1s for the bees, and I need 3 mutagen. So for the mutagen, it's methane, sulfur, and bacteria samples. So with that, I would need 1 more bacteria sample and 3 sulfur. 3 sulfur. No luck on any of that stuff yet. So that one's worth 1,000, not as quite as good as the previous one. That was a massive upgrade to our insect production. I can go over here. All right. So from here, what I want to do is get 3 rounds of bees, because then I can make an insect rocket. But with that said, chat, I'm going to save here, because it is getting to be about that time that I need to be wrapping up for the night and all that. But I will be back again tomorrow at 7 p.m. EST, probably for more Planet Crafter. We'll see whatever the RimWorld announcement that's coming out tomorrow is. My suspicion is it'll be announcing what the DLC is, and then when it's coming out, being like a week later or whatever. They're usually pretty fast, but we'll see when we get there. But in the meantime, if you have enjoyed the content and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop your follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. If you're watching over on YouTube, the stream will be ending abruptly for you because I do not have a host set up, but don't forget to like and subscribe, so thank you so much for tuning in over there. Now, with that said, I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen. Oh, did before I do that, I forgot shout out Ultra Source.